house and taco party. Hopefully the taco truck shows up. Time we can all be hungry.
Take your spot. Oh, no.
I'm Steve Black from J.Racenstein. Most of you guys know me. Cameron's also around here. Jenny has put on a great little open house for us today. And we have several people to welcome. Aileen from Unger and John Becker from Ettore here today. AC from Softwash Systems. So as some of our speakers. Yeah, we didn't have a schedule. We've got a little schedule of events. We did have a cancellation of the guy from Long Beach from the water board. But, I think AC, who has talked to them, is going to help fill in.
Yeah, help present some of this information.
Right. So we're going to cover that. We've got John and Herman and Jett from OSHA up before the break, and then Southern Carolina is going to talk about power lines, how to deal with power lines. We had a few years ago, we had a Tucker pole death down in Huntington Beach. So, it happens. That actually happened about 4 traffic lights from my house. So often when I drive by there, I'm kind of like, yeah. And hey, there's Jerry. Jerry McMillen's going to talk about environmental issues this afternoon, and with what it means these days with the EPA regs and water recovery and all the systems for that. So it's a good lineup. So kicking off, Ettore from John Becker.
Morning. I just want to review with you just some of our bigger tools and things like that. But a lot of you are probably aware of our brass squeegee. But you think of any industry where the same tool has stayed #1 for 78 years. American made, invented in America, and continues to be a top selling item. There's nothing. I mean, in the day of technology today, nothing cleans a window better than a squeegee. So, if we start going from there, there's other tools that have come on thereafter. But everybody seems to go back to what they learned with first. That's the old brass squeegee. Some of the other tools, let's talk about another tool that Ettore invented was rubber. Our rubber is made here in America, made in Northern California. Every piece of our rubber is hand felt as it's being cut, so it's perfect. No other company in America does anything close like that. So we assure you that you have a perfect piece of rubber. I haven't been called on the carpet on a piece of rubber in 9 years. So that's how sure we are that you're guaranteed the most perfect product out there. One other thing that we do is it's made in America, but it comes from actual real rubber from Indonesia. And then we use 13 other products and process it into our rubber the way it is. No one else uses natural rubber. So no one, when you say natural rubber, everybody else is using synthetic rubber, Dow Chemical style type, or it's most of their products are all made offshore. So it's an important factor. It's an American-made product. Going through it, some of the things we have is you can buy 12 and you have a case. That way you're assured that they stay perfect, and when what everybody does after the job is kind of just throw it in the back of the truck, right? So it is perfect and it's ready for work. It won't be cut, and because it's not cut on our end, it'll be possibly cut on your side, or it'll be sitting up even on the in the car under the hot sun, things like that. It'll still last a year just by itself, but when it's put back in here, there's no air or anything else getting to it. A lot of times what we do is we have talcum powder just to sit there and keep it nice and loose and to absorb. Other top tools are sleeves. This holds more water than anybody else's in the industry. We've tested everybody, and it can hold up to about, it will be held up for 11 windows or more. But how do we test it is we put it in water, and then we pick it up out of a bucket, and we let it hold, and we weigh it at that point. We've gone through all of our customers, our competitors' sleeves, and this will last the longest. You know, if you don't have one, try it. You'll be convinced right away how well it does. This is all of our sleeves are 100% microfiber. A lot of people don't realize that, you know, Ettore helped start a lot of our competitors. We have Sorin Rubber, or that was the company before Sorbo. But what we do is we have our super channels. You know, everybody says, you know, hey, you don't have anything like theirs. Yes, we do. You know, if you look, and I'll pass this around, we have super channels that, you know, can hold up. They are aluminum, and we've had them for almost 35 years. So that's something new that a lot of people are starting to try. Pass that along. What I'll do is I'll pass the sleeves over on this side.
Is there a name for that sleeve?
It's our Pro Plus.
Pro Plus.
Yeah. If anybody, you know, needs one of our catalogs, let me know, and we'll send you one in a PDF form. Just, you know, before I leave today, give me your email address, and we'll gladly send you one of our catalogs. Most all of our stuff is in the J.Racenstein catalog, but if you want just a personalized, you know, Ettore one, you know, we'll gladly give you one of those also. Quick on and off, you know, for pole work, what we do is we have handles that, you know, we can get them on and off very quickly. Should have put it on before, but I am a novice. I mean, I do wash windows, but very rarely. I'm always with window washer. But one of the things we can do, you know, you can get it on, off very quickly, nice and easy, quick. And we have all the different handles. We have, no problem. So does anybody have any questions about any of the Ettore products? They didn't give me a lot of time, so they're saying, you know, show some of the, you know, the bigger users.
Is there a feel difference between the actual natural rubber from rubber-free versus a synthetic rubber when you're squeezing the windows?
Well, every seminar I go to, people come up and say, I've used all that, the synthetic rubber, and then I did use the Ettore rubber, and I'll only use Ettore rubber from now on. It lasts, in our testing, we have a machine that tests and goes around in circles, and it's on glass. And what we do is we put a half cup of water on the glass and let it just continue going around. And ours will last up to 60% longer than our competitions before you had to start, you know, running, turning, things like that. So they're not being. One of the things we do have, and we have tried to improve on all of our products, we just don't, since I've been at Ettore, and it's been 11 years, we look at our tools and we say, how can we improve them? So we have window cleaners that test all of our new products, and they give the thumbs up or no, or we go back into research and development and trying to make sure our tools are proper. What we did recently is we took our tip, and what we did is you can see the threaded portion, we actually extended it almost to a full inch, so that, you know, this can be used, this can be used with other tools. And then also what we did is we made it so the actual threads are thicker. So it actually grabs and grips into a tool to make it easier. So it's just that, like a truck wash brush, just not up there flopping in the wind. The other thing is on the tip itself, as you can see, it comes on and off very easy on our pole. I can't get back on. There we go. The other thing is our threaded portion, our tapered portion. What we did is we made it longer, and we used to have 6 ribs. Now we have 5 ribs, so that we made it to where it's easier to get tools off when you need pressure. The other key thing is we have all of our tools click lock, even our dusters and other type of products like that. So it's all very, very tight, and things don't, It will stay where you need it to be. It won't flop or do anything else. The other thing is our first section of our poles, as you can hear, is ribbed. Our first section is 30% stronger than our competition. And why is that? Because it is ribbed. Everybody else just uses regular tubing. And so when you have something extended up and the weight's up here, you're not putting such severe problems on it. And the other things, these will last. The other thing is what we did is we looked at our cones and clamps, and we improved those. Most of our competition uses the same material, and we did for almost 50 years. What we have done now is we looked at it and we've changed that to where it is now like materials. You can see one is shiny, one is kind of dull. So basically when they come together, it's nice and easy and smooth. In the past, some of our old ones used to log down and you could never get them off. You'd have to almost get a clamp and do that. The other key thing we did is we changed the polymers in the manufacturing. Like I said, they're like materials now. So what we did is we took some of the parts and we send the polymers to our manufacturer, and you can bend it and it'll go right back in. You can tighten it right back up. They won't break. In the past, they were very brittle and they broke. So we have looked at different things. Other things we have done is we looked at our handles. They're now more ergonomic, nice and easy. And the other key thing is we made a hole in it, so if we do want to hang it up, those poles never get hung up. But the thing is, we enforced the bottom, because that's where we wore out a lot of our poles. So now everybody's well aware, poles mostly just lean on the ground. So, and the key factor is we made sure, because poles do drag on the ground, everybody's always dragging them, things like that. They're nice and reinforced. I haven't had one come back in well over 10 years. So those are things that Ettore does that goes up and over the normal standards. Why? We guarantee our tools 100%. So if anybody has any complaints or has any complaints with Ettore tools, please let me know. I'll gladly make sure that we address them and take care of it. Because if you call Ettore, you'll find that Ettore's daughter, who has retired and has come back, works in our office. And the last thing she wants to have her name or her father's name, talk badly about. Any questions? Okay, I think that's about my time.
Can I talk about Ettore?
Can you what? The competition. Jenny, anything else? That's what I had planned on talking about. Just some of the common tools that we have every single day.
Cool. Thanks, John.
I do have one question. Is that Pro Series? I noticed it says a Pro something on that pole there. Is that Pro Series like the one that you recommend for the most heavy duty? Same with the squeegees. Everything that says Pro on it is supposed to be the heavier duty.
The heavier duty, yeah. Because a lot of people say, hey, you're at Lowe's. Right. Yes, we are at Lowe's.
Right.
But it's not at the same standards. We have our Pro and we have our retail line. And there is a big difference. We are different than other manufacturers. We cater to our pros and make sure you have the very best products. With that, I'll leave it.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Herman. He is from OSHA. He came here last time and we got really good response. So I brought him back. I'm going to introduce Herman now. We also have his presentation in print form.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know, anybody here today was here last year watching that? Yeah, my name is Herman Jett. I'm what's called an area manager for TACOS and consultation service. because y'all know what CalOSHA is all about. We are a regulatory agency, and we have standards and regulations that we require employers to comply with to make sure you guys have a safe place to work. Are there any employers who do that? Employer meaning that you have at least one person working for you. So these standards, what I'm going to talk about today is primarily addressed to the employer. The standards tell employers what they shall do to make sure that you have a safe place to work. What James was passing out is actually this presentation that we're going to be going through today. Then as we go through this, if you have any questions, go ahead and let them out. We're in La Palma, California, my office. We cover LA, half of LA County and all of Orange County out of that office. This reference material, what we're going to be going over today is, this is where you can find this material in the standard, and you have copies of this. And what I'm going to be doing is paraphrase a lot, so it's not going to be, you're not going to see it in the regulation exactly like I'm saying it. So, but you can go to the standard and look up this information. Now, this is what we do in consultation. When people think of CalOSHA, they think of enforcement. They think of citations and penalties and things like that. But we don't do that. That's called enforcement. What they do is they respond to job-related accidents that result in employee injuries, fatalities, and also employee complaints. And they do what they call program inspections, where it's sort of like a no-notice inspection. They just show up for no apparent reason to the employer. And anything they find in violation, that employee is cited for and levied a monetary penalty. That's what enforcement does. Mostly what they do is respond to complaints, because they are required by law to respond to all employers' complaints, employees' complaints in the state of California, regardless. If someone calls an enforcement office and says, hey, I got a concern about a safety or health issue on the job, they are required by law to go out and check it out. So as you can imagine, with all the many employees in California, they get a lot of complaints. So they're very keep up. So that's mostly what they do. That's not what we do. What we do, we're kind of proactive. We don't respond to something happening, a problem at the job. We respond to employers. Employers call in to make an employer say, you as an employer, you hear me today, and you hear something that, gee, I didn't know that. I'm not quite sure what I need to do about it. Well, you can call my office, and we will actually send a consultant out to assist you. Say, for instance, you don't have your proper written programs. You're not quite sure what's required. You call my office, I'll actually send a safety engineer out or an industrial hygienist to help you bring that into compliance. And this is done by employer request only. We don't respond to any complaints or accidents or anything like that. The employer has to call my office and ask for the service. We don't do any no-nos. We don't show up at your door and say, hey, we're CalOSHA, we're coming in. No, it's done by appointment only. When you call, let us know what your concerns are. We see if we can provide that service. If we can, we make a appointment, come out and address your issue. This bullet item here, employer has complete control. What that means is that if you ask me to come out, I can only look at what you're concerned about, or what you allow me to look at, as opposed to enforcement. When they come out, you have no control. They're going to look at whatever they want to look at. They're going to stay as long as they want to stay. If I send someone out, they can only look at what you're concerned about. They can only stay as long as you want them to stay. For instance, most employers, when they ask us to come out, the first thing they'll ask is, how long will this take? Because, you're an employer. You're in business to, to produce a product or provide a service. And time is money for you. So, you want to know, how long is this going to take? And usually if I say, well, I'll give an example. I had a guy when I was working in the San Francisco Bay Area. He said, Herman, how long is this gonna take? I said, about 3 hours. So about 3.5 hours later, we were barely halfway through. And I had to identify a lot of items that we needed to correct. And this was unlike control. And what that control means was that you asked me to come out, you can ask me to leave anytime you want to. So since it was taking so long, and he was looking at his wife and said, responded, he said, well, you told me I could terminate this award. He said, did you really mean that? Yes, I did. I want to stop. Well, that's your right, your legal right to say, hey, for whatever reason, I want to terminate this. That's how much control you have. And the only obligation you would have up to that point, if I had identified some violations, you would be obligated to fix those violations up to that point. But I would be obliged to leave at your request without you hearing any reprisals from the college. So we can only look at what you ask us to look at. We can only stay as long as you ask us to stay. Limited survey meaning that means I can only look at what you ask me to look at. For instance, if you had, say you guys need a piece of equipment, you want to make sure it's in compliance, and you don't want to look at anything else, just that one piece of equipment. That's all I can legally look at. That's called a limited service survey. In addition to that, we are required by law to look at your injury and illness prevention program. Now, if anybody in here that doesn't sound familiar to you, that means, and I always tell everybody this when I meet with people, that means that if you're an employer, you're not in compliance. If you're an employee, your employer is not in compliance. And we'll look at what that injury and illness prevention program consists of in a minute. But we are required by law to look at the IIPP, whatever they come out with. Now we also do what we call full service surveys. That's why we look at virtually everything. Some people refer to those as a wall-to-wall comprehensive. We call it a full service. That's what we would prefer to do, simply because when I'm looking at your written programs, for instance, your IIPP, there's no way I can say that in compliance. I have seen everything your employee, that's the employees. So yeah, we have to look at the IIPP.
Yeah.
And we also do out of my office. So like what I'm doing now, safety health presentation. There's no direct cost to the employer. You're actually paying for the service. You are actually, every one of you in here, you're actually paying for this consultation service, whether you use it or not. So that's why I encourage employers to use it. If you're paying for it, it's paid for by taxpayers. When you pay your taxes, you're paying my salary and the services that we're providing. So you might as well use it. A lot of people, a lot of employers will, I don't know, you tell OSHA, I don't know if I want that here. And they'll go out and hire a private consultant to come in and do the same thing that we're going to do. Hopefully, it makes no sense to me, but people do that. And there are never ever any penalties or citations, regardless of what we find. Sometimes other people say, yeah, I know you won't cite me up fine, but you know those other guys, those enforcement people. So you're gonna go back and tell them, no, you can't do that. Everything we do is strictly confidential between you and our office. I can't talk to enforcement about where I've been. They can't legally ask me where I've been. In fact, we get subpoenas, and most of those get quashed because it's strictly confidential. That's the law between consultation and the employer. So that's what consultation is all about. Now this is this injury and illness prevention program, or you hear referred to as IIPP. And this is what every employer in the state of California shall have according to the regulations. And that's why I say if that doesn't sound familiar to you, that means if you're an employer, you're not in compliance. If you're an employee, your employer is not in compliance. But what the standard says is that every employer shall have this, and every employee shall be trained on it to know what's in it. So when I ask that question, regardless of what level you're working at, everybody should know what I'm talking about. I venture to say that some people in here probably not quite familiar with this. Like I've never been anywhere where when I ask the question, anybody know what I mean when I say IIPP? I've never had all hands go up. Never.
Usually I tell you to go to the back.
But actually, that's what should happen. Everybody's hands should go up when they ask that question. Now, this is what shall be in every illness prevention program. Those are 8 elements. And every program shall have those 8 elements, and they shall be applicable to whatever your industry is, whatever you're doing. The only one that probably, well, they all basically are the same, but it's just what you're doing. This responsibility meaning you should have a person or a position assigned to the administrator, someone who's going to make sure your program is in compliance and is kept current. They're going to make sure all your people are adequately trained. Personal responsibility for the program that has to be in the program. The compliance element means that you have to have a policy saying how you're going to ensure all of your employees comply with the requirements, safety and health on the job, whatever they are, whatever you're doing. You have to have a policy saying, this is what I'm going to do to make sure all my people are in compliance and know what's going on and comply with the safety and health policies and procedures. Communication, how are you going to communicate to your employees issues of safety and health? Are you going to have safety meetings? You're going to do it by email, telephone? How are you going to do that? You're going to meet with them one-on-one. You have to have a written policy saying how you're going to do that. Communication element. Hazard assessment. Every place in performance should have a policy saying how often you're going to do an in-house inspection. Is it going to be daily, monthly, quarterly, every 6 months? The standard doesn't say it in most cases. But the standard says you have to decide as an employer and you shall do it. So you should have an element on it, or you shall have an element on hazard assessment. Hazard correction, the same thing. When you identify those hazards during inspection, then you shall have a policy saying how are you going to address abating or fixing those issues you identify. Accident investigation, anytime there is a job-related accident that results in an injury, the regulations say you should have a policy saying how you're going to investigate that. Matter of fact, there is a specific form. That was the form 301. Now, if you're small, if you guys are, I'm assuming that most of you are relatively small employers. If you don't have more than 10 employees, you would not be required to have this form, this 300 series form. But if you have more than 10 employees, 11 or more, you are required to have to maintain and document all job-related accidents on the form 300. And then if you generate a 300, then the standard says you have to do a 301. This is considered an incident report. So that's where this will come into play. That's accident investigation. And then
That has to be posted, right? For your employees at a certain time of the year?
no, not the 301, the 308. The 300A has to be posted through February through April. Yeah. That's a summary of what happened the previous year, 308. So that's the one that has to be posted. The 300 is the incident, is actually what you document what happened. Joe was injured while he was putting up a ladder. He broke his finger and blah, blah, on this date, blah, blah, blah. Now, the 301 would say, it's the investigation. What happened? Why did Joe get injured? He fell off the ladder. Why did he fall off the ladder? What caused him to fall off? The ladder was incorrectly set up. And then what you have to say in the end is what you're going to do to prevent that from happening again. That's on the 300A, 301. And the 300A in February 2014, you summarize everything that happened in 2013. You post it for those 3 months on your bulletin. So that's the 300 period. And then record training, the standard says whatever you're doing, you're required to provide training to your employees. I don't care what it is. And I don't care how simple it is. If a college person came into your place of business and they're looking at your IIPP, they're gonna look for that training element. And you notice I underline a POD. The reason those are underlined is because those are the ones we find in violation in most cases. So if you have people, I don't care what they're doing. Yeah, if you don't have documentation showing they've been trained, that is a violation. So you want to make sure you do that.
So Herman, would an event like this qualify as training if you brought your employees to it and they took some of these classes at an event like this?
Oh, yeah, you have to, you have to show, if you have to, I don't care, like I said again, I don't care what you're asking them to do, you should document it. You show them how to do it, train them, that they know how to do it. Have them sign that they received the training, and put it in the file.
Kind of job specific, right?
Job specific, yeah, job specific. Because record keeping, what that means is that, again, if you didn't document it, it doesn't matter what you say, college is going, that's a violation. That's the standard says, all of these items must be documented.
Our modules that we have on our website, we have one for personal protective equipment.
Mhm.
And when they get done going through the 1 hour module on personal protective equipment, there's a 20-question test at the end. And that 20-question test is all confirmations. Did you receive this? Were you taught the fit test for your respirator? Or did you do this, this, that, and all? When they finish the test, it gets scored, and it gets printed out, they sign it, and they put it in their personnel file, and that's your record keeping.
That's right, yeah, that's right, that's good, that's good. Now, the standard doesn't tell you how to do that. So you guys have decided how you're gonna do it, that's acceptable. The standard doesn't say you actually give them an exam, but a lot of people do that. And the reason that's important is because if you have documentation showing that you train the people, and then, because anytime you get a callous personnel, not only are they gonna look around and do inspection, but they're gonna talk to people. They're gonna introduce them for you. So if you got documentation saying, yeah, we train all these people on this, this. And then we go out and we talk to a few people, they have no clue what we're talking about. That's a violation also. So it's a good idea to have something like what you're talking about, where you know that your people understood the training, you know that they got it, and you might want to test them a little bit on it. Because if they say, I don't know what you're talking about, or I never heard of that, even though you have it documented, that is still a violation.
What about documentation where you have a safety meeting and you train during the safety meeting for specific ladder work or high reach poles, and each employee signs off that they were present at that safety meeting? Is that
is sufficient, but what you don't want to do, what you want to make sure that you don't have a safety meeting where you have all these guys in the room. Okay, guys, today the meeting is on safe operation of extending telescoping tools. And one guy's over there on the cell phone, another guy's looking out the window, and they're not really paying attention. They're just there because they have to be there and they can't wait to get out of there. And when they leave, they have no clue what you said. You want to, ward against that, try to prevent that from happening. The best way to do that is get your people involved instead of having the manager or the supervisor or the foreman always talking at them. Have them get involved in the training process.
We went through a OSHA audit, voluntary, and one of the things that we found out was even if you have the meetings, even if you have the protocols, even if you make sure, like for us up on the roof cleaning, we make sure all the guys have the safety gear, the tie-off ropes, all that. Even if you have it in the trucks, if you guys don't go out and use it and they fall off the roof, you're still at fault because you have to show you have to show where you kept your employees accountable. So like for instance, even if that's employees' first time, they never put the ropes on and they fell off the roof, they're gonna go back and they're gonna wanna see, OSHA's gonna wanna see where you had an employee that got disciplined in the past for not putting his ropes on. So you gotta keep disciplinary forms, and we always had 3 strikes, you're out, and you could go back in all of our employee files and see employees that had 1 strike, and see employees that had 2 strikes, and see employees that were terminated for not wearing their ropes. And that completely protected us, left us completely above reproach on that.
Yeah, this is this element of compliance. That's what you're talking about. How you're gonna make sure people comply. And that disciplinary policy should be in that compliance element. How you gonna do that? But yeah, that's good. Anyway, that's the IIPP that everybody, shall have. If you don't have it, you're not familiar with it, you should probably do something about that.
Okay.
Now, the IIPP is actually mandatory for every place in the state of California. This one here is not. It's mandatory for some places, a lot of places. Probably most places, but not for everybody. The only time you're required to have a hazard communication program, if you have employees routinely work with hazardous substances, hazardous chemicals, in your industry, you probably should have one, because your people work with cleaning solvents, probably a lot of things that's considered a hazardous substance. So I would suspect that most of you in here would fall into this category where you should have a hazard communication program. And this is what generally what should be in your program. An inventory listing of all hazardous substances you ask for employees to use. Regular, gasoline, glue, whatever you're asking them to use. Just a list of all of them. The inventory list. First thing I was going to ask you for is this list. And then for every item on that list, you should have a safety data sheet. Just recently changed from material safety data sheet to safety data sheet because it's a new globally harmonized system that's just went into effect. Everything should be properly labeled. Kelly's going to do that. Make sure that you're providing and your employees use personal protective equipment, because the SDS will tell them what's required for that, and that's the whole point of the SDS. They're going to tell them, when you use this product, we need to have eye protection, gloves, so on and so on. So you have to provide that. Properly stored, make everything properly stored, and properly dispose of it. You want to get rid of it. Acquire only what's needed. I've been to places where you're looking in the cabinets and the drawers and you see all kinds of things in there. And you're asking, what is this? What is this? And sometimes you get a response like, I don't know what that's used for. It was here when I came here 5 years ago. So you got something like that, you need to get rid of it. Dispose of it properly. You don't need to have things hanging around that you don't use. Acquire only what's needed. Always wash your hands before eating, and don't eat in contaminated areas. These are actually items where you could be cited for. You find a person eating in the lab or on a workbench. That's a violation if you find that. So you want to guard against that. And provide training on all this stuff. And again, back to that training thing, that's cited a lot by college.
I have a question. If you're sending out trucks to go service and they carry chemicals or different materials, is that truck required to have the MSDS sheet in it for the products that they're carrying?
They should have. That truck should have the SDS for that product that they carry. Because where the standard reads on that, it says that the SDS shall be accessible to the employee anytime they want to look at it. So if your driver or whoever, your employees in the truck, if they're using a product and they say, I'm not familiar with this thing all around, they need to have access to that SDS. So it should be in the truck. So that those particular products. Now, this is, I'm sure all you guys are familiar with this, heat illness prevention requirement in California for outdoors. You gotta work outdoors a lot. And you're required, all of you, every employer in here is required to have a heat illness prevention program. And again, this is paraphrased. The standard is a lot more than this, but this is typically what you should have, what your program should consist of, what recommended. Have enough water for every employee, at least 1 quart per hour. For the whole 8 hours, however long they're going to be out. Now, if you have a large crew and you don't have access to pumped water, then you got to carry a portable water out there. Sometimes that can be a problem if you have a large crew to have 1 quart for everybody for 8 hours a day. So the standard realizes that. So what it allows you to do is have a policy on how you're going to replenish that water. So you always have at least 1 quart per hour for the people there, but not necessarily for the entire 8 hours. So you should have portable water and a policy on how you're gonna replenish it when it gets to a certain point where you maintain that 1 hour. Shade, for you guys, this is probably not a problem, because we usually have shade the building has shade somewhere, probably trees around. This is more a problem for people working in agriculture, where they're out in the middle of nowhere in fields, it's not a shade can see for miles and nothing. That's a problem for them, but you guys, if you got buildings and things like that, you can use that for shade. But the main thing is that you must allow your employees to go to that shade. Anytime they want to get a break from the heat for at least 5 minutes. And that's anytime they want to, not in the morning break, once in the morning, once in the afternoon. No, anytime they want to. It's boss, I'm kind of a little hot, I feel a little faint, I need to go take a break. You're required to allow that employee to do that anytime they want to, and let them stay in the shade for those 5 minutes. I thought we spent a reason on the shade, and then all these items here you're required, again, you have copies of this. Provide training, so they're in the process of changing this standard a little bit. Like I say, this is a very paraphrase and short. But if you know, it's in the general industry safety order, section 3395. You want to look at the standard.
Question. Heat illness prevention. Is there a temperature that you're required to do this at? Yes.
Yeah, and since you asked, I wasn't gonna bring it up because they're in the process of trying to change that. So it might change, but I'm gonna tell you what the regulation is right now. Okay, that's gonna change. It's gonna actually get more stringent. But right now, it's 85 degrees. If you go out in the morning and the temperature is 85 degrees, whenever you go out, then you are required to put up shade. Like in you guys' case, it's not a problem. This is a problem for people out in the field. Well, that's the temperature. When shade is required to be in place. Now, if the forecast indicate that it is going to get up to 85 and above, you have to be ready when that temperature hit 85 to put the shade up. Now, if it's not 85 degrees, and the employee requests the shade to go up, you have to go put it up. But the cutoff right now is 85, but that's going to go down to 80, I think. There's a big debate going on about this, changing the standard. But it's 80, right? 85 right now. And then high heat or heat on I forget the term, but anyway, it's extreme heat or something like that. It's 95 degrees when you have to do a little bit more monitoring of employees. But it's 95 degrees. You also have to have a policy on how you're going to, if necessary, reorganize your work schedule. Maybe have your people come in a little earlier, go home a little earlier, rather than working when it's real hot outside. That procedure comes into play when you get 95 degrees. That's going to change also. So, but you can go to 3395 and look at the standard the way it is now. Like I said, it's huge debate going on making this standard more stringent. And the reason is, and I'm sure you guys have read about this in the paper, employees have been actually dying out in the fields. That's the big thing. People working way out there in the middle of nowhere, in the Central Valley, which is basically a desert. And like I said, no shade around. They got to carry all the water out there. And then they got, some people work, piece type work, or the more work to do, the more you get paid. And they have a tendency to not worry about the shade water, just work, get, as many products as you can so make more money. Or the employer is required to, not necessarily circumvent that, but ensure that people are drinking water and allow them to go to shade before they get work until they drop dead out there. So that's the heat illness prevention standard, and it is applicable to you guys. You are required to have one, even though it's not much of a big deal to you. It's people in the fields, but your people work outside. You're required to have this.
I have a question. Would this apply to 1099 employees? Would this apply to 1099 employees?
The 1099 employee, 1099 meaning.
Subcontractors.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this applies to anybody working outdoors. Period.
Yeah, but does that relate fault on the person who's hiring the 1099 employee? Or does that person who's the 1099 employee in charge of themselves to make sure they're doing the right thing?
If you are, if so, I'm
Not an employee, or something.
1099 employee meaning
Your contractor.
Your
contractor, yeah. If you hire a contractor, the contractor is responsible for his or her employee.
Or
And
themselves. Yes, and themselves.
It may be just a one-man show.
Just a one-man job. Yeah, if you are actually if you are a one-person business, you have no employees, that means you're not an employer, and that means Cal OSHA has no jurisdiction over you. So that's how that works. In other words, if you,
So if I'm employing a contractor who's a one-man show, I'm not responsible for him or her?
no, if you got a contract, you're not responsible for it. That person is her own employer, or he's a non-employer. It's kind of like, well, you guys are, while they're in construction, you know, construction side, you know, you have a general contractor and then you have a subcontractor. Well, the general contract is not necessarily, and I say not necessarily, but in most cases, responsible for the subs. The subs are an employer of their own, and most of them have a few employees. So they are also going to hold them responsible, not the general. But there is that clause about multi-employer responsibility. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. That means that more than one employer can be held responsible for a single violation. An example of that, you see this mostly on construction sites where you have a general and a number of subcontractors. An example would be a multi-employer situation where I went to a site, it's a multi-story facility. I go up at the third level, and the sign says it's an open wall, open floor. It's supposed to have guardrails on it. So I go up there, and the employees working within 6 feet of the edge, and there are no guardrails. Well, first of all the employees working within 6 feet of that edge, their employer is going to get cited because their employer is exposing their employees to the hazard. Then my next question is going to be, okay, who removed the guardrails? Why aren't guardrails on? Well, in general, say, well, you know, the carpenters came in here the other day. They need to bring some material. And gave some guardrails, so they removed them, get the material, and they didn't replace it. But they're gone now. They're done. Well, that carpenter is going to get cited because they created the hazard. So the creating employer is also responsible to get cited. Then my next question to that general is going to be, whose responsibility is it to ensure that these guardrails are always in place? They say, well, the electricians, I assign them responsibility to check the guardrails every day, 3 times a day, to make sure they're all in place. Well, that person's going to get cited also, because they are the correcting employer. Their responsibility was to make sure that this guardrails were always in place when you get it. And then the general contractor is going to get cited because he is the controlling employer. So that's 4 different people. It could all be the same. But in this scenario, I'm giving you 4. The exposing employer is going to get cited. The correcting employer is going to get cited. The creating employer is going to get cited, and the controlling employer. That's called a multi-employer liability or responsibility. So, you know, but generally, that's your question. If you're not an employer, Cal OSHA has no jurisdiction. It means you got to have at least one person working for you to be an employer.
I know on the national level, there's other exceptions or exemptions, like certain agricultural exemptions where certain agricultural entities aren't under the OSHA regulations. If you have family members, if it's a family business and all your employees are family members. Could you go over some of those? Because some of these guys do have businesses where they have nothing but family working for them. And that would be a good thing to discuss here, if there's a California twist to that or not.
Yeah, there is, again, there's in fact, we had some big debate about that recently. I know we want to say, yeah, I mean, OSHA people, federal OSHA and Cal OSHA. But what he's talking about, if you have, in this, most of the time you see this on a small farm. It's like I was raised on a small farm. So I would have fell into that category. My dad would have fallen into that category. Because on our farm, I was me and 6 sisters, and we pretty much worked the farm growing up. In that situation, my dad would not be under Calish's jurisdiction. He just have family members with him. And that's what the statement is talking about. But there's another twist to that. The regulations also state that a small farm with with 10 or fewer employees, whether they're family members or not, 10 or fewer employees, federal OSHA or Cal OSHA is actually restricted from trying to enforce any safety and health regulation rules on that small farmer with less than 11 employees. So it's kind of like family, except there's no limit on family. But if you have a small farm and you have 10 or fewer employees working, OSHA has no jurisdiction. Matter of fact, Cal OSHA was actually doing, because we get requests from farmers sometimes, they have fewer than 11. And we were going out providing the service consultation. And then federal OSHA, if you didn't know this, but federal OSHA oversees everything Cal OSHA does. Everything we do go into their system, so they're looking at it. So they did an audit and saw that in the last 4 or 5 years, we have been doing a lot of small farmers with less than 11 employees. And federal OSHA actually funds Cal OSHA consultation, 90% come from the federal government. So they said, hey, the law says you're not supposed to be providing this service for these small farmers. And they were pretty much asking for the money back. We're not giving this money. This is what you're supposed to be using this money for, not for that. So, but we got around it because Cal OSHA actually generate some of their own funds. The high hazard employer. So we use those funds for that. So yeah, small farmers, less than 11, and family farm, with family members only, Cal OSHA has no jurisdiction.
So how would that apply like a window cleaning company though?
Yeah, let's say I have 2 daughters. They're, let's get me teenager. I start bringing them in and do smaller jobs. Am I required to be their employer and all this? Or they're just like others, and the only 2 people are here working for me?
Yeah, so you have nobody else working with you. Technically, you're not in the Cal OSHA jurisdiction.
Okay.
So go warm and quick.
Yeah. Let me start
That's like a Marvin man, Uncle Mal.
Today, the way everything is today, if 6 months you got to get one of your kids surgery on the job, right? And the media get a hold to it. Then that's a major problem.
Yeah.
And you start saying, oh, I don't have to provide surgery. You have a problem.
Yeah.
Either the court.
Well, you know, what I would have said to federal too, when you're doing these safety audits, I would have said, isn't our mission statement to provide, safe and healthy work environments? It really shouldn't matter how big the workforce is. We should be a proactive agency out there doing goodwill in the community, and that's what you guys do every day. Cal OSHA's huge on the proactive goodwill side of this whole thing.
I have a question. About personal safety, you're requiring, somebody to have a lanyard for, if they're on the roof, over 6 feet, but if there's no place to hook up or tie up, and you say you can't throw a rope over the side of over the roof of the house and go off the car because the weight, somebody falls, it's gonna be 5 or 3 times as great as the weight. Where do you hook up? Because I'm not gonna take somebody's tile off a roof and put an anchor in their roof, then becoming for a $1,000 job. Now I'm gonna buy them a $10,000 roof. Why don't you guys put into where when they build these new houses, they have the anchor spots on the roof?
Did everybody hear his question? Yeah, and you're exactly right. The way the standard reads on that is there's some trigger heights when fall protection is required. If you're doing roofing work, on I'm searching for the term that the standard is. It's
There's
kind of like
roofing
track home.
construction,
So you're
roofing
working on
maintenance.
track home. is 20 feet. I'm sorry, 15 feet. So you can go up to 15 feet without any fall protection whatsoever.
Second
Once
story,
you go
third
over
story
15 feet,
townhouse,
and you're doing roofing work,
or window cleaning.
Yeah, because sometimes
Window cleaning, window setback on the second
okay,
story,
window
third story
cleaning,
townhouse.
window cleaning is actually 7.5 feet. There you go. That's the trigger height for construction of that type of stuff. So anytime you guys go up higher than 7.5 feet, you're required to write fall protection. So if you're on a roof and you're going within 6 feet, no matter what the height is, you're required to have fall protection. Now, you can do that in a number of ways. You can do that with guardrails, like you're not gonna have guardrails on the roof. You can also do it with what they call a catch platform, where you put some type of scaffold there at the area you're working. So just in case someone roll off or fall off, there's a little scaffold there to catch them. You can do it that way, or you can, like I say, you're not gonna put something on someone's roof that can support 5,000 pounds. The owner of the building is not gonna let you do that. But there's no exception for you guys in that situation. You're gonna have to come up with some way to do it. You can keep your people back away from 6 feet from the edge of the roof.
But that's where you get off the roof or get off the roof.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to get.
There's a difference though, it's only when you're performing your tasks. So getting up on the roof, getting down off the roof, setting your safety ropes, all that, it's just when you're performing your tasks.
Gotcha.
And then he just said the golden thing right there, within 6 feet of the edge of the roof, then you go from fall arrest to fall positioning, because if you can guarantee that somebody's not gonna get within 6 feet of the edge of the roof, and their fall's limited to 2 feet or less, then you only have to be using fall protection equipment that all of the stuff you have on is fall arrest rated, but your tie-off point only has to be 2.5 times the impact load.
No, yeah, and what he's does everybody understand what he's saying? What he's saying is that, and that is called
Fall positioning versus fall protection or fall arrest.
fall restraint. In other words, the term is standing used on that is fall restraint. In other words, you're tied off to the point where you can't fall. You can go to the edge, and that's why they 2.5 times.
Well, for instance, we're on the ladder, and let's say the window is recessed maybe 2 feet.
The
But
ladder,
we're 2 stories high.
you're on the ladder.
We're on the ladder. We're over 6 feet or 7 feet, whatever your requirement is. But we're on the ladder, and then we're pulling the window that's recessed maybe 3 feet or so. I've seen these attachments that go to the ladder and attach to the siding of the house. They hook right onto the fascia board. Is that a requirement we're supposed to have, or is it something that now we're excluded because we're just working off the ladder?
No, there's no requirement for fall protection while you're on the ladder.
Okay.
That's what that was
See, so you're talking to window cleaners, we're like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
No.
Then you just have to do the 3 points of
If you're on
contact.
the ladder,
Once you're off the ladder.
if you're on the ladder, you guys can go up to 40 feet
Oh, okay.
on the ladder without fall protection.
But you have to maintain 3 points of contact.
Now I feel like.
Yeah.
So the second you
your
go to
body-
step off that ladder, it's gotta be 1 foot on the ladder, 1 foot on the ground, and then all of a sudden, if you're trying to clean something, you missed your 3rd point of contact.
Unless your hands on the ladder.
No, but you got 1 foot here,
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying? It kind of gets like you're playing Twister. So now they're making all this really cool stuff that attaches to the ladder, these guardrails and extra handles and stuff like that, to help you with that 3 points of contact.
Yeah, 3 point is 2 feet, 1 hand, 2 hands, 1 foot.
Yeah.
And you gotta maintain
So you have to maintain 3 points of contact on the ladder.
Leaving your body weight on, as your waist is.
Yeah, you can't use your 3rd hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't use the left hand.
One hand, 1 foot. Coloring around.
Okay, now, last time I was here, last time I came here, I was under the assumption that you guys, the tenant last time were working on high rise, but I run that video. You guys don't do high rise.
Yeah, we do.
You do.
And some of them do, yeah.
Well, I didn't come this time to talk about high rise.
But we can
The
get
daily
there.
requirements from Article 6 and Article 5 in our standard. Those 2 articles covers window cleaning and also building maintenance. Power platform, suspended scaffold, and any type of building maintenance. Article 5 is limiting specifically, and Article 6 is talking about the suspended scaffold and building maintenance from high rise. It's required. I'm not gonna go into too deep into that. You can look at those 2 articles, if they're in the general industry safety article. And also, this last bullet item here, it's talking about the high voltage electrical safety audit. It sets the requirements for clearance from high voltage energized line. And this is from the high voltage section 2946. It is out of the section out of the high voltage electrical safety order. And this is for boom type equipment, or I don't know if you guys use any boom type cranes or bucket trucks and stuff like that. These are the minimum distance you can allow to get to high voltage. Keep in mind, high voltage, we're talking about 600, over 600 or above voltage. A lot of people say, oh, it's 280 or it's 450. That's not high voltage. High voltage is 600 or above. So these are the requirements for high voltage vicinity, the boom type. Again, you have copies, but you notice that the voltage go up and this one gets farther and farther away.
Actually, let's go back to that slide. I'm gonna get a picture of that. Awesome, thank you.
So under 600 volts, there is a different requirement of distance between a power line under 600 volts.
Just curious, at what point does it kill?
I'm sorry?
Why the variance in distance as the voltage increase? Why does it vary in distance? Even though it's 600 or...
No, 10 feet at minimum. And as it goes up over 50,000, goes to 11, 13, 15, 17.
Right, I get that, but I'm asking,
42 feet.
why is that?
Why is that?
I can answer that. Right. So with that, it's in, it is, just like somebody said, it is the distances. The higher voltage, it will track a little bit more as far as the altitude and much other stuff. So, I mean, again, these are just, and I have a slide the same, I call it the same thing. And these are minimums. You guys don't want to get anywhere near these size of voltage with your tools and stuff.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
I got a question. How do you tell what's the voltage of the line?
Well, if you don't, ask somebody, look for it.
Okay.
I have Socal Edision here today, so you can ask them.
I'm sorry?
Oh, then I have Socal Edition here also. So, yeah, a little later.
Let me know if I run out of time. Yeah, they just told me we should start wrapping this up. So anyway, yeah, you guys asked most of the questions. There are a few more slides here, Michael, because we're doing more stuff.
One more question, Herman.
Sure.
If we have a job-specific condition that we would like to have some information on, or maybe consultation on, will you do that?
Sure. Yeah, and that's exactly what we do. If you're on a job and you have any concerns about occupational safety and health, that's and the standards, that's what we're required to do. We have safety engineers. I have 2 guys who are very good in construction, cleaning and stuff. And then we have industrial hygienists who are the health experts. And they have some health concerns on the job also. So if you have any concerns about any of those issues on the job, call my office. And in fact, I'll leave some of my cards here. And we can have someone come out and try to help them. So yeah, you guys were asking a question about the ladders. I know you guys use a lot of ladders. And one thing I want to mention about the ladders is 40 feet. If you go over 40 feet, actually the standard say should not be using a ladder higher than 40 feet between windows. So you should go up 40 feet. You're not supposed to go up more. You're not supposed to be on the top 3 rungs of a ladder. And if you're using a step ladder, you can't be on the top cap or the step below the top cap. If you're using a regular lean-to foot of a ladder and you have a need to go above those top 3 rungs, the standard will allow you to do that if you have a strong hand grip or something, a structure you can hang on to it while you're up there, or you need to tie out.
I got a question.
Above those top 3.
About the ladder, like, I don't know what you call it, but how much of an angle is considered to be, is OSHA have a standard? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the standard says you're supposed to.
Somebody told me once that you're supposed to be able to like have the ladder in your hand and then something like your arm length like that.
Okay, the way it's supposed to work, the way that ladder is supposed to be positioned on the worker, on the rest, so where you have it positioned up here, it's supposed to be the foot should be 1/4 of that height. In other words, if it's say 20 feet high, the bottom of that ladder should be 5 feet away from the wall. So that's the angle, 1/4. Yeah, the dimension of the height.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 5'10". Gotcha. Okay.
And it does kind of work out that as the ladder gets longer, you're going to bring further away from the house. So if you can stand in an upright position, take your hands and touch the rung in front of you, you're probably pretty close.
Also,
That seems a little dangerous.
You're right. And that's what we're talking about.
Because I've done that little theory, and for me, that angle, usually, to me, I don't know, man. I had a ladder slip out from me once, right? So I personally.
Let me tell you, the standard is like, you're right, now, that's probably not so much because the ladder wasn't positioned correctly, because of the surface where you had it on.
Anyway.
But what the standard says to prevent that is, first of all, make sure you got it positioned correctly at the right angle. That 4 times or 75 degree angle. But the standard says if you go 18 feet or higher, you're required to have someone holding the ladder.
Oh, okay.
We strap all of our ladders. So
Yeah.
if I use a 40-foot ladder, we put it next to like a breezeway on an apartment complex, and we'll take a ratcheting tie-down strap and strap it to the column and put a pool noodle on the side. Take pool noodles and cut them and put it on the side so it's not rubbing on the paint. It's actually physically strapped to the column.
And also, you want to, the standard talks about, and I've seen this happen, when, you're on the ladder, you reach over here, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You don't want to be reaching outside of that ladder. That's all the things to tip over.
Okay, now say you don't want to reach over the ladder, but you got 2 feet to reach out to, you can use a pole up there, a small pole.
Well, that could be a problem too. That could be a problem too. In other words, what you're doing is you're kind of extending. You can do that, but you don't want to. You want to make sure you keep your torso.
The best thing to do is just ditch your ladder and get rid of them.
Waterfield poles.
I don't know.
Points of contact, so if you're using a pole, you remove the.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Pole work is tough and work.
Get a boom lift.
There we go.
There's a couple of pictures you want to wrap it up. Those ladders look like they're not quite at the right angle. They're a little steep. From a higher position, probably coming down.
Oh, you thought those were too steep?
Yeah.
That doesn't look too smart.
Yeah, all of our roof trucks, we carry a 24 and a 40 with us.
Now, this
So those are 2 common ones we use.
Where the ladder should be going.
Yeah.
And caption down how it should be.
Oh, that's pretty smart.
It's like a Coyote Roadrunner thing that stacks and fall over on top.
Oh, and another thing, and this is on the side, but you should not ever use a ladder on a scaffold. I've seen that. You shouldn't do that.
No.
In fact, the standard says you shouldn't use a ladder on anything above grade. It should be on the ground or on the floor or something, not about something else.
got a question. What about carrying a ladder on the roof, on a ladder? If you climb on the ladder, you gotta take a ladder on the roof to get to another part.
No, the standard also says you can't carry anything in your hand while you're climbing a ladder.
Uh-oh.
We made backpack straps for our short ladders we take up on roofs so we could wear them on our back while we're climbing up the ladders.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, you need to, if you gotta carry tools or anything like that, you need to carry something to carry the tools. Because you gotta have both hands.
On apartment complexes, we have to go from one roof to another roof. So we trimmed down some ladders, made what we call sporty shorties and put backpack straps on them. That's pretty neat.
They use it because that's the dog on that, but they use this ladder for walking.
Sounds like you got it pretty organized. Very impressive.
Oh,
Where's your
that's a
business?
good one.
Nationwide.
Oh, really?
Now, this doesn't look too bad here.
Those little giant ladders are very cool.
Your deal like a franchise or something?
It's a co-branding network.
Oh, yeah.
Co-branding strategy.
I've used that method a lot.
They're trying out for Ultimate Ninja Warrior.
Anyway, guys, that's it. We didn't get to all of them, we ran out of time, but it was good because you guys had a lot of questions to cover some of the things we didn't get to. Any other questions?
No.
Okay,
You're awesome.
Thanks, Herman.
Yes, he's coming in each time. So now would be like a good, short 10-minute break to kind of stretch your legs, grab some coffee, donuts, or bagels, or just restaurant. And then you're like 10 minutes.
What is your business called? AC something?
No, Softwash Systems.
Okay, your AC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, we got one of the trucks outside if anybody wants to see the new Generation 3 stuff. It's sitting out in the parking lot. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, really good.
I saw that ring out there, I go, oh, it's a pretty sharp already.
I've seen that one.
Thank you for coming.
Setting up a environmental safety program in a big way for my industry. Sure. So I did, really appreciate it. And love presentation. Good job.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at the numbers.
Oh, really?
Other stuff, so.
I
didn't introduce myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm supposed to check out the pilot truck.
Yeah, they just have coffee, bagels,
Coffee?
donuts, yeah.
You got me a copy.
I was gonna give you this one. I didn't want it either.
See, you said it was rude.
I know, right? And you walked
Yeah.
Someone just called me, this is Herman. And they left a long message saying, I'm just trying to Hi. You did? Okay. Oh, well, there might be, let me, we're at a meeting right now, so I guess we're just taking a break, so, let me tell, okay, when did you work for him?
San Andreas.
8 years ago? Okay. Okay, and we're, uh-huh, and when, where are you located at? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, okay, cool deal. All right, I'll let them know, and then we'll probably call you later this afternoon. Be good to call you back? Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, all right. Interesting.
First time I really started going.
That was a long time ago. And it was only like this high.
Did the underwrite, right?
Yes.
Jen, I'm Aileen.
You're gonna cover the, right?
Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have the ones we have on. All the is a few, but they're all the same. Okay. Yeah, they're all done. And the new hydropower, kind of your water.
I'm trying to find a new company. So we're gonna be opening up the regular. I'm around the rest, all the way down to.
Oh, well, I was wondering what kind of, I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I meant what kind of DI or. Yeah.
And I want to get into the process.
Okay, yeah, in fact, I was thinking that's gonna help me, because this is our new hydropower, it's just, yeah, but this is a great. Because a lot of the ROs that come with a small DI tank, it just doesn't.
They like that chocolate stuff, right?
Yes, this will make the whole system less expensive.
I don't know why I haven't on there yet.
When this runs out of resin, pop up the top, pull up the back. Or did I take some?
What?
This is pretty bad. And the red stuff takes less than much. Whereas the other ones, whereas the other ones, Have you ever seen this?
You can get them pretty cheap. Well, once you get that in there.
Yeah, there's a bag in it, and the replacement value turns out is, it's
Yeah, they got the new.
That's right. But it's cheaper than
Oh, really?
Take the whole bag out, the bag in. Top there, it's $50.
I spent a lot of time in the creative side of
Last
it
about,
too. Town cars and markup.
There you go.
They're just in Spanish.
I understand that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Marcus David. What? From Dana Point, Southland County.
But that's based on TS about.
Oh, you did? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stars in line. Like
Oh,
seven.
so you can make your own water and then bring it in the shop? Yeah. Why don't you do that?
Except for
Small size. Two of them.
What street is that in your business?
That they got here. How much is it for?
Nobody thought of it when I registered the name. People happy because they're like, man, you have to at least the minimum live up to your name. That's pretty cool to play. Yeah. At minimum, I gotta live up to that name. That's all right.
What?
I like that.
No, man, this is like.
And when I get to the job, they say, I work on the streets.
GI residence.
Just for that.
Yeah, so it's got a bag of GI residence. How long it lasts. You can't last for it.
How
many gallons do you think you get out of it?
In Southern California,
Gallon out of this? Yeah, that's a lot.
I drove to the airport.
Listen, are you sure? I have a tank that's like this tall. I'm lucky if I get 400 out of it.
You're regenerating the reservoir?
Yeah.
Yeah, regen residence sometimes. It depends on where you are too, because if you're not the average, you're 320.
How much is this?
Very low.
This is $350, and $50 for it.
I'm
If
concerned
you
about
could get
overhead.
like 400 or 500 out of that, then I'd say.
It seems like getting started on a lot of overhead.
Take one out and buy a bag. I can tell you is
Try it out.
Still be successful, but you need to start thinking of.
for the cost of residence. The back and tell me how long it lasts, because I just, you know.
That was a great day.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
It's all about learning too, you know, we all know, it's so new that, you know, I'm quoting what the manufacturer tells me. Could be wrong. Those are just dead sexy.
This could be brilliant.
You and I don't.
And then you can stack.
I started with $200. Those are just so big. And if you plug it in the back of your, every time I need to go to the navigation tool.
Yeah, the money you make.
Yeah, they have a bunch of light that's.
I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
They are kind of stacked, but as you glide inside.
Oh, those aren't stacked, they're just modules like on top of each other.
These are like centerpieces, and that is, it was, so, the biggest mistake, it was, you know, one.
Based on how much you think you're gonna go.
But I'm gonna help you with that kind of presentation. Well, right, basically, you run those, you want to go, it also has to do with, you know, talk about presentation, okay? How often you want service? I live in Illinois, so we have guys that buy this.
Oh, at least. That's my house, I go to work every day. I'm way too young to freeway.
Yeah, that's something
but at the beginning of the season, say, by 200 watts for the residents,
I'll
they
get back
don't think
to
about
work.
it.
I still to where
Like this, putting it behind our RO. Most RODI systems has this little resin cup continuously. Right, and then the resin cup inside.
You're putting it behind the RO?
Yeah, well,
Like
you
after
after
the
the RO. Instead of taking that little resin cup.
Right.
Right, so you get them, they put all this resin behind it.
Yeah.
And then you agree, well, think about it. After your RO.
Right.
Well, behind, whatever, you still got, you might have kids with wife down, or something, I don't know, but you still got. Even this is 3 times more than that.
Yeah,
you get-
it's a lot.
You get the 4-pack, and it's 12 times more than your rate.
Just to get them trained in just the requirements of the dish requirement that I spend and buy. Has been
I don't think
running around 30 pounds.
people are just buying them and, yeah, so you fill them with.
So just learning how to box order myself.
Exactly, because you know what, I was wondering, I never worked for one, I was watching.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you this.
My wife's black.
Actually, I didn't start it. I don't start it.
Right, you can partners for that. Right. You can also get free resin, loose resin, and refill it. Yeah, there's a TDS stuff there. $29. Yeah. We recommend
You're your best teacher.
Yeah. No way, huh? All right. I'm gonna get another donut.
I'm sure I'm gonna be watching. But I'll see more when I see this
I'm ready.
You get your,
Sure.
no.
All right, thank you for coming back from break, and we have Don Arnold from the Southern Carolina Institute to talk about electrical wire safety. As I said, some people weren't here, but as I said in the opening remarks before we started to introduce the speakers, was we did have a fatality a few years ago in Huntington Beach, where a guy was using a tucker pole and was backing out around a tree, hit the 55,000 volt line or whatever, and there's a trap. I actually have a picture of it that I took from the news of it hanging on the high tension wire that I use in my pole safety presentation. So, well, more than that, that's a heck of an introduction. Don't do that. Is the
That's really all I'm gonna be here, with my experience. I've had 30 plus years with Southern California Edison. All 15, 16 years out in the field as a lineman building power lines. So I have a lot of experience about dealing with, helping the fire department pull people off of, after they're dead and cooked and burned off of power lines. About 15 years ago, I got into safety, and I've been in safety as a supervisor and as a safety consultant out, and as now the safety manager for we've got about 9,000 employees that I'm responsible for with the organization leaders to ensure their health and safety every day. So anyways, my presentation is pretty short, pretty sweet as far as just look out and live. Just like the gentleman said, that if you guys have crews that are out working on window washing, and you see any kind of power lines anywhere near your job site, you should be out there making sure that even if you have, somebody said, I have contractors, just independent workers, you need to make sure that they understand and realize that power lines are nothing to be dealt with. So I got a couple of questions about, who's going to tell us what, if that's secondary, is that phone, is that, whatever it is. And the best way is I'll show you at the end of this short presentation about Edison has an 800 number, you call them, and hopefully you have a few days that, hey, I'm going to be in this area, and then we'll have one of our, usually it's one of our, what we call trollmen, who works on the power lines, comes out and validates, tells you what the voltage is, tells you what distance you need to be minimum at, and they go from there. So, we're just gonna talk shortly, just a little bit about what he said, Herman, about the minimum approach distance, and those are very minimum. I would suggest not even get close to that, especially when you think people see the line that's maybe 20 feet away. They go, I got plenty of room, and they're using a 30 or 40-foot pole, metal pole. Just like he says, we'll get those poles up in our, mainly tree trimmers. We have a lot of fatalities in tree trimmers, and they're normally homeowners. They go up there and start cutting our own trees and get up in the high voltage power lines. One of the comments I have is the Huntington Beach. We had a window washer contacted. That was 12,000 volts and succumbed to the injury of fatal fatality. Just real quick, I got a couple of short videos, and you guys can watch them. I'll leave them here if you guys want to watch them during lunch or something. You can do that because I have another meeting I got to get to. And then hopefully, if there's any questions, and maybe I'll have some answers, maybe not. I have an 800 number that we follow up on. And then I have some handouts that are back on this table. You guys are welcome to them, and I'll share with you. We already went to the minimum. Herman already talked a little about that.
Yes.
Minimum and the. I'll tell you, they got a great website. OSHA, if you go on to calosha.com, go into their website. They have for business owners. They have excellent safety. They call them tailgates. They're documents that are PDF and both in Spanish and English that are on ladder safety, fall protection. Really good information. It's free. You can download them. I use them, and some of my folks that work for me use them in our programs that we have. So they're a very good product. He already talked about, the one thing he didn't talk about is personal, the employees or people that are, there is a 4-foot reduction that you can use as far as distance, but think about it, 6 feet from 50,000 volts. We have ours is from a level for Southern California Edison is usually 33,000 is our highest voltage for distribution. Then our next step up is 66,000 for transmission. So 6 feet, even as a qualified electrical worker, we have even a smaller distance that we approach, but we don't get near 6 feet unless we cover it, put some insulated cover around it so that we can maintain a closer distance. So folks that only know what the hazards are, and that's what's nice about these videos, a kind of wake up call to see what electricity does when it contacts the ground or contacts you. Same thing on, he gave this chart. This is right out of OSHA, just like he did. It's a chart we have on OSHA. This gives you a little example of, what they say. When you think about it, we have our planners that go out and design electrical systems for homeowners, businesses. In years past, I've had jobs where our distribution lines are actually over the homes. I've actually had guys build framing and put the high 12,000 volt energized line right through the framing. I don't know how they put that in there, but they put it in the framing. Just crazy stuff that people have no knowledge of what electricity can do because it sets out there. You see overhead, even our underground, it sets out there and does nothing. It's just birds land on it. Nothing happens until you go to ground, put a ground source on it. Now you're gonna have a problem. He talked about the Huntington Beach that happened. We had another one that we didn't, but there was another one that was down in New York, and 2 guys was working on a Bank of America. They got into with their 40-foot pole, 33,000 volts. Just wasn't paying attention. Hooked onto it, didn't realize it. Electrocution. This happened up in PG&E area territory. Those guys went in a something like some type of cherry picker or a bucket up there, got their pole to wind. They said the wind got it, went over. People were watching, videotaping these guys burning because they were actually on fire, burning because they couldn't get them down. I think the fire department something. So here you have 2 guys that are being caught up, and that's what electricity does until it sees enough load or enough ground potential to kick out the circuit back at wherever it's coming from. It just sees it as load. It just sees this small fuse, if you will, as load. It'll keep on, producing the 33,000, or I think this one up there was. So they're about, I think they're 21.5. They're 21.9 there. So 21,000 volts that are just pumping through these guys, and until something happens where the guys come out and shut it off, that's what you have. So those are interesting things that just kind of a heads up. I try to do a wake up call for folks. Look up, look out, and live, and make sure, if you want to live, and you got to get that to your employees or to your contractors. You got a job, your responsibility to make sure they know the hazards of the job. We talked about that multi-employer act. We deal with this, every day. We have hundreds of contractors that work for us, and we're constantly in the courts, lawsuits, because Edison, number one, we're big pocket, and number two is we hired that contractor to come and do a job. Did you give that contractor all the understanding of the hazards of the job? Do they have the right procedures and policies in place? So there is a lot of responsibility for you as either owners or as employers. And I was thinking, they said it already about, you talk about my kids going to be working for me. Just, you don't want your kids or any worker to hurt. So just do the right thing, be safe, get out there and validate there's no power lines in the area. If there are, give Edison a call. So I had a couple questions. Somebody in the back?
Yeah, the one guy in Huntington Beach didn't know electricity jump off the line to the water.
No, it doesn't.
He touched it?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's, when I talk about lines, I mean, you're talking, within inches, sometimes less than inches.
Yeah, because there used to be trees in front of the building, and he left his pole up, and I thought he was walking around the pole, and that's when the water, because he had the water still on, and it made contact with the line.
Water is a conductive.
Yeah.
You have enough minerals in there. Now, we actually clean our insulators on our transmission lines, 220, 115, 500 lines.
Right.
We actually take water right out of the hydrant,
Yeah.
and validate it doesn't have enough minerals or electrolytes in there electrodes that'll be conductive, but we use water to spray on it. So some of that, can help. It can help because water is a good conduit. If you put water on the floor and plug in into a socket and have a loose wire, it'll kill you just the same as the water is being conductive on that. I don't know if that helps. I mean, it's more of, he's got that close and made that water connection.
Yeah.
He's way too close.
Okay.
So I got some.
What is recommended? I mean, if you need to get to the window and you have all these wires that are right there, present danger, how do you handle that? How do you mitigate that?
So I'm gonna provide one of these posters, you guys. I think there's a lot of these, 30 or so. There's a posters in there that you can take back to your work location, and in there's a number, 800-611-9111. So that number, you can just call them and you tell them, hey, I gotta work in this area. I was telling some gentleman around here that you need to do it, and we're like all you guys, we're very busy too, and you need to work with our 800 number and ask them, hey, I'm gonna be in this location. It might not even be Edison. You may be working in, EWP comes through here. So our municipality, we have a lot of municipalities that we work outside. So give them a call, and we call Edison, we can tell you whether it's ours or not. Like somebody coming out, they'll say, you need to stay away from that. If it's gotta be something that you gotta get out, we'll have to work with them to see if we can get the
So they
line.
will help me get to it.
They will work out to de-energize it, see if you have enough clearance, whether you need to have some, some of the other gentlemen. Very rarely do we, in fact, we don't. We don't put any cover like that. Because we're liable if you hit it and for some reason the cover will move or something happens, you hit it, we're still liable. So we don't allow cover. So if it's close enough that you're going to be within 10 feet, even with your body or maybe with your body, then they'll tell you not to. They'll actually give you a letter that says, if they're out there to see it, you can't get that close.
Okay, so that's not.
So, but talk to them and they can make every situation, because it could be cable, it could be not high voltage. It's very rare we have too much stuff, out there. Usually it's around homes. We get to see the problem. Businesses aren't too bad.
We have some homes over in Newport Beach and so on, where the older tracks have the big wood items with the power lines going above. But I have a friend who's in Anaheim Power, and he was mentioning to me that the lower lines are normally the cable and the phone lines. So when you see two lines coming into the house, the upper lines are always the power lines. The lower lines are like the phone and less of an issue, of course. And so when I'm watching that, when I'm doing a window, I'm always looking to see what line's coming in from the pole. Does that
So
make sense?
I mean, that's what we have, and when we have a pole, we have
Right.
a pole that comes up, it's usually the first 21, I think it's 19 to 25 feet is reserved for phone, telephone,
Right.
cable, all that stuff comes in. Usually there's just one solid wire that comes in there. Usually, it's usually not like the second bolt, the second tier, which has got to be 6 feet above them,
Right.
is our secondary. If it's in a home, it's usually 122/40. It's a newer insulation. It's what they call triplex. So you'll see a aluminum triplex wire and 2 black wires on it. So think of a triplex type of item. That's coming in, that's usually 122/40 voltage that we have in the house.
So that's on the upper tier of the.
That's up, and you'll never have primary, 4 kV, which is most of our distribution, 4 kV or 12 kV. You never have primary going actually into the house. So the stuff that's going into a residential is all either 122/40. Commercial, it could be up to 480.
But it's the upper lines is what I was getting at. The lower lines are always the phone and the cables and stuff like that, right?
In most cases, I would say never always, because I've worked on stuff that we've had cable that was above us.
Oh, okay.
So there's regulations. We have some power lines that are in conjunction with PWP, and we actually are LA Water Power, and they actually have the systems, double the system. So we have primary, and then they go to their secondary and primary. So you just never know. It's best if it's a primary. That's usually 2 or more, on arms and having what they call cross arms around.
Now, your service wires, they usually all go in weatherheads, right? I mean, that's the best way to identify them. If they're going into a
usually
house.
they're going into a weatherhead as a staff. They do have knob attachments that go into the side of the roof that come down and they'll dip underneath and go. Depends on how old the system is. So we also have cards. We also have some other stuff that you guys can get into. I just want to show you a couple of, just to show you so we talked about secondaries and, that's no big deal. So here's phone. First is phone, cable, and some kind of communication line. Now we have our transformation. So this looks like 33 or 12 kV. Looks like the bushings is about probably 33. Goes into some fusing, goes into we call a transformer, comes down into the secondary. So this is open wire secondaries, 3 open wire secondaries. And something happened down in the middle, and that's why you started seeing spark. So when you say house current, I think of that. I used to work that years ago in the 80s when I was a lineman. We used to work that with leather gloves. We didn't wear rubber gloves. It's not required by OSHA, but in 1990 or so we changed that in our rules that we have to work with insulated gloves. Just the amount of force that has, and until you see the fuses blow, it's going to continue to see it as low. They're going to continue to build that.
I mean, you're not making popcorn there.
Yeah, sounds like that. This one's a long one. So again, this is a transmission line here. You can see some other lines that are small. This tree, another gentleman talked about a tree. This tree's getting ready to get close over there. As you can see, the electricity's flowing through the lines. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. All of a sudden, it gets heated up on that tree. So I'm going to speed that up.
I've been recording this for a minute and a half. They're like, it's somebody's strawberry. We ain't gonna worry about
What
it.
happens when it finally relays the circuit. It's pretty close there.
Wow. Yeah.
You hear the arcing in the background?
Yeah.
My gosh. I'm moving back a little bit.
Again, there's a lot of material that you guys can pick up that'll help you in your business.
Jeez. You want to move the car? Yeah. I can feel that.
Is that a line going through the tree or something?
Yeah, it's our power line. Not power.
That little white thing, that's a line, huh?
Yeah, transmission line.
Holy shit!
Wow.
So the tree's touching the line.
What's this happening?
It finally did it.
So it finally took the circuit out. You got enough ground to take the circuit out. And then once the circuit's out, now the energizer.
Now what?
So,
how many times do you have to
so what happens is we test the line. So a lot of times you'll have birds get on it, or the wind will blow, it'll tap the line, it'll lock out the circuit. We have automatic relays and systems that'll turn the line back on. So that's what happened within a few seconds. The line tests itself again, and then I can't remember if it comes back on or not.
Well, they're gonna hear this now.
That might be. So it has what they call a one test shot. Once it goes through that test, locks out again, it won't come on. But you don't know
That was like 5
because they
minutes
could
of
be,
burning. Yeah,
because they could be
it's like obliteration.
at a substation and hear another call where they got a car hit pulled down the line, they section line the line, they energize it. Unfortunately, they didn't know about this. So this is a normal, what they call potheads that take overhead electricity and go to underground. Something burned up there. So again, all the wires are still up there. They're still energized. It's still, this looks like a 33 line. But you can see there's little small ground that's going through there and still trying to clear the system. The system's trying to clear. So I'll leave you with that. Is there anything else that you guys can watch the rest of this? Any question? That's my point. That's why I bring these videos. Is I really want you guys to stay away. You know, let us take care of the power lines. You guys take care of the windows and other items.
How far in advance do you need to call?
The more the better, because, you know, especially if it's storms. This is the time of year we start getting the St. Anne's blowing, and we're out working quite a bit. So better, longer the better to call them so that they can have somebody play back.
Okay.
With the area. Usually they'll go to an area planner or a what they call it, to come out and look at the facility. And somebody needs to be there to tell us what you're going to do, so we know what the list is. Okay, anything else, Kenny?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh. I got a feeling we got Monday off too.
I'm just waiting for that. Next time he wants to dig up, to bring your kite.
So let me, before I leave, a good question that Denny had was, so what if you do see something like this, a power line, 911, just call 911. They have direct access to our facility and our, what we call the switching center, and they know they'll get out there, get somebody out there to clear the area. So, good question. Any other questions? I really need to leave for another meeting, so. Thank you very much. Enjoy the video. You guys are welcome to have any of them on the screen.
So, Jenny, lunch? Lunch, all right.
This is Charlie, by the way.
He's just noisy.
Out in the back.
No.
Wait, you guys,
We moved it after tacos. Right after tacos, we'll just get a little later, so we'll come up after.
He was notorious for dropping.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I got it, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, they're brand new? Okay.
We're ordering in some blue ones with our logos. So
Driving.
This is Carson, right?
that went to the top.
Name of the city is Carson?
Yep.
Her,
So Josh, show
I
him
didn't hear
your truck.
anybody else talking.
Yeah. He's never soft washed.
I thought.
So now he gets to see the bling. This is the top. This is the top end of shop wash. This is, Josh was there.
You are
cleaning with us. The pictures I showed you.
Oh, you're the man?
He's the man.
I'm becoming the man.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
San Diego.
Oh, cool. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Or should we?
I figured AC would introduce.
I'm sure he will during his presentation. But
Whatever. Should I go check it out?
gotta go out to the taco truck anyway. So.
No, this is the. Yeah, you put your resume.
The resin is inexpensive enough that it's probably not worth it to try to change the bag. They sell this thing. You buy this $50.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, it depends on the TDS of the water, but this is quite a bit of resin, for $50. And so when you actually start to say, I'm going to buy loose resin and try to bag it, you're saving maybe $5. So versus the cartridge. The cartridge is expensive. This much resin in the cartridge costs you $150. So it's the key was that they stuck the resin in this caravan bag,
Yeah.
and then the part that system holds it. So it's very good.
Yes, it's so many.
How many gallons you get through that?
Well, it depends on the TDS.
Yeah. Not very much.
Reclaimed water.
Oh, reclaimed water, not many.
Yeah.
TDS in about 20 or so, we recommend, we think about 300 gallons through this one, but of course, the TDS is much higher.
Yeah, right.
And then if it's, because our resin is much more efficiently used than, than like canister systems because it's got a filter in it, so it disperses through the whole resin instead of through just the resin.
Okay.
Plus, the water input is on the bottom instead of the top, so it pushes it up.
That's cool.
They'll go through some resin in Orange County.
Oh, yeah. You can't do a house with that one.
Maybe. Depends where.
With that.
I'm leaving my stuff right there.
Right, no, but, I mean, it's nice to around everywhere. That's just, kind of stuff is a good thing for out there,
This one also, the exact same design, it also comes in 2 up, so it's 2 resin bags.
Oh, there we go.
And then 4 up. And you get those with a little bit of card. So that way,
And so it's just, they said about the bag, so you don't buy the resin, the actual resin anymore, and
Well, you're buying this resin bag, so it's just about like buying loose resin.
Right. Oh, okay.
Okay. So if you bought loose resin, it's going to come in the bag.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yes, it does.
So this isn't. There's not a lot of packaging cost added to this. So, but if you buy loose resin, you're probably buying a big bag.
Yeah.
And then you're having to distribute it into smaller bags.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
this is if you were to put the resin from a loose bag into this, it might cost you $5. So for $5 versus 50, people aren't really thinking about how to refill this. You could because see, you can just take the zip tie off,
Oh, there we go.
pour your own loose resin in, save you $5 if you're MacGyver.
That's right.
And the only problem with that is that this is exactly the right amount for it to work.
That's exactly why I was asking.
And it takes, the 1 minute it takes versus 30 minutes it would take is worth the $5.
Yeah, that's totally, yeah.
I gotta get that down on you, Jordan. Never get the top. Makes it look so easy.
So is Bayside bringing their trailer or what?
Is Bayside bringing their trailer?
He said, you said you'd asked him.
I don't know. I haven't heard from him.
He said he might. So.
Let's see if he shows up. Have you seen his trip?
I've seen pictures of it. I wasn't here when he brought it the last time.
That's great.
Nice.
I mean, we do quotes for all kinds of combinations of systems. Been doing those quotes, engineering it on paper and in my head and doing these different combinations, and sometimes they belly up with a deposit and sometimes they don't. But I've been, I've got so many variations on the engineering board, so to speak. It's crazy. But then when somebody actually gives me the opportunity to put this combination together, man, I can't wait to get pictures of it and hear the report from the customer. I've been trying to get somebody to try in the field on the application what I saw in my own demonstration at my shop, what high temperature, like really high temperature, can do for gum. Gum is different nowadays than it was when we were kids. It's made different. Okay, now when you hit gum with 260 degrees, 250 degrees or more, it actually breaks the bonds in the components of it, and each of those components then can dissolve. It disappears. It doesn't go from over here to over there. It just disappears. It's crazy, but if you don't give it up a temperature, it won't release so that it can dissolve. And the difference is enormous. I mean, just 1 second on each gum spot at that temperature, and you're just moving, and there's nothing left. It's crazy.
So where do you hit that threshold then? 225, 240, 260?
It looks like it's about 250, 255. So yeah, it is. It's hotter than most pressure washers are set up because, of course, bean counters don't want to have any issues with the machines going out of warranty. They want to make a machine that is simple and super reliable so that they don't have any warranty issues. That's why most of these guys don't understand.
Did you bring anything you want to bring in?
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. I've got one of the time service.
Because we can stage it here and then we can roll it out during the presentation. Okay, and then move it over here and without it take it out.
Okay. Did you want me to bring in the pressure washer with the water tank there?
Sure, I'd love to see it. Okay, I understand. Most people don't understand that stuff about pressure washers,
Well, since
I'm learning it from you.
Since you give me an hour and a half, I'll be happy to pack as much of that in as I can.
Okay.
I can eat that. All right, so I'm gonna do it. And
here we go.
Well, it's brand new for you guys. There, fish section.
Oh, okay.
It's what kind of soft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have something for my starter.
Yes.
Bueno, se me foto.
Okay, so. You guys give seminars here? You guys what? You guys give seminars? Yes, yeah, we're having a, open house actually today with seminars. Today? Yeah, right now. Everybody's out having tacos, go grab taco. Got a taco truck outside.
Right, but I'm just, no, but then tell me, so, what's the seminar about, or what?
Well, the next one's gonna be about soft washing, the roof and exterior soft washing, for spraying chemicals on roofs. And then we have the one after that's about water reclamation using the pressure washers, and they have the vacuum systems on for recovering the water.
What about the one today?
Those are today.
What's today?
So today's soft washing after lunch, and then water reclamations after that. So we've got some at 1:30 and another one at 2:30, and then we've got some Raffles at 3:30. I'll give you the schedule right here.
And which is the one that passed?
Earlier today. But go out and grab a taco. We got a taco truck out there. Love to have you.
Hey.
No, I keep the best of supply, but no, I was interested in more of the systems. No, because I use, I don't do one thing in particular. I use a lot of, I have a pressure washer. I do clean windows, but I do carpets. I do
a lot of everything. Yeah.
Actually, I work for the film industry, and I do whatever, when they go into location, I go clean whatever they mess up or whatever. That's what I do. So I don't do one thing, but I run across this place and I like their products and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm interested in always being up to par as far as what's available in equipment and things of that nature.
Yes.
What does this do here?
That's where you put resin for DI for oh gosh, what did I say for?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, for DI.
Okay.
I always
So
forget.
this is a new one, a new system or what?
Yeah, this is a new one here, new canister system that Unger's put together for just putting your DI resin inside of, and then make them in different sizes.
No, but I need something, like for me, since I don't do this every day, I would like to have something like this for, because they told me that I checked into this, another one where they read me the system, I give them a deposit, and they read me.
Yeah, they've got a lot of the reach higher ground.
No, mine is really very, I don't like it, I use, like tomorrow I'm doing some windows.
Yeah, they've got a little cart one that they have here.
Yeah, a little small one.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that you should look at. They're right around.
Yeah, no, I've seen them before.
Yeah, get with Jenny, she'll help you out, she's a sales rep there. Okay, thank you.
the show going for you so far?
Doing good, lots of good information. I just started working with my boyfriend on liquid cleaning and stuff, so helping him with the office part of it, because it's just too hard for him. And so, yeah, it's, he's a dude himself, kind of, so I'm trying to get him, I'm too old to do this kind of stuff. You need to get people to work for you, so I slowly.
I know, like, people who are like, I really have them come in and then they're starting.
Right.
So they just seem like. Did you eat corn jar?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
No, I'm fine.
And then something really happened. You know what I mean? Like they have, which sucks. No, I hear what you're saying. Which again goes back to your original point. Okay. Now, we need for trial. Just done.
You said it.
You said it.
Everybody heard you say
That's
it.
right.
It's irrefutable evidence.
That's okay. Done. We're not even gonna waste time.
Yeah.
Jerry's a Southern California resident expert in environmental and reclamation stuff, so. And we did a generic talk, you know, but I just want to show you, so he has a couple of things that are really cool. This is his Super Duty recovery system, just got 3 inputs. Yeah. All right, and then he's got a vacuum that goes with it, that's the next step up from the back section. Yeah. We talked about stuffers and things, now. What's that?
That confidence.
That is what this tank is, probably like this tank takes the bypass water and runs into the tank. When you turn off the gun, the compressor is running against the spring. Yeah. You have your bypass, and you have this on your compressor. On your compressor. Right. But a little bit of hose that's there isn't enough to crack the seals. Yeah. So he installs this tank on the pressure washer. Yeah. All right, and the water goes in, the water is bypassing when you're not holding the gun open, bypasses through this tank, protects the pressure.
So this is this is gonna be way to do Softwash.
You can't Softwash anything to the roof. Because you just can't get it out.
With this you can go?
What this is does, that tank, right, but what that tank does is it protects the seal on the tank. Oh. Okay, normally, this hose just goes from there to there. a piece of hose. So all pressure washers, we look at this pressure washer I showed you before. Right? Probably something like yours. This is the bypass, like you might have one, you know? Yeah. You have one right now. Yeah. And you have this on the bypass. You recirculate and stuff. That goes a long way. Actually, oh, that's right. You can this will curl up and then you can run it for.
You can hear those two water laws and.
Oh. Yeah. That's all. Right. With that, you can run it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm like, no, I'm getting the big fat one.
Do you bring the vacuum in, you bring the vacuum in, Jerry? Do you bring the vacuum in?
This thing goes in, this goes inside the area where the dam is.
Yeah. We're talking about a scupper. That goes into that.
That's called a scupper?
Yeah, some people call it a scupper. You call it a puddle sucker. Put it in the name.
Okay.
And then he's got one of his good vacuums. You know, he's got a best vacuum with a vacuum. Okay. Yeah, so you'll listen to Jerry speaking, but we cover the basics, you know, where you can tell how we can help you stay up.
Right on.
And Jerry's one of our resources.
Okay.
Here's what's on the annual school. We just had it 2 weeks ago, a week ago. We just had it a week ago. Put on an annual school, a class, a certification class, once a year in San Diego, and that last week.
Oh, really?
Actually certify you in wastewater control and environmental cleaning.
Really?
Which is something you can put in your marketing program and show your prospects that,
Absolutely.
hey, you know, my guys are
That would
trained.
be great, man. I mean, how do I get into that? Will you tell me the next time, or?
Yeah, send me an email that you want to be on the,
You got it, Bert?
on the list.
No.
Put the stack of them on the table, actually. I just give away the last one. Yeah, just send me an email that you want to be on the mailing list.
Yeah.
And we have them occasionally. So, yeah, don't be surprised if one happens in the spring.
Okay. So, did you want to have me try that thing, or what's up?
Yeah, no problem. Can we along with that?
Yeah. I was just gonna last out there.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Over here. This is what I'm getting asked a lot on the job too.
Well, if it's less, then you get it different. I want, well, we come across stuff, we have to follow the procedures on that.
Right. This is exactly what you're. You look so.
I guess you
I
look like
I guess you wouldn't know.
But I can.
Right.
Go there, sir.
Yeah. Walking around here.
Exactly.
Okay, move them on.
This is your wife.
Working.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, their case, she was, mother of her patient, her sister passed away, they had pneumonia, so it was last week in.
Well, I was just, cause I got 2 girls.
Oh, yeah, you want me to come? Oh, yeah. Yeah, slowly, at 67, I think I can slowly slow down now.
Yeah, delegate.
I just look at the equipment, I have lots of clients. I have most of, well, that, I'll take most of my work.
I'm running for it.
I stopped to visit a customer on the way up that was telling me that she targets the disadvantaged. She targets the elderly and helps them with special needs people and donates her time. And as, you know, local .org people find her, they funnel business to her. They give her big jobs and stuff that people don't normally get. You know, for goodwill going forward, she has a pumping system behind her that keeps her busy and, you know, when people do good things for other people, there's a support group that comes around. Goodwill gets recognized.
Well, the operators are mobile in retirement. Clientele
And at my age, I can start taking it slow.
For delegate. Take your pick. Well, what I do is I start handing off. Now, people call and I go, no, not really. And maybe one residential.
PowerPoint come up yet?
No. Yeah, you know, delegate, pass stuff off to other cleaners and stuff like that. Pick and choose.
Yep, cherry picking, all right.
3 more years and then I'll decide what I'm going to do, then I'll be 70.
You know, actually, there's 2 terms. There's cherry picking, what you literally described, and then on a bad day, it's called weed pulling. Right? Yeah. Yeah. We want to pick cherries and weeds depending on the mood of the day. Did you come up to this morning have a go home? No, I had a bunch of customers that wanted to see me for different reasons in the neighborhood, so I'm kind of on a bigger mission because of this opportunity. So I spent the night with a friend of mine in Newport Beach. I'll go back down there again tonight, and then tomorrow morning I've got 2 more people I need to see. And he said something about going out to dinner down in the harbor, so I'm all in for that tonight.
That sounds like a good idea, yeah. No, I came up yesterday because I don't want to get up, even though I started at 10, I don't want to get up early and fight everything. I drove up here, I got here about 4, I checked my hotel, whatever, got it, and then you got 10 o'clock. And then I could sleep in since they were starting it so late for a change. Okay.
Yeah, I like to take it easy and make it work. You know? I'd rather spend the night, be fresh for the morning, and less stress than to like rush in and maybe be late, maybe not, and then you're hot and sweaty from all the rush and stress.
Yeah, and bad mood from the idiots.
Right, and then there's still the phone calls and text messages that happen. So, like this text that. The world was a calmer place before text messaging.
I just wonder how they get surprised. It was like when I grew up in the 50s and 60s and no cell phones.
It was a lot less stress. Families spent more time dealing with each other than ignoring each other. And, yeah. There's a difference.
Sometimes I'd rather be tactile. But some things nowadays make things easier. Computers make my paperwork easier.
That's for sure.
Then it's when you associate with kids, people who went to elementary through high school with, and you're going, how come they're so old? Why aren't their parents here?
Well,
as usual, we're on whenever time.
Me for
I am not, I'm here. I didn't know this anymore, so yeah, she's off on the other day.
No.
I love them.
So cute. Need them for my sunglasses.
She's so cool.
I'm pretty positive those are. Okay, but, you know, second night for Mark, Rose Macy. Yes, sure. 36.5 here.
This is very interesting.
Can't find anything.
I'm not, I'm stuck at home. It's my little thing.
One green package. You're good. Thank you so much. Becker? All right, Becker. I know your face. He didn't even have to say maybe and maybe not. He said, no, you don't get anything.
Oh, I wish I could stay, but I gotta go get my book out. I'm an hour away. I'm an hour.
Oh, geez. Oh, okay.
I need to know more about this. This is why I came here. I really want to learn how this thing works.
And this is. So bitch, leave it.
Well, I put my name in it, right?
Okay.
But I probably have to be here again.
This is a DI system.
Right.
A DI only.
Right.
It's best for, if you're super high TDS or anything else, then you're gonna suck the resin in the face. What we've done is this is patented in several different ways.
I love it.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing, is we have a special polymer case so that the water
Right.
pressure really builds up in these things.
Right.
One thing that's patented is fast off opening. Just pull it open like that.
Wow.
Second thing that's patented is our resin bags. Now, if you have a DI, do you use DI at all?
I use, that's all I use. And I rent my
Do you
things.
have okay, so you don't have to refill them yourself? Okay.
And I
In
don't
this
know
case-
much about
yeah.
that. I use what they call a mixed bag.
Okay, I think, well, this resin is, it's high quality resin, but it's already packaged. You can replace it, but it probably doesn't make sense to do it this way. What you do is this comes in a bucket, pull out, once you get up to a TDS, about 20, pull the bag out, grab a new bag, pop it
About
right in.
20. How many TDSs do you go before you start seeing?
Oh,
When I hit 2,
Oh,
I
oh yeah,
I
no,
take
no,
that.
you never want to go past 10. You never want to
Okay,
go past 10.
okay.
But I'm saying, if you have an ingoing TDS of about 20,
Gotcha.
it's better for that kind of stuff. If you have like 80, 90, couple hundred, then it may not be the best to use by itself.
Gotcha.
But a lot of times it's great for a pre-filter to an RO system.
Oh, for all.
Yeah, but if you see how you change the resin like that,
Yeah,
I mean,
real simple.
and that way, and then we have buckets that comes in, so you just store the old bag in the new.
No, I've seen different heights. Does that mean you can add to this?
You can't add to it, but they come in 4 different heights. They've got a 1-up, which is this one, a 2-up, and this is a 4-up.
Okay, so they're all
So
4.
the only difference is the amount of resin bags and the height.
Which means you can get more water out of it.
Yeah, basically.
But does the pressure go way down?
The
more-
pressure will go down,
The more you put in, does the pressure go down because it's got to work to get through that?
not measurably,
Oh.
yeah. And especially as long as your water pressure to begin with is decent, it'll
Right.
work just as well in this one as in this one.
How much does a bag?
A bag costs about $50. Now, but Steve was compared to DI canisters and loose resin, and he said that it's about a $5 difference.
Okay.
But the amount of time it takes you to change, it takes 1 minute, whereas you need to change resin in the tank that you have.
For me-
That could take, just a mess and everything.
For me, I'm looking at the portability of
Yeah.
small ones.
Exactly.
I do a lot of work in that kind of business.
Yeah.
I have to walk my stuff in. I can't bring my truck on the premises. And I have to go through, I have to walk forward.
Yeah.
So I put everything I can on a dollar.
Okay.
And then I go back.
Right.
And I try to get everything I can the next time I go. So this
This you can
one
carry in
trip.
one hand.
Can I put it
this-
together so I have it?
Sure. And, what you gotta do, I think this time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so you give it.
Pick it up, and I
That's why it's
also-
got 2 handles,
Yeah.
right? Oh, it's heavy.
Yeah,
No,
I also
is-
have.
Is it a lot heavier when wet?
Oh, gee, well, this is already moist,
Oh,
because
it
it
is
has to
moist.
be wet all the time. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's not completely wet. Plus, you can drain the water out. We have drains, this you can drain, and then you
Right.
put it back up to keep it up.
So this is where it comes in, it percolates,
Yeah.
goes through the resin,
Yeah.
it comes out this.
Monday, no?
Yes, this is the in, this is the out. And the other thing is that you get more resin use from our system. Most resins go in this, or most systems go in this way.
Right.
It goes right through the center, it doesn't go to the sides. Ours has a filter, both on the bottom and the top. So it disperses the water all through the resin.
Oh,
The
so
whole
it
cylinder.
disperses it and moves it up.
Yeah.
So, but those filters don't get replaced, they're just there
Oh,
to
no, no.
spread the water
They're
out.
just spread the water, right.
Good
And
idea.
so
Okay.
instead of just coming straight through, none of this resin gets used. So we use about 30% more resin before changing than
Because,
TDS will
because
go
you flat
up.
the water out.
Yeah, then the TDS will go up on a regular system. Plus, just the matter of changing it is time. And the time
Oh,
that you
you're
save.
right. How much was this month?
I don't know how much this one's about $350.
$350.
Yeah, and, the resin bags are, and I can show you one of these big ones up here too, because he's got one right over here.
Really?
One of the kind of the wheels. But, and I can give you the, for sure, that's the one.
Oh, sorry. The last thing, here's what I was talking about.
Okay, yeah.
These are the pads that keep up.
Right.
This kind of pad does not. work.
Okay, now, do you have that microfiber that I gave you?
Yeah, actually, it is different.
It is different, yeah.
Yes,
This is what we first came out with,
Right.
and that drag, we changed it to this one. And so this is
From
the
this, you
microfiber.
can't tell,
We call
but it's
this,
inside
yeah, so this one does not drag, in fact, it hardly drags at all.
Okay, because this one you
might
can only
get-
do to pull, but you
Yeah.
can't push.
And that's why we changed it.
Gotcha.
In fact, we're discontinuing this one.
Okay.
So this, I wish I had it.
No, I totally
Yeah.
understand. No.
So this one's called the luster, or the cleaning pad, this is called the polishing pad. So
Yes.
this is much better if you're just doing a small spot
Right.
and not cleaning.
I find these things
Yeah.
awesome for
This thing, yeah.
when I'm doing lights.
Yeah.
I use them for chandelier lights. You know,
Oh,
those outside the
sure.
house. You know, different
Yeah.
lights. These things keep.
That's great. And also, yeah, as I said, this one, so this one doesn't drag, but it does clean almost as well. I mean, it cleans as well, but it doesn't, you know,
Right.
that one,
Right,
when using detail.
This is all we're using.
Yeah.
We're using your spray bottle right on the hip.
Yeah.
And we put DIY in it. And then we.
That's exactly, you don't
We
need
go, we only
something.
get one squirt, we just barely get it down. We rub it in. to the
Was
pipe.
it inside or outside?
Just inside.
Okay.
But we're doing both consulting without bringing ladders in. It's so
Isn't that fantastic? Now, how high do you, is a standard aluminum pole high enough, or would you ever need to go like super?
No need to go that.
Yeah.
Because like most of downtown business, they were on their twice a week.
Yeah.
And the upper windows, they don't get touched. That's all I use. I get in and out of the store in maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
And it is,
Yeah.
because
And this, yeah, and I'm so glad, because it's funny, because my boss wanted to discontinue the other one. And I
Right.
said, no, we're still selling tons of it, because I'm going to use it.
No,
That's why
I
we're
never
still
knew.
selling tons of the other
Okay.
one, so, yeah.
Well, and here's
So,
the thing,
yeah, definitely.
it's like, back to the indoor, you go back outside and you hook up that air intake wall, and you have one of these that screw onto a aluminum pull that you used on the inside.
Yeah.
Then you're done. No,
Yeah,
but see,
exactly.
that's the thing.
And what,
This
what-
here,
do you-
this here
what
has an
about-
English thread.
Yeah.
That
That's
there
your
has
pin.
a- Oh,
Yeah.
this is your pin. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, have you got on
And,
What do you have,
oh,
like that?
there's a new adapter.
Cover.
So what we do is we take off the,
I made mine. You guys didn't have this.
oh, if you bought the kit, we do.
Well, let's see.
And we sell these separately too.
Right, let's see what I had to do.
Oh, you have to,
What I had to do is I had to file this smooth, and it fits all the bolts.
oh, I see. You
That
know, the
ridge-
brands
you-
or?
You see the ridges on there?
Yeah.
That's just enough that you can't use it in the Ettore, you can't use it on.
Well, why would you want to use an Ettore pole?
Because if you, that's what you have in stock. It only takes
Oh,
you 5 minutes to
so you
stop. I did. do
Oh,
this.
okay.
And then I sanded all that
Okay.
down, and it slides in and out of all my poles easier.
And now, I mean, I know that.
But I'm glad that you have this.
And we're also, this is gonna be coming out soon with the Acme thread. So this is your old thread version and the
Right.
Acme version.
Okay. Right now,
So
we're
right
just-
now, all we have is
I
the
hate
old
to say,
version.
right now, we're just using doodle plugs.
Yeah.
You know, the regular ones without the aluminum body.
Um,
And because by the time you get up
Oh,
two
I see,
stories high,
yeah.
this gets heavy.
Does it? Yeah, I can imagine it is kind of.
That's-
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
You wouldn't think so, but
Yeah.
when you're at that high, you're doing like
But that makes
big
sense. I mean,
shoulders.
if you're gonna go super, yeah.
But that's cool. That's cool. It's very nice.
Yeah, and then, did you want it?
I do.
Did you, what, the full?
Right now, I'm using fiber.
Okay.
Because it goes 27 feet high.
Yeah.
But I did buy this thread, and I can put it in a regular bolt, and I can run this with the hose on the outside.
Okay, yeah.
See, down I only do it maybe a story and a half, not very tall. So I can carry this much equipment
Uh-huh.
and do four stores.
Yeah,
Really
exactly,
quickly.
yeah. So you said you could move out, this has been on, oh, we should
I like that
decide
though,
to
but-
do it.
I wish for a circle Raffles.
Yeah.
350 is a little pricey just to see me like it.
Yeah, but even.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And then she's last.
I don't know how long this is gonna take, what you gotta do with it. Watch the walls, watch the walls, pipes.
Oh, she moved me to left. Yeah. Oh, I don't have anything. I don't know.
You like that truck? That's gonna be my next toy. On my wish list. I want to buy it so I can take it to trade shows. There's nothing sexy about softwashing. If you put a 1964 truck with a softwash system in the back of it, everybody want to hang out at the booth.
I know. They just sold the last car in the company. I was gonna break one, but it's trying to do
Softwash. Whoops.
See. Oh, that's on my back.
It's your truck.
Yes, sir. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You guys are made out here? Okay. Nice.
Oh, it's fantastic. And you're so funny.
Nice. Yeah.
You ever seen how gross they are? It's like, ew.
I still have to go to the DMV and get, even though they signed it off, the DMV doesn't know now. No, it's clear, but still, for some weird reason, they had to put their name as a lien holder on my card until they got the me. And I don't understand why. Well, regardless, the fact is, now the DMV does not know that that lien has been taken off until you go to the DMV and report it. And he doesn't understand, he keeps telling me, no, I don't have to. If there's a chance to lose that piece of paper like I did with the capital.
Yes, I do.
It was paid off, 15 years, 10 years.
You were like, what's going on?
And I lost the payment. I had no proof.
I can't tell you how much I lay that thing down, especially here specifically. I'll lay it down, talk to somebody, walk away back.
One of those little, located.
Yeah.
Becky. Nice to meet you. I was telling her. She was just saying the vegetables are so fresh. I'm like, yeah, but you walk back to the door right now and you have to say, and then I just. I made Steve take me last year, and I'm like, I should be there right now.
See, now it's.
I'm at a class with, I'll tell you more later, I can't talk right now. What do you need? Want to see or what? Well, you're gonna have to live without your mom, our mom, you don't need mommy anymore.
Y para how well it's been.
Cuando vimos que hubo sequía.
Sí, pero eso es una crema o algo.
Yeah.
¿Hacen nada?
No, como somos compañía Green, no hacemos nada de químicos.
Es que hubo mucho. Sí, pero a veces cuando no cuando tienen un sprinter en la ventana.
Si está muy grueso, si también bien seguido, se quita de volada.
Algunas que no. Aunque no va a contar a alguien.
Now that would be a lot better.
Can I ask a question, since you're a winter?
Yes.
What's the best hard water stain remover? You know, like when you have one of those windows on the house that the sprinklers hit it?
Oh, yeah.
And then when it always stays and dries in the same place all the time?
Yeah.
What do you use?
You know, the stuff I use, they don't sell here, but.
Is it acid-based?
I don't even think it's the best. We're gonna do a lot of, I've heard a lot of good things about Mr. Hardwater.
Is it have to sell yet, or is it? You can. I don't do specific windows. I do a lot of other. I have cleaning service, but sometimes most of the time they maybe go clean these places where they don't touch them up as much. Sometimes, and I run into that where they don't have the windows clean for ages. And the sprinkler always hits the same. You know, it's right in the same spot. The castle in the closet, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And I just wanted to ask somebody that does windows what's.
I mean, it depends on how involved you want to get with the process.
I have to leave the window so clear, except they put lights in back home, and if the window has any kind of grease or anything you want to see through it, it'll crack. So I have to leave them like a rubber banding. So that's why I need something where I can remove every kind of.
Yeah.
It depends how bad the hard water is.
I know.
There's some where you have to, their only option is to replace the window or put swirl marks on their window, because you have to use something that's a braid, like the Mr. Hard Water will put swirls on the window.
Oh, well.
What do you got?
If it's not as bad, then you have to just test it. This stuff right here is good. Well, it's made by this. This is made by this company. Yeah, it's kind of like it's called vinyl ready. Yeah, I don't see it up there, but they probably have it. But that's the stuff right there. So you have to polish it out.
Yeah,
Right.
But when it's too heavy, it's sometimes.
Yeah, so the polisher, you polish it out and. We hit it with it would work.
I don't run that much, but I think something where I don't think something. And it's not all the time, it's once in a while, but I want to have it in my
We're actually.
I use that.
Oh, really?
They want a bunch more.
So they're in these places out there, abandoned stuff, you know, they have huge tracks behind them.
I don't know, yeah.
But like, I don't just.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. But I think the first guy.
Well, the reason why we do the stuff is so you need a green company. So using the steel wood,
Who has seen, you can look into who has seen this
Rated to use in the food prep service.
This brush is a bi-level brush from Unger. They make it in this 11-inch width. They make it in wider widths out to 24 inches. Okay, and this brush has been made for 2 years or so in green. So why am I holding one in black?
Why? Why are you holding one in
Why
black?
am I holding one in black? Because the manufacturer of the green bristle, okay, wanted too much money to continue to make it for them in green. They wanted to get the Unger's business in the beginning, I'm sure. So this part I'm guessing on, but I know that they went back to black because black is easy to get and more of a commodity product. I'm sure what happens, they went to them, they said, oh, we'd love to get Unger's business. We'll do it in green for you this time. And then when they came back to them, they said, oh, you still want green? I want some green. So they went back to black. Does that story sound right?
That's
or?
pretty close. And we said our name stands on its own, so we don't even have to show the green. Yeah.
But the bristles are the same. It's just the black nylon bristle. And what's interesting about this brush? Who uses this brush and likes it? Why do you like it?
I like the cleaning of it. It's not way too abrasive, and it's more of an area, surface area coverage.
Right. So when you have this brush, okay, which is the typical brush that comes with all of them, why is this brush sent out with all the pulls?
That is cheap.
You got it. It is. It's less money than this is going to be, isn't it? You can just tell by looking at it.
That's why we don't use it as a brush, we use it as a window stand.
Yeah, it's a stand. It's a stand to hold the pole. Okay. Second thing is that this brush was developed for the UK. How often does a guy look for a contract when he's asking for business in the United Kingdom? What's his frequency? Monthly. There's guys who won't take quarterly accounts. They go out and they give monthly accounts, and that's the accepted norm in the United Kingdom. And over there in the UK, they can't use ladders because of the health and safety laws, except as a last resort. So everybody's on these poles. So they've developed a ton of these poles. This brush was developed for that market. If you only put it on the glass, what is touching the glass? Just those outside edges. Okay. But if you're cleaning it once a month, how dirty is that glass? Not very dirty. So you don't have to push very hard. What happens is they also have to carry their water around, because what do they don't have in the UK? Taps on the houses. You cannot find a water tap on a house in the United Kingdom. All right? So if you can't get water, you're going to have to carry it. If you're carrying around a couple of 1,000 pounds of water in your van, you're going to conserve it. All right? You're not going to want to use it all up real quick. So they don't use a lot of water, and that's why you see a lot of brushes have real small jets, real dainty brushes, because they only clean once a month, right? All that kind of stuff. This pocket here allows those little streams that come out real strong, okay, to get contained inside the pocket and build up on the glass to allow you rinse. So you rinse with this touching the glass, and it builds a little bubble of pure water, and it helps you rinse, okay? All that's wonderful for the UK market, where the glass is pretty clean when they get started. In the United States market, this is not enough scrubbing power. All right, so I have to push really hard on that glass to get that to go, right? You take this one, right, you just lay the brush on the glass, and it's already, I mean, I'm hardly putting any pressure on it at all, right? So now you've got, look at that spread out. It's easier to get into the frames across the top. You have less water penetration on the seals on the top. So it's a really beautiful brush. Then if you're going above, this is first and second story size. You're going up higher. You have less obstacles on the building, right? You don't have lights. You have less. The windows aren't as fancy. Okay, all those kinds of things. So you go wider brushes. If you're doing solar panel, you want the widest brush you can get, because each time you push the pole, you're creating a cleaning path, right? Pulling the pole down each time. So if I got an 11-inch cleaning path, and I'm cleaning 36-inch panels, it's at least, if I'm perfect, 4 swipes, because it's only 11 inches wide. If I'm perfect. So you're pushing that thing back and forth 4 times. If you have a 24-inch brush, okay, 2, right? It's 48 inches, got an overlap, got my 36-inch panel covered twice. So, number of swipes, especially when you're going up above your head, mid-rise, high-rise, hotels, apartments, wider brush, less work, all right? But that brush is not going to work with all the little obstacles and everything down on your first and second floor, so you have a first or second floor brush from that standpoint. All right, so second piece is, you'll notice this has 2 sets of jets. This is a Unger and J.Racenstein partnership in this instance. These jets come in 2 different sizes. You have the European size that comes from Germany, which is 5/64, which when you push the water through, comes out like a pressure washer, all right? When it hits the glass, it goes all over the place, right? So you try to turn it down, and you don't have enough water. All the brushes we sell come with a second jet that has a 1/8 hole, and the water comes out with a droop. So that when the water hits, it's not spraying all over it. It's easier to rinse. You can actually, a lot of people are using both, and they get 4 that droop, because now it's slowed down even for the small hole. So that water, when it droops, doesn't splash all over the place. So what happens is that it doesn't take that dirty droplet that you're working on and splash it back on the clean glass you just cleaned. All right, so little bit of an advantage there. Very slick brush, but people just love it. It sells just tremendously once people understand how it helps them. So, we're going to move on to boards here.
When you're done.
Well, I was pretty much done with your little. It's okay on this brush.
Yeah, you did.
Did I miss anything?
No.
I've got one of the green ones. I'll put it up for auction.
You put it up for auction.
Well,
and
then I stayed, yeah.
one of the nice features of all of these brushes is that you can take these jets and move them around. Now, on a little brush, there's only 4 holes, but on a big brush, it might make a difference to you. But you can also get fan spray jets and put them in here. So you can change the brush up for the different jobs. Fan spray is really good for solar panels and huge panels on a house by the beach, okay? Where you want to cut all that salt and everything off when you're rinsing. So big panels by the beach and solar panels, fan sprays are a big plus. And there are some guys that just love fan sprays.
And these products are all engineered by Unger, and we have a huge R&D team now. We're growing and growing, and this one was designed, actually the board said, with a lot of collaboration from Mr. Steve Blythe.
Yeah, this was most of the Boar's-Hair brushes, when you use them, they're heavy like a rock, okay? Because they have all this extra bristle in the center, and it's holding water, right? But when you use the brush, right, and it's wet, the brush just folds over. So when that bristle folds over, you're getting an overlap from this first row onto the second, right? So there's no hole. You're still getting the same amount of cleaning swipe without the weight, because it's on the boar's hair. It's the side of the bristle. And remember back in high school when we looked in the microscope at a human hair and it had all those little ridges sticking out the side? All right, same thing this has. It's all those little ridges that help clean the glass. We've got people where they're using nylon brush, usually one of those. They can't get this guy to not leave up and down streak marks on the glass. He just won't agitate enough, right? I said, well, just give him a boar's hair brush. Same guy, same glass, boar's hair cleans it off. Because he just wasn't patient enough to agitate enough with a nylon brush. Give him a boar's hair, boom, it's clean. The only issue with boar's hair is that you like to rinse off the glass. So first and second story, if you want to pull it off the glass, rinse. 3 stories and up, you turn it sideways, let the water go out the side, bring this down on the edge of the frame. All right, got a nice little, this one has a nice little curve on here to hold the frame. Some of them that curves this way, it's really hard to keep the brush on the frame. These guys have an indent curve, let it guide down the frame for rinsing. Pretty cool stuff. So lots of holes for your bristles, for your jets, open hole in the bristle, lighter weights, been very popular. Oh, and available in 11 and this 16-inch size? 16. So.
And also, as you can see, a lot of people say, well, how come there's less bristles? It's cheap because instead of opening, and Steve was saying it's because you need more of a rinse. Boar's hair just falls all over each other, and it just.
Yeah, you don't need more bristles. More bristles is more weight and more work for you. This is plenty enough bristle. Steve tested.
And Steve invented. And there's also a lot of boar's hair bristles come with like a teeth or a wooden block on it, and that just adds so much more weight. So we designed this with.
Yes, super lightweight. We're gonna pass it around. It's really nice.
You see that they're trying to bring back the old school boy brush, like when window cleaning started?
We're not, as far as I know.
We actually have them. We sell them, but there's in the United States we don't get the frequency of cleaning that allows the glass to just be cleaned easily. So a lot of what we have to do is to figure out how to clean that glass, okay, that's really dirty as quick as we can. And boar's hair is one of the tricks. So boar's hair just became a lot easier and less weight for the user to when you use it, it's heavy. T-bars and sleeves made it really lightweight, easy to put on a pole, less weight above your head than a boar's hair brush. So they kind of went toward that direction. And we still sell a number of boar's hair brushes, but they smell, you gotta wash them now and then, they're heavy, they're just not as convenient.
Nice for the boars.
And when you look at all the different wraps, so you need like Unger has several styles of T-bar sleeves, okay? They're all intended for a particular purpose. Some have a scrubby pad on the side for going after bird droppings or pollen on the glass. Others have little micro scrubbing strips in them in between the material. So they're all intended to help in a certain area. And this is from feedback from all over the country. Anybody ever cleaned in like Virginia in the spring? You and I, we cleaned in Virginia in the spring. Other than you and me, Holland. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. The cars will come out whatever the color the pollen is, yellow, green, pink from cherry blossoms. Okay. And you can take you can take pollen off the vehicle with your finger and get a big dollop like honey. Okay. And now you're thinking, man, I got to clean the windows with this on there, right? So there's stuff that has been developed just to go after pollen in that area. Bees, spiders, all that kind of stuff. So that's why you see so many different selections. And everybody has a preference that they develop for what sleeve they like. Same thing is happening as we evolve brushes in the water-fed involvement. And one of the leaders in evolving product has been Unger in the last few years. So.
As you were, I'm sorry.
I just had a question about that boar's hair brush. Do you have any concerns with? I noticed the middle doesn't have anything in it. Is it any possibility that the bristles can go both in opposite directions and that middle is land or scratch the glass in any kind of way?
I don't think so.
The question is, am I worried if it does spread that I would hit? You're more likely to hit with the other bristle than you are with that one, but it's all plastic. So it's not like a Tucker pole or some of the old Ettore poles where there's metal inside that you're gonna touch with. So the jets are plastic, the frame is plastic, so it's not gonna hurt anything or leave a mark, should that happen.
That's brush too.
It's a really good brush.
Like you said earlier, like when you first clean with water fed, and it's greasy and dirty and it's, doesn't always get done unless it's maintenance, that's a good help to, for your first start.
For first cleans, we're seeing a lot, we're recommending a pre-treat with a surfactant of soap. It could be your existing bucket you're using for interior work, with glass clean, or Dawn if you like Dawn, or whatever it is. A soapy bucket and a T-bar, and to pre-clean those gummy windows.
Yeah.
You see gummy windows where? Do you think you see them at a building next to an off-ramp? Right? Absolutely. You got brake dust and tire dust and all that being thrown in the building. Who does buildings by the airport? All right. You do buildings by the airport, what do you got? You got jet fuel on it, right? So, there's just a ton of things like that. If you're doing buildings at the beach, you got saltwater spray. Even I'm 3/4 of a mile in Huntington Beach, and our house windows get salty. We're 3/4 of a mile in, so you got a good half a mile, 3/4 mile band, okay, along the coast with the prevailing winds, gummy windows, if you will. And you also have other things like in some areas of the country you have screen burn. We don't have a lot of aluminum screens in California, but where they do have aluminum screen, the screen will transfer aluminum oxide onto the glass, and they call that screen burn. And the boar's hair brushes are actually able to bring off light screen burn, if it's only been a month or two, all right? And then what they'll do is they'll bring it down, use the dip method. They'll bring it down and they'll either put something on it or they'll dip it into something that takes off the screen burn, put it back on there, and use the boar's hair to scrub it. They'll use a reach around to use a dedicated pad on the backside and scrub it. So another way to get surfactant up other than the dip method or using a T-bar is to run a second line and a small pump, right? And you even a Hudson pump-up sprayer or something like that, and then the second line with a little spray over the top. We have an over-the-top fan spray, allows you to spray that on there. Our top-of-the-line H2 Pro is going to have a hot shot button in next year. And our top-of-the-line H2 Pro is a tank-based system with 50-gallon buffer tank and all the filters on it, and a dedicated delivery system, a remote control with 2 speeds for rinse and wash on your water flow. So when you're washing, you don't need a lot of water. When you rinse, you want more water, but you don't want to pay for more water when you're washing, and then off. And it'll have a hot shot button where it'll run surfactant from a second tank, okay, on that second line, spray it up there for your preset time, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. So you run that second line, spray it on there, and then rub it in with the brush, go back to rinsing with clear water. So there's a lot of changes in technology that are coming along, and Unger is one of the.
Okay, I'm going to skip away from the poles right now and brushes to our latest innovation. This is a DI unit called a Hydropower. It's DI only. It comes in 3 different sizes, and it's based all on a canister system. This one, it's very simple. The beauties of this, we got several patents on it. The biggest one is the resin bag changing. I don't know if anybody changes their own DI tanks, or a lot of people rent them, but if you try to change the resin yourself, it takes, a minimum of half an hour, but you're not working. This one, all you do is pop the top off. It's got a fast lock opening that keeps the pressure in. Push it off. Pull the resin bag. Put it in the bucket it came in to dispose of, and pop a new resin bag back in. It's less than 1 minute to change the resin, so it keeps you working when you need to this. Another patented item. So the first one is the fast lock system that keeps all the pressure in. Very simple to get on and off. Second is the flow-through technology. There's one of these plates on the top and one on the bottom. In most DI units, in ours, the water goes in the garden hose from the bottom, comes out the top. There's quick connects on both ends. The flow-through technology keeps the water channeling through all of the resin instead of just one stream going straight down. So it more effectively uses the resin around it. So the resin, we estimate, lasts about 30% longer before you have to change because you're more effectively utilizing it.
What these guys did is they took the regular 4-inch cartridges that we're accustomed to, they used them with color change resin, And then when it would start to rise, they froze the canister, right? And then took a saw and cut it up into slices, okay? And then they looked at the slices and saw how much of the resin was actually being used to clean the water. How many people have had their DI resin start to go out on them and then they shake it, right? To make it last another day or whatever. It all happens, right? So what they were doing was agitating that stuff inside.
Only a few people know about shaking.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just want to come buy more resin. But,
Also, the casing is made of a heavy-duty polymer NXT plastic that is able to withstand a lot of water pressure. So, and this, of course, needs no electricity. It's just all the water pressure through the hose. So, simple garden hose on the bottom, simple water-fed pole hose coming up the top, and there's an onboard TDS meter. So, when your resin starts to go up to about 10 is when you want to change it. We can't tell you how much water you're going to get out of it, but our estimate, based on a TDS, is what, about 20 or so? Going in.
You have to look at your literature.
Yeah, but we, people say you can't say that, but it's, we figure about 300 gallons out of a small unit, 600 out of a medium unit, or 2 up. And then this is our granddaddy of them all, and that is 4. And the only difference between these do not come apart. The only difference is this one will have 4 resin bags in it, and it's taller. This one will have 1, the other one has 2.
One of those bags, okay, is 1.5 of a 30-inch, 4-inch cartridge, all right? The 30-inch, 4-inch cartridge is about, to replace that filter insert, if you just bought the insert, it's about $115. This has 50% more media, and it's $55, all right? So by figuring out how to remove that packaging cost and put it in the ladies' nylon, all right?
Don't use your own pantyhose, though.
Okay, yeah, they've been able to reduce the expense down to, in effect, very close to loose resin. We sell big bags, of loose resin back there, and people are refilling all their own cartridges or containers or whatever from the loose resin. But with this, it's so close to loose resin, it's probably not worth the effort to have to go back and say, okay, I've got 5 cartridges now, I'm going to sit down one day and refill them all.
And especially the time it takes you on the job. You saw it takes less than 1 minute. So that keeps you working if you need to change it. And it's just much more efficient. And this one also, you can, if you get a little high, we never recommend going over 10 or even over 2. But you flip the bag over sometimes to get a little bit squeeze more out of it. Plus, you can also use that water. Even after the resin is kind of spent for window cleaning, you might want to take it and go do an awning or the side of a building or something like that. So that way you can even use resin a little bit more. You don't need the same streak-free as much. So
you can save the bag for between 10 and 50 because this is so easy to change, right? It'll take you a second. And you can use the bag between 10 and 50 to rinse off your car. So we'll go to the spot-free car wash. It's really not all that spot-free, is it? Because they're running about 40, 50 TDS, right? So you can get that same kind of rinse value out of a cartridge that's no longer going to clean a window spot-free, but it will do a good job on the car.
So it's the resin bag that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
How do you dispose of it, the resin?
Stored away.
Anywhere?
Yeah, it's not a hazardous material.
And some people ask also if this can be recycled, the bags. You can, but we don't recommend it. It's not scientific.
If you're using a lot of it, you could save the bags up and then find some guy in town that does resin regeneration, flip the bag open and go through that, but that's MacGyver work.
And if you don't have the exact right balance or exact right amount, it's not going to work as well. So
it's a consumable item.
Yeah. And one of the resin comes in a sealed plastic bucket, like a peat bucket or like a paint bucket or pickle bucket, so that it keeps it moist because the resin has to stay moist all the time. And it also is great for storing the old ones and tossing them or using the buckets for whatever. So.
People have started to use this after their RO systems now too. A lot of the RO systems that are available today, they only have a real small little 10-inch container on the front of the system with your resin in it. And resin's always been expensive, so as part of the system, they put a little tiny one on the front, a little 10-inch container. That is still, with that little resin in there, even with an RO, it might only last 6 weeks, right? So now every 6 weeks, you're worried about spotting windows. Who has spotted windows because their TI went out? Everybody has, right? That's all we know. Often the only way we know that the resin went out is we look back and go, oh, shoot, because even though there's a meter on here, it's not tugging on your sleeve saying, hey, I just went past 10, it's lunch, So that frequency exposes you to having to reclean and exposes you to have to change it. And some of those are difficult to change. Some of the systems, the resident's not easy to change, but this is easy to change. We have guys buying us either one of those because it's 1.5 times a 30-inch cartridge. Got a guy buying one of these for his RO. He goes all season without having to worry about his DI. Because this is like 6 times as much as this 30-inch cartridge in his existing system. And the resin's cheap, $200 for all season's resin. Where if he was replacing that 30-inch cartridge, it cost him about $450, right? This tall one's about $800, so he figures in 2 years, but he doesn't want spot glass, all right? He just puts $200 of resin in this, puts it behind his RO, and at the end of the season, he buys 200 more resin, and he never thinks about it. And that's what he's looking for. So there's different ways that people are using it to make life easier on themselves.
And as with all Unger products, I mean, everything is modular here. It's the same top. The difference is the canisters. There's a cart you can use with any of them. This one's easy to carry. The 2-up is easy to carry, but it's also fits on a cart, and you can get it with or without. So,
what's the cost of that? The big one.
Without the frame, about $800 with the resin in it. So it's $200 with the resin in it. Yeah. So
that's a good way of looking at it.
And then you can buy the frame, but
and the resin bags are how much? You said
$55. You know, in quantity. How many in the pack? 4-pack.
There's a 4-pack and a single pack.
Yeah, and the 4-pack it brings them down to like $49 when you buy them 4.
Those little bags, you have to put multiples in the bigger one?
Yeah, you put 4 in this one. And then what you're getting is service life. If you're changing the resin on this on a regular basis, every time you change it, you have an opportunity to spot glass, right? So the longer you can run without that service interval, the less likely you are to have to redo work.
It's been almost 8 months with the RO DI system.
Yeah, that's what this one guy's doing. We figured out by knowing what he was buying in 30-inch cartridges, and he was changing his cartridge every 4 or 5 weeks, okay? And that each bag is 1.5 cartridges, all right? 1 bag is about 6 weeks. 4 bags, long time. So,
have any of those been compared to the rental tanks that people use? As opposed to the life you get out of them?
Rental tanks may still be cheaper for Southern California users. All right, there's a lot of factors because some guys are end up paying too much per month for their tank.
Or the tanks are going to come out. So many people use it.
Right. One of the issues with a rental tank is this concept of a soft tank. If you're lucky enough to get the tank and they put new resin in it, you're going to get a nice strong tank. But then they're going to regen it, and they're going to regen it, and they're going to regen it. And if you're unlucky to get it on its 27th regen, right before they say, I got to replace the resin, you may get 25% of what you got out of the first time. So every time it regens, you don't get 100% back. So it's 95% of the first one, 95% of that, 95% of you go always slicing off a little bit of the number of gallons. And it's a kind of a crapshoot. One tank could be hot, one tank could be soft. Okay, and the guy's a little tight this month. He's not changing resin out. He's got a lot of soft tanks. You know, it's all dependent on the guy doing the work. So it is very inconsistent.
One of the beauties of this is just plug and play. Sometimes we say just add one. All you have to do. Also, I think I mentioned it comes with quick connect so that you can snap your hoses on. And on the bottom part it has an on-off valve for the hose. So right at the unit, you can turn the water off. And it comes with these caps so that you want to keep it moist. You want to drain the water, but you still want to keep the resin moist. So this will seal in the moisture if you're going to store it. So
Don't let it freeze. We don't have that problem in Southern California much. But, big bear.
How much is that? Little unit.
Little unit is $350.
we had a guy in Canada who had our old DI systems, and he put it in the garage and it froze and cracked, and he wanted us to replace it. He said, move to California. Okay, just quickly, I'm sure some of you guys, the nLite's been out a little bit longer than the Hydropower, but I just want to show you quickly. nLite, this is an aluminum pole. It's about 20 feet in 4 sections. Our other ones come in hybrid, which is the next up, which is a mix of fiberglass and carbon fiber. Then we've got pure carbon, and then we've got ultra mud carbon. So those get lighter and lighter, stiffer and stiffer, and also more expensive. but the one that I have to show you is the 4 sections. Now, everything we design is for the workers, because we realize that that's way more important, that you guys are happy and more comfortable, and that's gonna help us sell more. So there's a lot of features on this. Number one, and a lot of patents as well. The clamp system, if you notice the clamps come out sideways and there's a frame or like a base underneath them, meaning it's never gonna get caught on anything. It's almost impossible to catch that on something, whereas the flip locks can easily catch on a tree or a rope or a ladder or something like that. So this way you're never gonna like have an accident and have this come smashing down on you. We have a hose system where these hose guides, you can either run it inside or outside. We recommend running it outside if you're going to use extensions, because it's kind of tough to take it all apart and run the hose through. But some people really prefer an inside hose. So if you're just using the master pull, then by all means run your hose inside. There's a butt cap here, and the hose runs. There's a little special notch here, so the hose doesn't get in the way. It moves up and down very easily and slowly. There's tightening bolts here, or clamps, I guess. I'm not sure what to call this thing. And that way, if it gets looser, every clamp, they're not glued on, they're fitted on. Most poles have them glued on, so they're very easy to replace in case something gets loose or breaks. And the gluing it on makes it really difficult for replacement parts. So we try to make it as cost efficient as possible too. If you want to add another section, if you want to 22, if you want to 33 feet, you just get an extension pole, pop off the cap here, add it on, and then just start moving up. So you can go up, we recommend, we don't recommend higher than 65 feet, but you can do whatever you want. So the extensions just add on, and then they have 2 sections. These are 11 feet. So each one you can go 33, 44, 55, 65. We also have what we call a prolongation pole. And this one actually fits in the top here, and it gives you another 5 feet. This was actually designed by, we had a focus group in the US, and we had no intention of doing this. The window cleaners suggested it because they said, what if you have like a doorway or bushes or something that you can't get around? So what this is for is it adds an extra 5 feet, as well as take it out, leave the brush on here, and then you can get much less tail swing. So you can get behind trees, around first floor doors, you can do window sills. So you still have a teeny water bit.
It's gotta have, you have to upgrade that on your phone.
Upgrade what?
That, you have to put that.
Oh, this guy?
No, that extension.
Oh.
All those come with that.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
If you buy one that doesn't come with it, you gotta put that
And
on
it
there
just
to
makes
make
it so
such a
much
huge
easier.
difference.
Yeah, because if you're just doing first floor, this is basically all you need, instead of carrying this heavier thing around. So it's just so modular, so adaptive.
That kind of scared me though, because then that kind of so the skill level for whatever you're trying to train, you know? We're doing first floors with the water for the pole, you know, what's the point of having pipe and squeegee?
Oh, well that too, but I mean, building with water. You can either have somebody squeegee on the bottom, or you can just, continue doing what you're doing.
He must be old school.
Yeah.
Squeegee.
Another thing with the nLite is that if you're doing any, especially when we sell the janitorial industry a lot, is inside when you got like a huge gymnasium or a trade show arena or something like that, and you need to change light bulbs or something where a 30-foot pole won't reach, you can add adapters onto the nLite here. So what we do is we have an adapter that fits on the end of the Euro thread. Then you can add the cone, and then you can put any window cleaning tool or window cleaning, dusting, anything you need on the top. So that if you need to get 65 feet indoors, you can add any classic tool up there. I mean, it might be a little tough to squeegee up there, but dusting, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's everything's modular. Anything you can do, mix and match things, fit together really easily. So that's the nLite. And then lastly, I want to show you the indoor water-fed pole, indoor window cleaning. And I know quite a few people have already tried this. What it is just an adapter, a Becker adapter. This one's got a Euro thread currently. We're also coming out with an Acme thread. So you can use it with any pole if you want, any kind of tip. We do, when you buy the kit, it comes with the adapter, the Euro thread adapter, but soon within, I think hopefully by beginning of next year, we'll have these Acme. All this is a simple Velcro pad, and you put the microfiber pad right on there, and you can reach, the best thing about this is it doesn't drip. I know a lot of people use water or pure water on this, You can also use like part alcohol, part water, you can even use Windex. Doesn't drip, so if you're doing indoor, like over desks and furniture, you can easily clean and reach over that. It's fantastic for skylights and atriums. A lot of people have these like skylight or these atrium windows over a stairway, and you can't put a ladder there. So this thing, you put it any pole as high as you want to go, and you'll be able to clean that easily. This is what we call a washing pad. It's a lot thicker, and a lot of people use just this, but we also have, now a lot of you are saying that you have a green pad that drags a lot. That was our earlier version. We've come out with one called the cleaning pad instead of the polishing pad. So if you do have a pad that drags, make sure you try and make sure you get the one that's called the cleaning pad. It's much smoother, there's not a lot of drag, and it gets spots off. You don't have to dry it.
Maintenance clean.
So when you soak that first pad, it doesn't drip anything?
I don't recommend soaking it. My recommendation is to use aerosol foaming sprayer like Sprayway, and spray it on there because it's going to cling versus like something like a Windex or whatever. So I like a foaming sprayer because it'll cling to the surface, and then you use that when you need to get the surface moist as your. So it's also going to have your cleaning agent in it to clean the window. Once you've got the window clean and you're on a maintenance account, even interior at a Best Buy or whatever, you probably don't need that on a 3-month cycle on the interiors. You're just going to go back with the pad and dry wipe with the microfiber. That's the intent, is the microfiber is going to pull the dirt off. Once you get past 6 months or a year, you're probably going to go back to a 2-step. Put on, you know.
I have a window. It's a skylight. It's literally recent account that I just started, where I told the customer to hang on because I want to find something to get his skylight, but it's over a whole like 3 stories of a stairwell. There's no way to do squeegee. We tried it. The sun dried it up. It was real hot and messy. It just was a mess. But there is a layer of just kind of like, it's not dirt, but it's just a film, dust on the interior. So when I clean it, it's not going to leave any type of drag.
It's going to be a 2-step clean. You're going to use the pan she's showing you now with I recommend Sprayway. I really like their formula.
I use it too. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out.
I'm really impressed. And then you do that, and you put a good dollop on there. You're not soaking wet, but a pretty good dollop on there, and then go around and clean it all up with that, because the dirt will get into the fibers on this. But that's still going to leave it a little bit streaky.
You just recommend switching it, doing it again?
Switch it to that pad to polish it off. Okay?
Just polish it?
Yeah, with this you're going to polish it off. If it's hot, you're going to have to put Sprayway on this too. If it's hot, because that window's it's already dry. You're not going to polish it off. So gray day or an afternoon is a better time to clean that than a hot day. You're going to fight that window if it's hot.
That's what I was saying.
So
there is a lot of dust, dry dust that will come off. Use something maybe to grab that off first. Don't use this on dust, because it's just gonna
that window is
this way.
Anywhere near the kitchen, you're going to be doing that every time.
It's nowhere near the kitchen.
If it's not near the kitchen, if it's in the hallway by the front entrance, you'll be able to dry clean it if you're doing it every 3 months forever. But if it's near the kitchen, you're going to be done.
Machine washable?
Yes, machine washable. Don't wash it with other things, because then it loses its lint-free property. So if you washed it with a Turkish towel, then it'll get all linty from the Turkish towel. Same thing, microfiber hug towels, any of these things, wash your lint-free separate from your lint towels.
Yeah, because that other stuff will get embedded in it. Also, I hear don't use detergent.
Don't use fabric softener.
Yeah, that much I know.
Yeah, some detergents have a softener in them. You don't want that either. So you be careful. Use it. I know people that are basically putting a few capfuls of glass clean in their washer, okay, to do the wash, so that they stay away from any other thing.
Soft washing
with their stuff. Yeah. So green wash, it's all good.
And these pants are designed to last about 300 to 500 washings. So don't worry about changing.
Retirement.
Yeah.
Think about retirement.
Okay, I know I'm taking up some time here, so quickly, I don't know if any of you guys have seen the new Ninja scraper. I've been out for a while, and what this is, I'll pass it around, but it does have a weight in it, so be careful of it. Stick it up.
Pretty sure we're all.
Why is this so cool?
because it says
Ninja. The enthusiasm.
No, so you missed that one.
First of all, we have a holster that it snaps right into. This holster will hold, we have a 4-inch and a 6-inch size of scraper. The scraper itself is pretty awesome.
There it is.
Now, who really needs it?
When you're doing a construction cleanup job, you need different angles. It's nice to have one that'll do both.
How much is it? I didn't buy one, just go my bucket.
$100.
Well, we've got 5 raffle
Win the
prizes,
raffle.
so stick around.
Win the raffle.
It's comparable to trying, but I don't even,
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Yeah, around 15, 16 bucks, something like that.
And the beauty is, if you're using cold work, you might want to use a 30-degree.
And you guys released a stainless steel blade. That's pretty cool.
Yes, we did. But the great thing is, if you have to buy 2, let me use the T-board Triumph scrapers. It's like $48 plus the Triumph.
They have the MK with it, which has a snap.
Yeah, but this one, that way, you just need 1 scraper.
Yeah.
Did you take it out?
Get the blades out so you can just.
It's got the safety cap, which just snaps right on there. And,
Here, grab it.
And the holster makes it very easy to slide it right in there without having to look all the time. It just snaps right in. And you can put it away either at 30 or at 0. I mean, I know it doesn't take that long to change it, but you snap it right in there. It also makes a great mirror if you want to check yourself before you can. It's a great new tool, 2-in-1, a new stainless steel blade that we've we've designed with a new honing angle, which makes it a little bit easier to do the work at the time, and it won't dull as quickly. So, give it a try. Then just a couple really quick. I don't know, even know you knew this, but the Ninja squeegee, we just came out with a new button so it will lock in the center. So if you had the Ninja squeegee handle before, you'll have a center lock in case it ever gets loose because it's meant to swivel.
I don't like that one too much.
You don't?
It's good on pole work, but it comes down to the hand.
Oh, and then, well, just Wednesday, we came out with the 30-degree. That's the 40-degree head, which a lot of people like, but some people wanted the 30-degree. So that just makes a little bit of difference depending on the kind of work you do. We also came out with new end caps. That was the biggest complaint we had about this on the wide body, was that the end caps were opening up. Now we have a positive block and a warning signal in yellow that shows when it's open, so that when you're up there on a chair, you'll be able to see if it caught on something that got open. It's much harder to catch. Yeah, exactly, and that's not a good thing. And the latest is the T-bar handle, the T-bar handle, which also has a positive lock in the center. So this makes it from before when we first introduced it, sometimes it would get loose. We prevented that now, and it won't get loose anymore unless you want it to.
When I tell you right, it's a better tool for pull work, and one of the reasons why it's a better tool for pull work, not only its weight, but this is the 30, but the 45, it has a built-in ledger-ish. So when you're coming down to close out, most of your commercial frames that are coming out, but that's going to clear. Right, that's going to, the Ninja clears, and so when you do pull work and you're coming down, you can get that close out to the bottom from that. So the only other time I see this used mostly in the hand is guys that are doing big storefront glass panels, and they put on a 26-inch or 22-inch Sirroco style, you know, and whoosh. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what we'll have to show. Any questions?
With that scraper, does the all blades are compatible with that scraper?
Yes.
Yeah, the Triumph blades are compatible with the
Yes,
scraper.
that's important.
Well, everybody makes their handles for Triumph because they started with.
Yeah, so it depends on, we still have the carbon, so it depends on what you run. But, it comes with one stainless steel blade. Give it a try. If you like them, the price will be comparable. So.
Is that Ninja going to be coming out in the 3-inch? Because I'm not going to lie to you, the 3-inch from you on Unger.
The scraper?
The scraper is better than the Ettore and,
Oh, these should know.
We don't have a 3-inch. 4. Yes, we have it in 4. Yes, absolutely.
That scraper's available in 4.
Yeah, it's available now. And the holster fits both. And the holster will also fit other style scrapers too.
Like I'm saying, like a construction cleaner, when you got like some tints removal or 4 inches.
You get more power.
Money. Versus the 6-inch.
Any questions?
The older the tint, the more likely you're like forming.
Yeah. Especially if you got a building.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for listening, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Aileen.
Sure. Did you guys all fill out a raffle sheet?
No.
For raffles, we've got the Hydropower, one of these. We've got the indoor window cleaning kit, and there's 5 of the stickers. So it's probably enough for.
No, didn't even mind. No. Terrible.
Very good.
Thank you.
I have to go there. Everybody was blown away by your presentation.
You would know. I just got a call today from the guy.
Make sure y'all, fill out a little card to get some goodies. Like free stuff. Right, cool. Well, everybody, I'm AC Lockyer, and I own Softwash Systems. And what we do at Softwash Systems, actually, Steve and I had a meeting yesterday, and we kind of came up with a new tagline for the company, is we put the systems in the soft washing business. Because we don't just sell equipment and chemicals, but we also sell the education and the support. We have a lot of a la carte services to provide to you guys so that you can build businesses. And a little example that I use is how many people in here know what the difference is between a Republican and a Democrat when it comes to taxation? Okay? Well, most of y'all that do know that know that basically the big difference is Republicans like to tax you less and take off the constraints so that you can build your business. Democrats like to tax you on the front side because they would like to go ahead and get it before you go out and buy a stereo system for your car. Okay? They both want your money. Okay? They both want to tax you. Okay? Just Republicans want to tax you on the back side. Democrats want to tax you on the front side. There's really not that big a difference between Republicans and Democrats. It's all a theology thing. So at Softwash Systems, we still want to sell you our stuff. But we want to help you build a business so you can afford our stuff. Okay? So that's our theology on things. So today what I want to talk to you guys about, because Matt Lyons, he had a real rough week this week. A lot of last minute things popped up, and he just needed today to get caught up and wasn't able to come out and spend time with us. And he's from the city of Long Beach, California Water Department. I want to go ahead and talk about some of the California water issues, as well as air quality management district stuff. Jerry's going to talk a lot about water reclamation, so I'm not going to steal any of his thunder. When I talk about this stuff, I come from an angle of, okay, so what? There's water restrictions. So what? There's air quality management district issues. So what? There's water reclamation issues. Let's stop crying about it. Let's turn it into a positive and use it to market our companies. Let's use it as a differentiating factor to differentiate us from our competition so that we get a leg up and we garnish more business because it looks like we know what we're doing. Okay? And that's kind of what I want to talk about today. So I've got a little slideshow. It's about 20 slides. It'll take about 40 minutes for us to go through here, where I want to talk about some key things that I've identified here in California that a lot of, what I'm just going to say, sissies out there sit and whine and complain about, that I think is really awesome stuff that we need to pay attention to, because I think it's good stuff that can make us better companies, better stewards of the environment, but also whip our competition's butts and turn these into positives and differentiating factors for our businesses, okay? All right. So let's talk about the United States Clean Water Act. Clean Water Act is the primary federal law in the United States governing water pollution. It was passed in 1972, and the objective of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act, commonly referred to as the Clean Water Act, is to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's water system. Okay? The 72 statute frequently uses the term navigable waters, but also defines the term as waters of the United States, including territorial seas. Some regulations in 1972 law state that they included intermittent streams, palea lakes, prairie potholes, sloughs, and wetlands. Okay, for a while in Texas, the UAMCC had to go in and fight a little bit of a war there. How many people here have heard of the United Association of Mobile Cleaning Contractors? Okay, y'all talk to me, talk to Jerry. It's our governing body for all of the cleaning contractors out there, whether you're a carpet cleaner, soft washer, power washer, window cleaner, whatever you do. This is the organization that goes to war for you and protects our rights and helps us figure out this stuff. You'll see some of the documents that we've created. I'll share with you at the end of this show. But in Texas, I mean, basically they were saying if a mud puddle was there for 6 weeks, they considered it waters of the state of Texas, and if any of your waste stream went into that mud puddle, you could be fined for your waste stream entering a state water of Texas. It was ridiculous, and they were running around running tickets to power washing companies in Texas where they just really didn't know the law themselves. And the UAMCC went in there, went to actually some council meetings and went to some public notice hearings and fought for the contractors there and brought clarification to the law so that the contractors weren't getting bullied on by the, oftentimes the kids that got beat up in school that became officers to go out and enforce laws. Okay? All right, so the U.S. Clean Water Act also, in 2006, because of a case, they brought some clarity to what is actually a water of the United States, or a navigable water, or what can be considered a water that you might release a waste stream into that might break the Clean Water Act's laws. Okay? So now what it includes is only those relatively permanent, standing, or continuously flowing bodies of water forming geographic features that are described in ordinary parlance as streams, oceans, rivers, and lakes. Okay, not mud puddles. Okay, not retention ponds. Okay, officials charged with enforcing the law look for 3 basic existing conditions. Okay, number 1, are you directly discharging a waste stream into the waters of the United States or state? Okay. Number 2, had you accidentally discharged or dumped something into those waters? You had a car wreck, truck overturned, we just dumped 100 gallons of bleach into a stream. Okay? Or you have a carpet cleaning truck, got a crack in your valve, you're driving down the road and you parked your van, now it's running down into a storm drain. Sometimes accidents happen. Okay? Or are you discharging into a storm drain that leads to one of these waters of the United States or waters of the state? Okay, so let's talk about the City of Long Beach water restrictions. The City of Long Beach put together a document that a lot of other cities around California are adopting or plagiarizing or borrowing the terminology. There has been a lot of nervous discussion, overreaction, and everything to the City of Long Beach's water restriction laws or water stewardship laws that they have. Okay? So it addresses the waste and misuse of water largely. That's what they're looking to control. It promotes water conservation. This is a law where they're trying to promote water conservation. It promotes hiring professional companies. I had a long, detailed conversation with Matthew Lyons, who is the guy in charge of enforcing these rules and regulations in the city of Long Beach. He had a great deal of part of putting together these rules and regulations. And what Matt Lyons said to me was, we want homeowners to not clean their own houses. We want them to go out and hire professional cleaning companies. Professional cleaning companies, we know, are better stewards of the water. We know that they're going to have water control devices. We know that they're going to have equipment that adheres to the standards that we've put together. And we put these things together with the thought in mind of professional companies doing this work and taking this over from the homeowners. Okay? This is not government coming and trying to put us out of business like they sometimes will. Now, when I go over to the Air Quality Management District, okay, there's some laws in there where they're just flat out trying to put us out of business. And I'll talk about how to deal with some of those. Okay? The Long Beach Code is actually written, if you know it and you exploit it, it is written to generate business for window cleaning, power washing, soft washing, exterior cleaning professionals. It's written with a bias. Go ahead.
The pollution control experts that y'all are.
Right.
If pollution didn't happen, you wouldn't have a job. You are pollution control experts.
They're relying on us to help them solve this problem and help residential homeowners be good stewards of the environment by hiring us. Okay? And the code here is being copied, cross-copied all across California. And that will end up, like we've learned all across the country, other municipalities around the country will get it, because when they have their little conventions or regional meets, they all get together and they start comparing notes, and Matt Lyons will pass his Long Beach code to some guys in Texas, and he'll turn around and use that in a city in Texas. So as we get things dialed in here in California, we're able to dial them in for the rest of the country. I was telling Josh and his wife the other day, we were talking about the difference between, laid-back Californians. Here in California, we're like, dude, we want to conserve water. So let's put together some nice rules to help everybody conserve water. And we're kind of low-key about it. We'll write the rules over here. And then Florida is very liberal, too, and we're trying to explain the difference between liberals in California and liberals in Florida. Liberals in Florida have been crossbred with Yankees from the Northeast. So they're like, dude, we need to create some laws and shove it down the throat of all these other people who can't think on their own because we want to manipulate and take control of their lives. Okay? Two completely different types of liberals. California has a leaning towards stewardship, and sometimes they get a little rough. You go over to the East Coast, dude, they'll come in and they'll hack you. I mean, first time offense, $6,000 fine, have a nice day. It's just, it's shocking almost. I lived in Florida all my life and was told how liberal California was. I came over here and I went, gosh, I'm on vacation compared to Florida. It's ridiculous. Okay? Matthew Lyons, like I said, he's the director. Great guy. If y'all are doing business in Long Beach, stop by and say hi. He's a good guy. Tell him about the company. Drop off your business card. That's a recommendation I make for anywhere you do business. If you're doing business in certain municipalities, stop by, see the water czar. Drop off your business card. Drop off your BMPs. Tell them about your company. Let them see your logo. Let them see your uniforms. Let them know that you're a good neighbor. Then when they see you out in the field, how are they going to treat you? Like royalty. They're going to treat you really nice. Okay? If they catch somebody cleaning a building wrong, who are they going to recommend to solve the problem? Hey, you're not doing that right. You ought to call so-and-so. Okay? Good business. There's a lot of people in this industry, the negative Nellies, the sissies, the man's just trying to beat me down, and they don't want to move off their butts to get over here and understand what's really going on. And then you all, because you showed up today, I'm going to open your brain up, and you're going to learn how to come over here and look at it differently, and you're going to turn it into a competitive advantage, and you're going to score jobs. You're going to be like, well, he must cheat, or he must be lowballed, or he must, I don't know what he's doing either. He just must be a dishonest jerk because he's getting all the business. No, he's getting the business because you got a brain. Yeah.
What was your BMP? Best
best management practices. Yeah, BMP is the best management practice. And I'm going to show you, I've got a bunch of documents that if you give me your business card, I put it up here in my top pocket before you leave, I'll make sure everybody gets emailed with all the documents I'm going to show you in here. So you all have copies, you print them out, put them in your little binder I'm going to talk about, put them in your truck, and you'll be ready to go. All right? Matt Lyons is excited to work with cleaning professionals, and you'll find if you go proactively and introduce yourself to these people, these water czars, they will be excited to know that you're just as excited about being a good steward of the water. And they will work with you, just like the OSHA guy that was here today. Herman, he's awesome. And that's how most OSHA guys are. And we sit here and go, oh, it's OSHA. No. You know, they put their pants on just like we do. You know? The Long Beach Code is different than the California Code. And the California Code disallows cleaning of flat surfaces completely. I'm going to talk about this a little bit. The City of Long Beach Code says you can't clean flat surfaces, driveways, sidewalks, stuff like that, unless you use a water control device. It says a little, on-off valve at the end of a garden hose is not a water control device. Actually, Matt Lyons says, have you all been to Lowe's and seen like the little water brooms? It's like that little thing with wheels on it, jets on the front. It's like the stupidest thing ever. You're like that's going to clean a driveway. It's what they have written into their regulation. You put that on the end of a garden hose, you're now legal. Because this isn't like serious hard regulations here. Okay? But California, in Long Beach, says that you can clean flat surfaces if a water conservation device is used. California says it only allows the cleaning of a flat surface if it is for health and safety reasons. Which, is there a reason why you clean a sidewalk other than health or safety reasons? No. Well, it makes it look better, yeah, duh. But it's slippery, or it's got coke on it, it's growing bacteria, or it's got Ebola, or whatever it is. Okay? We got to clean this thing. Some nurse from Dallas, Texas walked on it. Clean it, for crying out loud. But that's, why everything we clean should be for health or safety reasons. Y'all should put a little bleach in everything you spray, so you can say you sanitized it. Why wouldn't you want to say that? Right? Okay, so let's talk about the Air Quality Management District. The Air Quality Management District, again, I had a very lengthy conversation with, I don't have her name written down here, but she's the queen bee of the Southern California Air Quality Management District. I had to go through 8 people to finally get this lady on the horn about 3 months ago. Awesome lady. She pointed me to parts of the law that exempted everybody in this room. It was the most incredible conversation. But they've got what we call the smell police driving all around California, okay? That if your dog farts and your neighbor doesn't like it, they call the Air Quality Management District, and they got an officer there at the house saying your dog farted. You have to make your dog stop farting. I mean, it's gotten almost that ridiculous. It really has. Okay? I mean, honestly, farmers who have had farms that have cattle out in the field, then all of a sudden they build a neighborhood up next to it, are having to not have cattle anymore because the cattle lay cattle bombs and they smell, and then the wind blows a certain direction and the people are offended at the neighborhood next door. Okay? It's kind of ridiculous, but it exists. There are factories being closed down. It's like Hydropower that makes a lot of this pressure washing equipment and stuff. And even Sirroco, you're not painting hardly anything anymore, are you? Because when you paint stuff, you emit fumes and everything, and that screws up. The Air Quality Management District comes in and goes, you're emitting too many fumes from your factory, So it's even hard to paint things. I think you went to powder coating because it has less of a fume to it. It shuts down and controls businesses and creates issues for businesses. Yeah.
Isn't that why a lot of companies go into Texas?
Yes, and I'm going to talk about that. It is a business-killing law. And you don't take the time to understand it. Luckily for us, we're
we're a nice little industry because we're kind of too small for them to pay attention to. Because they know likelihood if they write us a $6,000 check, they're never going to get the money out of us. I mean, not a $6,000 check. I wish they were writing $6,000 check. A $6,000 fine. They know likely they're not going to get the money out of us anyhow. So we're just going to go out of business, or we're going to change the name of our company and start operating under a different business name. Okay, so we're not really on their radar, but I'm going to talk about when we get on their radar. Okay, so the air quality management's mission is to achieve clean air and protect public health and the environment. This law is pretty broad. It's actually California's group of laws that can kill small businesses and drive away larger ones. Okay? And there's a huge difference between like the officers that are in the field enforcing the law versus the decision makers and supervisors that are actually in charge of the compliance. Like many other public servants, the officers in the field largely have not read the law that they're out there enforcing. That is common. Okay? Cops know you broke the speed limit because there's a sign there, they got a radar gun, and it's that simple for them. But a lot of times when they arrest people, they arrest them under pretty broad laws, and then they turn the case over to the Attorney General's office, who comes in and really charges you with what you did wrong. Because they don't know what's going on. People get arrested all the time for bogus reasons. And then you have to go around and spend your own money and your own time, or you get fined. You have to spend your own money and your own time proving that you were right. And then you get a rebate from the government? Hell no. Okay, so that means you got to be proactive to protect yourself. So the AQMD actually has a public annoyance provision. This is the most dangerous part of the law. And that public annoyance provision basically states that a preponderance of complaints, which I was told is 8 or more, a preponderance of complaints can result in fines up to $6,000. So when they come out, so the AQMD law for like my business, Softwash systems, somebody smells us cleaning building, goes, oh, I don't like that bleach smell. I'm going to call the smell police. Smell police come out and they go, hey, we got a call about the bleach smell. They're going to smell and go, well, it doesn't bother me, but I'm going to take my little smellometer out here and see if you're 5 parts per million or not. Oh, no, you're 3 parts per million. You're okay. You're complying to the law. But because Mrs. Kravitz complained about you, I have to ask you to stop cleaning this home. Well, I'm sorry, officer, I'm within compliance to the law. I'm not going to stop cleaning this home. Okay, well, I just need to let you know that if Mrs. Kravitz and 7 more of her friends call and complain about you, I'm going to come out and write you a $6,000 ticket. Now, people go, oh, crap! You're kidding me! Gosh, on my street, I have 20 Mrs. Kravitz. I live in California, you know. Now, the queen of the AQMD told me that, hey, listen, one time in the last 10 years have they ever got 8 complaints for 1 occurrence. It can't be, oh, you had an occurrence here and you had an occurrence here, and when you got to an aggregate of 8, we're going to find you. No. You have to have one neighborhood where you're cleaning the house and 8 neighbors call the AQMD and complain about you. Then they can write you a ticket just because you annoyed 8 people. That's what I call a stupid law. I'm like, okay, so if somebody's smoking by me and I can get 8 people to complain about them, can I get them a $6,000 ticket issued? She said, well, actually, yes. And this law actually extends to music. If you have 8 people complain about noise pollution, music, you're playing your rock and roll too loud. It can be during the hours of 10 in the morning, 10 at night, below 130 decibels and all that stuff. You have 8 people complain, they can come out and write you a $6,000 ticket, even if you're within the law. That's what I call a stupid law. Okay? And officers, every call that comes in, they have to drive out, investigate the complaint. They have to. So if you're doing something that stinks, you're using bleach, you're using chemicals, you're using soap, you know, they're cranking down even on the gas-powered equipment now. It's too loud, it's noisy, it's bothering me, I work at night, I gotta sleep. Okay, they'll come out and have to investigate it. So that leads me back here. We're gonna do a little bit of Throwback Thursday here on Friday for the garage band days. Yes, believe it or not, that's me back in 1980, I think 2 or 83 or something like that. Huh? You weren't even born yet. All right. Not allowed to make the speaker feel old. Okay. So what I found out is we were having our neighbors call the cops. Cops come out and shut us down in the garage band. So I was talking to one of my friend's parents, and he was an attorney. He went, "They can't do that. Do you know the law?" I went, "I don't know the law." Now back then we didn't have the internet. Now you just go in and type in, you know, City of Carson, California noise ordinance. It'll just pop up. Back then I had to go to the city, ask them what their noise ordinance was. They pulled out a big old book, Book of Life. You know, it took 10,000 years to write the Bible. You know, the government writes books like this every year. Okay? Pull out the Book of Life, turn to the page, here's the noise ordinance, great, can you make a copy of that for me, make a Xerox, take it home, so I had a copy of the noise ordinance. And the noise ordinance said that as long as it was from 10 in the morning to 10 at night, and it didn't exceed 130 decibels, that I could play my rock and roll. I had the right to rock. Like Ozzy Osbourne says, you can't kill rock and roll. Okay? But the cops would come, and they didn't know the law. Well, I'm just going to have to ask you to shut you down. I knew the law. So, number one, my advice to you is when you're working in the areas you're working, whatever your 10-mile or 15-mile bubble is, whatever cities you touch, go in and meet the water czars, go in and meet the police chiefs, go in and drop off your business cards. You might get some city business, you know? But go in and know your ordinances. Find out what the different laws are. Know the air quality management. Know local water restrictions. Know what the noise ordinance is. Know all that stuff. Know them. Number two, keep copies of those ordinances, Xerox copies of them or printouts of them in your truck. Okay? I kept one in my garage. Yellow highlighted. Cop would come as he was coming up the driveway. I was like, "Hi, how you doing, sir? Are you having a pleasant day?" "Oh, yes, and Mrs. Kravitz complained about me again." "I understand." "Oh, I understand, sir. She'd like for me to stop playing my rock and roll, but you know, Ozzy Osbourne says you can't stop rock and roll." "Yes, sir, I understand that. But here's a copy of the noise ordinance. And unless you have a decibel meter, and you can show us where we're about 130 decibels, I have the right to rock." And I did.
Not no more.
Well, you know, the hair gets shorter, you get older, your kids are in college, and you don't rock and roll as much anymore. Okay?
Not everybody.
But be respectful when the officer approaches. Okay? Because if you get them pissed off, they're going to say, "I know I'm wrong, but I'm going to bury you in so much paperwork. You're going to have to spend a ton of money to figure this mess out. And I don't care because I'm a city employee. Maybe if you try to sue me, I'm exempt from prosecution, and you're going to have to spend a ton of money to dig yourself out of this mess, and I'm scot-free." So be nice, because they can make your life miserable. If you want to bend over, grab your ankle, and say, "Thank you, sir, can I have another?" More power to you. Okay? Try to develop a common thread or relationship. You know, when the cop comes up, and, you know, Mrs. Kravitz wants to shut you down, say, "Hey, do you like Ozzy Osbourne? Dawkins? Whitesnake? What's your band?" You know? Try to, you know, talk to these people. They're people too. Be respectful, be nice. "Hey, would you like a soda pop? I got a cooler in the trailer." You know? Be nice to them. Okay? And respectfully provide copies of the laws and regulations. Say, "Sir, let me go grab my binder out of my truck. I'd like to show you that I know what my rights are. I don't want to piss you off or anything else. I want to be respectful, but here's a copy of the regulation. Here's my best management practice. Here's what I'm doing on this scope of work. I'm within my regulations." Okay? Because you don't want that cop going, "Bolo, bolo, we got an offender over here, I need backup." Okay? You want to neutralize the situation, but while neutralizing the situation, stand up for your rights. Okay? So, what I recommend for everybody to carry on their truck, their work vehicles, what I call a truck box. It's just one of these hanging file folder organizers here that you can put some of those hanging file folders in, and you can keep your clipboard in there, you can keep your shipping papers and safety data sheets, you can keep your safety manual in there, your best management practices, all that stuff. Okay? So your route sheet, accident reports, your shipping papers, your pre-inspection sheets when you walk around the property and pre-inspect it for damages and all that kind of stuff, copies of your local ordinances, and your binder with your licensing, insurance, permits, exemptions, and exceptions. Now, who knows what an exemption and an exception is? It hasn't been in my class before.
When you get away with, when you don't do it.
So we're getting ready to cover that, okay? So you have to ask yourself a question, like I brought up in the OSHA meeting this morning. How many of y'all know that we got the OSHA guy here? The OSHA guy is here. He's telling us all about OSHA. And 95% of y'all sitting in the room, he has no jurisdiction over you. What?
Well, the part that he said is regulating industry.
Yeah. I mean, most of y'all have 10 employees or less. Some of y'all have family members working for you. And does that mean we don't need to be safe? No, we need to be safe. We need to take all the OSHA laws, look at them and say, those are our best management practices that our parents, the government that are supposed to care and take care of us, created for us because we weren't smart enough to come up with them on our own. Okay? But they wrote them, and they're a good rough draft. We need to pull them in our companies. We need to be safe. We all want to come home with 10 fingers and 10 toes and see our grandkids one day, right? Not have emphysema, things like that. Okay? So does the law apply to us? Okay? Watch for these built-in deal changers in the laws and ordinances, because you'll find that many laws, when they were constructed, had built-in loopholes put into them because the legislators that were making the laws were rich people that came out of industries, and they wanted to write laws with favoritism towards their industry. For many, many years in this country, the biggest industry in this country was agriculture. So you'll find that OSHA, minimum wage, overtime, air quality management district, Clean Water Act, all that stuff has built-in exemptions for agriculture. Agriculture barely has to obey almost any law in this country. For crying out loud, you can drive things down the road that aren't even street legal in agriculture if you put a stupid triangle on the back of it. Okay? There's a reason why they did that. A, because agriculture was a big industry and they didn't want to shackle it with a bunch of regulation. Number two, because most of the politicians came out of agriculture until our society started shifting, and then we went to an industrial society. And now we've started shifting, and believe it or not, we've gone to a service business society. This is a service economy now. Did you hear what I said? You know, the next multi-millionaires and billionaires in this country are going to be service business owners. I'm serious. You know? I had a multi-million-dollar business, service business, roof cleaning business, 3 branches in Florida, 100 employees, $40,000 a week payroll. Got kicked out of college my sophomore year. Okay? I wasn't a lawyer. I didn't have a big, factory. Okay? So look for exceptions. Look for exemptions. Now, the difference between an exception and an exemption is an exemption is something that you file for or you apply for. It's built into the law. It says, if you meet these requirements, we will exempt you from this law. An exception is where they say, no, don't worry about it. We didn't even write this law for you. You're accepted from it. In other words, when we thought about this law, you weren't even on our radar. So we said, let's go ahead and accept those people. One of those that I operated under for a long time, up until about 7-8 years ago, was bleach. If you carried bleach in a container that could not be broken down or degraded by the bleach, then you accepted from the law on placarding. If I didn't have to put a placard on the side of my truck, I didn't have to have a commercial driver's license with a hazmat endorsement, purely because of the type of tank I put the bleach in. Well, they changed that about 7 years ago when they did anything over 119 gallons, you have to have a commercial driver's license with a hazardous materials endorsement. But until then, they went, oh, polyethylene tank, you're accepted. The whole subpart of the chapter on placarding does not even apply to you. Great, I'll put a 500-gallon bleach tank in my truck. Woo-hoo! I was accepted. Didn't even apply to me. Okay? Look for permitting. Local and state areas will allow you to be permitted for some of this stuff. Here's the great thing about permitting. A lot of us think, oh my gosh, that's got to be expensive. In many cases, it's a $350 permit that you turn in your BMPs and what chemicals you're using and everything else. They look it over and they go, yeah, you know, you're not really doing anything all that bad. So we're going to give you a permit to operate. If I got a $350 permit, special permission from that area to do work there because I'm the only one that they love and they like because I walked in there and said, look, this is what I do. What am I going to show to every customer at every bid I go to? I've got a permit. Good. That's not special. What do you mean? None of my competition has permit. And your competition's going to hear that you're doing that, they're going to go, well, he's a cheater. I don't like him and everything else. Because you know why they won't go get a permit? Because chances are they're a felon and they can't get the permit. So they're going to whine and complain and say, well, he's cheating and everything else because he has a permit. And I don't understand why he has a permit because I can't get a permit. Because most of those people that complain about that stuff won't go and file for the permit because then they're on the government's radar and they're like, well, I don't have to pay taxes. I can't take all these cash payments anymore. I'm going to go get the permit. I'm going to go in there and start getting the $10,000 jobs, not the $300 jobs. Because I got the permit. I'm special. And look for variances. Sometimes you can go and you can petition for a variance. You know, the poor little woe is me, I need a variance because I can comply to the law, but it's going to take me a period of time. Can I get a 6-month extension or a 12-month extension? Or can I get a variance to go ahead and do it? Because I know I'm still, you know, I know I'm a smelly roof cleaner, but people really need clean roofs. So can I get a variance? And they'll go, well, yeah, because how many of y'all have ever sued somebody or been sued? Anybody in here? Okay, 12, 15, 20, I gotta stop counting. Okay, you guys would be a big target, people sue you. I used to get sued 3 times a year. If it was Christmas Eve and I'd only been sued twice, I was waiting for the process server to knock on my door Christmas Eve. Okay? Judges are notorious for not deciding right and wrong anymore. They just want to make everybody happy. Oh, you're suing for $200,000? Oh, you're suing him for $200,000? Why don't you guys just both pay each other a check for $125,000? You go, but that doesn't accomplish anything. Yes, but I made you both happy, and I sided in the middle so that I won't get voted out of office at the end of my term. Huh? That's not justice. Well, the same thing with politicians and all. They don't want to piss anybody off. You come in and ask for a variance, you got at least a 50% chance of getting it because they don't want to piss anybody off that might be voting for them. Is that not the truth, Jerry? That's the game. So items to print and carry. I have for you, if you want it, I'll email it to you. The City of Long Beach, California's paper that they have on pressure washers. Okay? It says Long Beach has a permanent prohibition against washing driveways, sidewalks, parking areas, or patios, or other outdoor areas with a hose unless you're using a water conservation pressurized cleaning device. A simple spray nozzle does not qualify as a water-conserving pressurized cleaning device. What is a water pressurized conservation cleaning device? As much as I hate them, City of Long Beach goes in here, says, why the permanent prohibition? Well, because people don't use water-conserving devices when cleaning outdoor spaces. We want them to. So what qualifies as a pressurized cleaning device? Any device that either A, discharges water at a minimum of 1,000 pounds per square inch or PSI, or B, is rated at using at least less than 3 gallons per minute, okay? And then it makes a recommendation. Residential customers will usually use an electric-powered pressure washer. So they're saying, I mean, literally, they say this now. Is there anything better than a pressurized cleaning device? Yes, consider a simple push broom. Push brooms are inexpensive to reduce water use 100%, cause zero runoff into the precious Long Beach marine habitat, and are a great form of exercise. A win-win-win. Okay, so that was the, you know, just sweep your driveway. It's California. You need the exercise in there. We're all out of work. Okay, great. Okay, where can I buy a qualified pressure washer? It is easy to find these devices online or at some of your favorite outlets, such as Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace Hardware, Walmart, Target, Amazon, and many others. So the city of Long Beach, California is saying, if you want to clean your house, go buy a pressure washer. You know, I've got to go and I've got to talk to Matt and take him out to lunch and, you know, juice him up really good and say, you need a soft washing in there. You know? But soft wash. But he was actually thinking, when they wrote this, pressure washer. Now, is that awesome or what? Okay, something you need to carry in your vehicle. Because you go online, the message boards and everything, everybody's complaining about these water restrictions. Oh, they're going to put us out of business. Doesn't look like they're trying to put us out of business to me. Okay, Air Quality Management District. They have a document where they talk about lawn equipment and gas-powered engines. Okay, lawn equipment and gas-powered engines. Y'all need to get this from me. They are on the hunt to shut down because of the fumes and the noise and all that kind of stuff. So you need to read this document and kind of start tuning up your operations if you're using gas-powered equipment. Another thing that they have actually, for cleaning and cleaning using solvents. Solvents, any chemical that breaks something down. Okay, water is a solvent. Okay, so when you use water to clean something, it's considered a solvent. But they actually have an exception for janitorial. Janitorial cleaning is the cleaning of a building or facilities components, including but not limited to floors, ceilings, walls, windows, doors, stairs, bathrooms, furnishings, and exterior surfaces of office equipment, and excludes the cleaning of work areas where manufacturing or repair activity is performed. Okay, so we're not talking about in the factory, but we're cleaning the outside of the building, the windows, the driveway, the sidewalks, all that kind of stuff. They're calling this janitorial cleaning. Okay, this section here is where they're listing specifically the activities that are accepted, don't have to comply with the Air Quality Management District. Bingo. So I've got that document. Okay, and then I've also got a copy of the nuisance regulation. Okay, it was adopted May 7th, 1976, believe it or not, is when they came up with this law. Crazy. Fucking Californians. It's rule number 402. And it's if you're a nuisance, if 8 people complain about you, we're going to fine you lots of money. Okay, so I give that to you. Now, the United Association of Mobile Cleaning Contractors, guys, this is a group that is really, really pushing to do a lot of great things for y'all. It's inexpensive to become a member. Okay, you can become a member for free, which is just a standard membership. But if you want to become a contributing member, how much is it, Jerry? It's like $150, or
I think it's $249.
$249 to be a contributing member. And they have all kinds of certifications and programs and events all over the country, and will, you know, literally send the posse in to defend you and stuff like that. Yeah.
And they have special discounts and gift certificates.
Yeah, when you pay the $249, you get a packet that has like over $750 of coupons in it. So it's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, but they have a letter here that specifically addresses the emergency drought regulations effective August 1st, 2014 for California. And it talks about why you have to clean these surfaces for public health and safety reasons. It's like a technical bulletin or a best management practice document. Okay? Then they also have a nice little tri-fold brochure that you can carry and give to your customers. I have all the PDFs for those, so if you make sure you give me your business card, I'll put it in my top pocket. I'll make sure everybody gets the email this week with all these documents on it. Okay? Because after all, we have a responsibility. and we want to keep California's natural resources beautiful, right? Right, awesome. Real quick, guys, I just want to tell you guys, my business, it is Softwash Systems. I do self-cleaning equipment. We have our water-fed pole guns for adding to the under poles, for applying chemicals to roofs or exteriors without having to rent lifts or use ladders. We can clean roofs from the ground now, which helps you with your workers' comp and your insurance. Great kit, water-fed pole kit, about $170. Comes with 50 feet of hose, all the quick connects. It's all billeted aluminum, very, very hardy. Our chemicals, green wash, bleach wash, Imperial wash, rain fresh, all the soft washing chemicals you need. We have a truck out here with the equipment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And we also have our certified applicator program. This is 20 modules, 22 hours of training. It's a content DVD with about 700 megabytes of brochures and documents and starter letters and quote forms and all kinds of things that you need to get into the soft washing industry. This is your business in the box if you're interested in soft wash, roof, and exterior cleaning. Okay? Hard to take? You think you've been talking for 45 minutes. Okay? So if you guys have any questions about this, this is great. It's normally $8.99 at the show. We're doing it for $6.99 today. Okay? So $6.99 for this. It erases an 18-month learning curve in this business. All right? Thank you very much.
There you go. Send me some of it, please.
Great.
Give me a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
If anybody got any business cards, I'll make sure to hit you on the list. No, it's going to be very, very similar. It's not exact, even up in Oakland. Okay? Yeah. No, I just have them. Just remind me or send me. Yeah. Anybody else got cards for me? Joshua's sweeping. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, if anybody. First,
Does anybody want my card?
Yeah, sure.
read us down a raffle, okay? Okay. We have to be here to, Declan, present here. Okay, so everybody, this one. First up, we have, you just came in. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually gonna think about sticking out on this. My brother was gonna buy my truck.
You could have done it.
It was 2 something? Yes, my background. I mean, if I were them, it'd be bad, but, you know. They're putting it all in. It wasn't that bad. I mean, I probably buy a couple of things. Different angles. Useful, man. Yeah, especially with the extension.
Ninja screen master, Jen from Milton.
Awesome.
It is 5 of them.
I know, man.
Mark from ABM. Mark from ABM?
Oh, he has one already.
Go, Joanne. This one is George from ProWash. Oh, four speakers. This is Josh from Windermere.
There you go.
Oh, really? You're welcome. This is also Josh. Sneaky boy. Josh from PureTech. Okay, the next prize is, your, with a cleaning kit with, 200 pets.
How do you do? Oh.
Oscar from ABC.
Yeah, well, that's what I was.
Congratulations.
That's what I did.
They're all brand new.
Oh, right, yeah, like a
And
idiot.
your grand prize is the brand new Hydropower. Oh. Mix it up good. Jose from Mr. Sparkle.
Oh, hey.
Okay, better take that up. Okay, you gotta get on, take it back on the plane.
I'll have to ship there.
They don't like to take that on the plane either.
Well, hey, I'm going to San Francisco in a couple months.
I think I'm gonna go. Right, ship it, UPS and ship it off. Yeah. Thanks.
What's this? I have large, and she's bringing some of them. But I'll pass on. Yeah, maybe. The smallest I brought was the largest, I think.
All the ladies are gonna be sad.
Large, good boy.
These are ninjas, and those are,
Oh, nice.
no, this is large.
Oh, it's the large? That's the large?
So I'm still down here for one. These are larger than one inch.
Yeah, I thought I was thinking,
I'm like large and small. I don't need more teeth.
These are all large. This is the ninja. I don't have one with me. Do you have a hard one? Can I do one? Oh, I was large.
Raffle for them there. There you go.
No, I take it. You guys need to make a break or start watching. I thought it was way more.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm leaving. Hey, you too, man. Yeah, I get an anything contact, bro. How can I start?
I grab it when I see it. You gotta show us green colors like my color.
I'm just actually
You'll call it AC green.
the main man is Dylan. Nothing so I'll be at yeah, same here. All right. Cool, man. Let's get in here. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, man. Good to meet you.
You want to use my computer here?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, because I think that.
All right. Thank you, AC. And next up, we have Jerry McMillen, the godfather of environmental water reclamation in Southern California. And so I know it's a passion for him, and I think it'll be very useful for you to hear what he has to say.
Righty, thank you. I started developing wastewater control equipment about 25 years ago, actually almost 28 years ago, as a specialty tool supplier to my customers. And it put me way ahead of the curve on the environmental aspects of tools you guys use. And it put me in front of a lot of law enforcement. It put me in front of a lot of educational seminars put on by law enforcement groups. I've been all around the country to these seminars, and it's helped to point us in the direction of being able to be the best available technology, which is one of the things that you find in those EPA documents at the top of the food chain for what we have to be as pollution control specialists. AC did a terrific job on the environmental aspects of what you guys do in generally spraying water. So I'm going to be able to blast through and get to more detail on tools here. You guys already know what the environmental pollutants are, and you know what dirty wash water is. Before I go too far here, how many people are actually doing pressure washing on top of the window cleaner? Okay, pretty much everybody is exposed to some pressure washing. You're doing some window sills and sidewalks around the perimeter. It's a natural that you guys do this kind of work. And as you go into these job sites and plan your work so you can give a proper quotation and develop a sustainable relationship with the customer of the job site, you're finding that the rules and regulations in every area are actually similar. They're not always exactly the same, but there are some very, very foundational commonalities in what's expected of you and how you have to perform and at the job site. Which reminds me, I need to hand out a document to you guys. The Wash Water Control Handbook that he's handing out is a document that I wrote almost 15 years ago and published on a .org website so everybody could print it out free of charge. Municipalities all around the country have used this as a platform for their wash water control, BMP programs, and it has been a valuable tool in number one, educating the law enforcement in what best available technology is, and it's also been valuable in putting enough common sense into regulators and law enforcement that it hasn't been a complete disaster as we've gone through the growth curve of the past 15 years in developing best management practices. Now, I'm going to just blast through this stuff. You guys know what the pollutants are that you're dealing with. Anything that is not rainwater
is not supposed to go in the storm drain. So if you add any contaminant to wash water, or to water that comes out of the spigot, okay, then you're causing a pollution to be relocated. And they don't want you to relocate that pollution of any kind, whether it's dirt or leaves or a little bit of soap off the windows. They don't want you to relocate that pollution into the storm conveyance system. Okay? As soon as the water falls off the edge of the curb, it's considered to be in the storm conveyance system. Okay? We'll talk more about that shortly. I can blast through this because you have already covered that so nicely. Okay. You know, fines and penalties, we don't want to get into that. We know how bad that can be, and tolerance level of different community regulators is, you know, a character display that you see sometimes. Casey covered that too. You know, this can all be a long-term effect on your business if you have any citations against your business. Okay. How you're treated by the people around you, and how you're it is directly an influence on how you're perceived as a professional or not. It'd be better if you are proactive and comply with the laws and the restrictions in your area. Now, let me slow up right there and talk about laws and restrictions. First of all, generally speaking, because you guys are cleaning a property, okay, and you're and you are not out in a cornfield rinsing off a tractor or a bulldozer, okay, and how far away the local stream bed is relative to what you guys are doing. You guys are working in town, rinsing off windows and doing a little pressure washing. So I'm going to bend this stuff around you. The fact that you're cleaning on private property is what it is. You're on private property and you're washing, and if you're in a situation where the water could leave the property, then stormwater law requires you to be in compliance. If stormwater people come around and say, hey, the water hit the ground, you're not supposed to let it do that. He has no jurisdiction on private property. An EPA guy could come by and say, okay, you just cleaned that whole building and these sidewalks, and the water is going over here onto the ground, and it's soaking into the ground, and I smelled something funny, and you know, they can come on the property and talk about groundwater pollution. Okay, but stormwater people that only have jurisdiction after the water leaves the edge of the curb, okay, that's where they have jurisdiction. Be really aware of what you're doing, what's actually happening, and who thinks they're going to tell you what to do next. Okay. I'm also going to say on that note that no matter what the laws are, and no matter who it is that's trying to enforce those laws on you, there must be a level playing field, federally speaking. What that means is, if down the street here, you get a picture of Captain Jim rinsing a fire truck off, and the water's going right into the storm drain, right there in the city where you're working, okay? And hours later, stormwater cop comes by and says, hey, you can't let wash water go in the storm drain, and you happen to be washing vehicles. I'll use a like-for-like example here. Washing vehicles, water, no soap, water going right into the storm drain, just like the guy down the street who works for the city. They cannot enforce the law on you until their people are up to speed with compliance. They can't enforce a law that they are not in compliance with. So don't leave home without a camera ever again. If you're ever in a position where you can get a picture of a municipality, the people that work for them, that are contracted by them, or anybody cleaning and not controlling wash water, take pictures, because there may be a coincidental day that you need to show those images to a judge and explain a few things about how the day went.
right here in Carson, California, Monday, I came out of my hotel room, and one of the employees had a garden hose hooked up to a spigot in the middle of the parking lot to drag the garden hose over to water some flowers, and he didn't have an O-ring on the garden hose spigot, and it was just spewing water all over the place, huge puddle in the parking lot and everything else. It was just, wasn't controlling the water. The water restrictions right now. And that was a perfect little picture to take. They're right in front of me, literally, Carson City Hall right in the background.
Last year, when I had my invitational educational seminar that I have in San Diego every year, one of the guys that flew in happened to drive past City Hall on the way to getting to the freeway, and he took pictures of a cleaning contractor washing the front steps of City Hall without controlling his wash water.
Yeah.
On his way back to the hotel later on that day, he saw somebody down the street getting harassed for whatever was the guy with the uniform and the badge and emblem on the side of the truck, and he stopped to see what was going on because he knew a little bit about this. And he says, "So what's going on?" "Oh, this guy was letting wash water go in the storm drain, and I'm going to write him a citation." And the guy says, "Hey, what about when you were washing City Hall over there? What, just earlier this morning, and you want to see the images on my phone? You can't enforce the laws on this guy until you get your crews up to speed over there." It is what it is. They can't enforce laws on you that they're not being compliant with. There's one way to get people off your back. You want to be respectful, you want to be nice, but hey, it is for real, and technicalities are technicalities. And if today it gets the technicality going in your favor and you get somebody off your back right away, then you just got somebody off your back right away. There it is. And don't leave home without a camera. And whenever you get images like that, be sure you send them into the UAMCC or me, because we use those in our presentations with stormwater enforcement people so that they know they have to be a little more thorough than superficial in their workday as well. Okay? So know the laws in your area, know what the effect is of the water running off the edge of the curb into the storm conveyance system. Okay? And there's another technicality that I want to hit on. Okay? If it's easier for you to put down some sandbags or whatever in front of the storm drain and put down a puddle sucker that can suck up water up into your vacuum with automatic pump out, and that's the easiest place for you to catch the water on that particular job site, that is considered best available technology. So if stormwater dude says, well, it says here nothing but rainwater goes in the storm conveyance system, technically speaking, you can't let it get off the edge of the curb. And he says, well, okay, let's go down. Then you say, well, let's go down to the front steps of City Hall. Are you paying someone to put down enough of a suction or wash water control device that they can keep the water from running off the edge of the curb, or are they using a puddle sucker down there? Guy with the badge is going to go, I don't know. All right, just don't let it get past those sandbags and don't leave any messes. That makes sense, right? Okay. This all needs to make sense. Everything that we talk about in what a sustainable relationship with the job site is all about common sense. If it's not common sense, it's not going to be sustainable, and people need to work together on this stuff, including law enforcement. When it says in the EPA's book of definitions, or whatever you call it, that the best tool or the required tool for the job is best available technology, that looks back to the professional to provide the widgetry, and devices that we call best available technology. If this was made out of solid gold and it was too expensive for everybody to afford, then it wouldn't be best available technology, would it? Somebody would come along and say, well, I can make one of those out of a cheap piece of plastic and sell them for $29.50, and there we can make it something that is sustainable within the community as a working tool, and it is best available technology. Okay? There are many tools available now. Compliance is about sustainability. And this is where you're gonna be able to keep your jobs, okay? You wanna capture your water and process to the landscaping in most areas of the country. Don't let the water leave the site, okay? If you're gonna go do a cleaning job on a customer's property, you need an agreement with them, okay? And it's better if you have a plan for leaving the water on the site than to either have to haul it off or anything. If you have to put the water down the sanitary sewer, which is where you flush your toilets to, then okay, we'll put it down the sanitary sewer, but you know, he needs to make an accessible cleanout for you so you can get that water in there and not have to like work any harder and charge him more money. Because it's a sustainable relationship for him with his job site. Okay, he's ultimately responsible. The landowner is ultimately responsible for what happens on his site with wash water or anything else. Okay, you just happen to be the pollution control expert that he hired to relocate the pollution off of his windows, off of the sidewalks, into the sanitary sewer, or onto the landscaping, or into the dumpster, or through filtration, whatever. Got the idea? So, the loose piece of paper that you were given, called the BMP's checklist, is a list of best management practices that I have compiled for you to use as a generic worksheet for a sustainable relationship with the job site. You should have this in front of you when you are talking to the landowner or property manager about what you're going to quote for this job site, so that you can have a plan. Okay, talked about water conservation. Okay, so Miss So-and-so, property manager, we would like for you to turn off the sprinklers that day, so when the water hits the ground and goes into the landscaping, or we pump it into landscaping, we can say we're recycling the water as landscape irrigation. You're now exempt from certain drought restrictions. Even if somebody wanted to argue that that is cosmetic cleaning you're doing on those windows, you can say, it's recycled water. I haven't recycled it yet, but we have a plan, and it's in my quotation from my customer. It says right here, recycling water to landscaping. I'm exempt. Okay? So there's another tool in the toolbox for keeping the work going and your income incoming. All right. The BMP's checklist. You need a plan for where the water's going to go, whether it goes into the sanitary sewer or on the landscaping, or if you're going to recycle for reuse. I supply equipment for people that clean parking garages and things like this. If they want to recycle and reuse or wash water, so they don't have to go hunting for water every 45 minutes. Some of these garages don't have water, then we can do that. We can go to the next step, and they're going to charge a lot more money for doing that. It's more of a babysitting job on equipment than just hooking up a hose to a power washer. There is best available technology available, and the job can get done. There's more tools for whatever the job site tells you it needs. And I like to say the job site tells you what it needs. If you need to put the wash water into the sanitary sewer because you're 1,000 yards from the beach and they don't want the water going down into landscaping and running straight through the sands of the beach, all right, city of Laguna Beach or whatever, we won't pressure wash into the landscaping on this property. We'll put it down the sanitary sewer so it goes where you flush your toilets to. Okay, got a plan. Which goes to the stop it. I run this show. Good point. Well, I can tell you some stories when we have more time. Yeah. But anyway, if the job site requires, and/or the policies of that Walmart store require that you haul the water off, you're going to have to charge them for that. And it would be good for you to have your BMP's checklist in front of you to remind you that, hey, the water, I got to haul this off. So if we're going to commit to hauling the water off, it's going to cost more money to do the job. It is what it is, right?
Where can you haul water around here to? Who will accept?
Irrigation lawn.
It really is a wide variety of answer. The stormwater people can tell you where you can take your water to. In most areas of the country, you can put the water on the landscaping as long as you don't have any floating
No,
oil.
I'm saying
or
if you
debris.
have to, you know, the client requires you to haul the water.
Yeah, if
If you're
you're
in
gonna,
Huntington Beach, where are you gonna take it?
if you have to haul the water, in most areas, they'll let you bring it back to your location, your business location, and put it on your landscaping or put it down your sanitary sewer connection. No big deal. Some communities want your money bad enough that they want you to bring it to their site so they can charge you so many dollars per gallon or per dump or whatever, and you're stuck with that. There's some areas on the East Coast, I know for sure they do that. You know, they like to regulate so they can get more money. Yeah, control freaks, right? So there's tools for these jobs. There's what we call a vacuum berm, which I'll show you images of. This happens to be one here with a silt filter bundled around it. We'll show you more images in just a few minutes of washwater control tools. There's all kinds of tools available for laying across the ground and sucking up wash water, and depending on the lay of the land, you know, whether the water's running down the driveway in a sheet or whether it actually collects in a low spot, or whether you have to suck it up in the gutter because that's the only place that you can get a tool laid in and get the water sucked up. Life is good, but you know, plan based on what the job site requires. If you have to filter the water good enough, you know, that we're getting oil out of the water, or you know, whatever, you know, cleaning pesticide trucks would be a whole other thing, right? So, you know, be aware of what the job site requires and what the debris is that you're trying to catch, and making it a plan. You got to make it a plan in your quotation, let alone the contract you have with your customers on where the trash is going to go, where the water's going to go. I mean, if you put a bag of trash in the dumpster over here, and the landowner says, "Oh, I'm not going to pay you. You pissed off my neighbor and put the trash in the wrong dumpster." I mean, that'd be a bad day, wouldn't it? You know, you want to have a plan, you know, a solid, professional, no question about it plan. So when you go from A to Z, 1 to 100 on your agreement with the customer, you can be sure that he's going to pay you. Because capitalism will pay for protecting the environment, right? So here's a vacuum berm setup with sandbags behind it. It's nice to have a tool that works really well. Look at the BMP checklist. One of the first things on the list is actually the second one is cover the storm drain, put up secondary containment, sandbags, whatever. Okay. Have a secondary containment set up, even if it's as simple as putting out some sandbags or a what we call a gutter critter, which is a tool that's available here here in the California area. There's lots of ways you can set up secondary containment for the just in case water got past your suction control device. There's things that'll happen. You know, your generator will run out of gas and the vacuum shut down, or the pump out didn't pump out, whatever. And if you have secondary containment, if you have any filtration built into that whatsoever, some show of effort to contain any contaminants that would go into the storm drain. Even if some of the water did go in the storm drain, they probably wouldn't fine you because you showed an effort to having a secondary containment system and protecting the environment. When you show that effort, it can keep you from getting the citation. Maybe it's just a warning, or instead of getting the $1,000 fine, it's only a $100 fine or whatever, okay? But to have secondary containment is a display of character, and you obviously want to display a character that gets you jobs, not one that loses jobs. If you have that secondary containment set up, you got tools that are going to work, and you do a trash detail and make sure that the area is cleaner than you left it. Even if you were just there to clean the windows, if you leave no debris whatsoever, then nobody's gonna call and say, hey, this guy's around here cleaning something and they left a lot of mess, you know? And if that phone call they're making is just a stormwater cop saying, hey, that mess looks like it's gonna get in the storm drain, well, then you have somebody harassing you and they're looking for the trash that was left behind, and they're gonna start assuming some things that they shouldn't. And that's a problem to your day. Okay, I actually had a customer that ran a detail shop at the edge of a golf course parking lot, and they always had equipment set up for controlling their wash water. Water never went down the street into the storm drain, ever. Okay, that was a plan before they even got approved to set up. But somebody had called and said that, hey, there's water running down the driveway, and these guys that run this detail shop, wow, they're polluting the environment. And the stormwater cop comes up and sees that, yeah, there's a detail shop there, and there's water headed down. It looked like it come from that area, so went ahead and wrote a citation, not just a warning, a citation, put it on the door of the shop, even though the shop had closed down for the day. Next morning, my customer goes in and finds a citation for something that he didn't do. Somebody painted the picture that it might have happened like this, and they assumed that he was guilty until proven innocent. That didn't go well for the stormwater cop that did that. They got in trouble for doing that. But hey, no matter what group of people you choose from, you get the same cross-section of society, right? Somebody's going to assume something and get somebody in trouble unnecessarily. And if you're the proactive one, if you're the one with the display of character or professionalism, then guess what? You're going to be the one that keeps the job or gets the job for the guy across the street because he's looking out the window watching you, or whatever. Display the character, professionalism, and do a compelling demonstration in the process. So train your people and use best management practices that work. Plan the job site, pre-plan the job site, in fact. Manage the storm drains and the trash and the silt and the irrigation runoff. If you're washing over here and you've got your AccuBurn or puddle sucker or whatever tools down here sucking up water, and all of a sudden the irrigation water turns on and it's adding water to between here and there, now you're responsible for all the water. Yeah, the little quirk that's, because even though your wash water is only a percentage of the water that's now going down towards, your tools, and maybe your tool is capable of picking up more than the 5 or 10 gallons a minute that you're using, and now there's 50 gallons a minute coming, and it's overloaded and starting to overflow. You're responsible for all of it, so you have to shut down, relocate your stuff so that you're sucking up the water before the irrigation water that's overflowing, or get that water shut off, whatever you got to do. But you are responsible if your wash water gets into any other water flow for all of the water flow that's headed towards the storm drain. Any question on that? Okay. Plan wash water capture all the way down to documentation. Let me paint another picture here. You got a BMP's checklist in your hand that is a nice little organizational plan for having a sustainable agreement with the job site and the customer. I intended for this document to be used on an every time you go to the job site basis. If you have your guys checking off and putting their initials next to each of those items on the right, and at the end of the job, they not only have before and after pictures and did a good job and turn in the paperwork with the BMP's checklist, if anybody wanted to call stormwater or the property management company and say, these guys left a mess, they did, we're unprofessional, and water went in the storm drain, is it going to be believable? No, because you have a process procedure of way more professionalism and display of character than someone that would, casually allow wash water to go to the storm drain or dump trash on the sidewalks. Come on, it's not going to happen. Okay? The display of character is huge. And I also want you to understand that when you do this, if you work with the BMP's checklist like this and have this kind of agreement with your customers, every time you go to that site, if anybody sees you doing all of these things, that is a compelling demonstration. Don't you want that guy to stop you and say, hey, here's one of my business cards. I want you to give me a call because I got some property over here I want you to do. Every time you're on the site and you look like this display of character or professionalism, you're going to get more jobs. All right? If all of that wasn't a good reason, then there you go. Capitalism is going to pay for protecting the environment again. You're going to make money. You're going to put your kids through school. Life is good. Okay? You know, doing all of this before you even start the pressure washer. I mean, do you get it? You've proven that, in fact, you have wash water control if you've already set up and started up the reclaim system before you even start the pressure washer. That's a display of character. And it's a process procedure that is going to ingrain a style of doing business in your employees. Right? After the job is complete, if they've lived off of the BMP's checklist, they're being really thorough, okay, and they don't leave any debris behind, what are the chances of that employee dumping the ashtray from their work truck into the parking lot before they leave? It's pretty slim, because isn't he going to feel good about having done a great job if he goes through all this? There's a display of character that grows positive people, okay? So plan the wash water capture, involve the manager or the site owner. You know, when you're walking the job before you even give them the quotation, they know that you're a professional already. How many people do that? How many people go that far in their agreement with the owner of the property or the property manager as, you know, where the trash is going to go and we're going to control wash water and all this process procedure. It takes an extra few minutes, but look at the level of professionalism. If this was a guy that thought he was going to hire you to clean sidewalks and abuse you in any way, if he thought he was going to, well, you know, you don't have to capture your water, and then at the end of the job, he's like, hey, you know, I got a phone call from the city, and you weren't controlling all your wash water, and I'm not going to pay you. If he thought he was going to do that, no. After you walk him through all this stuff in front of all that, he's going to be afraid to hire you because he knows you're a professional. You know what you're doing. So there's so many reasons for you to do this compelling display of character. Lots of reasons. Okay? How you're perceived dictates how you are treated. I know your local enforcement people. I know that. Let them feel that you are not a polluter. Make sure that your next prospect knows that you are not a polluter, and you've got process procedures that prove that. You will probably get the job if you're within 20% of the other guy's bid. Okay? The compelling demonstration is what we call this. You know, it's a dirty world, clean it up safely. Okay? The sustainable relationship. You know, it's kind of funny. We did a funny thing in the past 30 years. We used to use the expression, you know, well, the new expression is sustainability. Okay, the old expression is doing the right thing. Doing the right thing is now so twisted out of shape. It can be like renegotiated. Really? Okay. Now we have to call it sustainability. It's either sustainable or it's not. It's either grounded in common sense and we can repeat it and we're going to get paid for it and life is good, or it's not. Okay? When my daughter got to 9 years old and she comes home from a sleepover one night and says, Dad, those teenagers, they do the craziest things. I told her, you know what? You're going to lose your mind when you're a teenager too. Just let's talk about sustainable relationships. And I realized what I just said. I've been teaching her what sustainable relationships are ever since. Now I got a 17-year-old that's pretty level-headed. Okay? If it's not sustainable, don't bring it home. If it's not sustainable, don't let it out. Anyway, so any questions on wash water control and this? We're gonna get into the tools next if I have time. What am I doing on time?
We're supposed to be down at 3:30, but taking our 15 minutes, show them some of your toys.
Okay, yes.
Good toys.
I get to show toys at this one. I usually have to be really generic in my educational talks. So
Sounds really intense, by the way.
This time I get to, I sound intense or?
No, the information.
The information, you know, the wash water control certification program.
Yeah.
Okay, which you just done the 2/3 of it, okay? The program was originally poured into about a 6-hour program. Now I do it in 3, but the most important part, the 2/3 of it, is what you guys just saw. Between what AC said and what I said, that hour and a half is really the most critical part. And the part that I like the best is being able to hand you the on-site BMP's checklist. Give me your business card and send me, or send to me an email to jerry@pressurewasher.net that you want a copy of the BMP's checklist. I'll send you the Word document. Do what you want with it. Let it help you grow your business. Make a lot of money, okay? And preferably, you'll be interested in my equipment as you grow, because I make tools that work. This is a vacuuming surface cleaner that was specifically designed to eliminate the problems and efficiency issues that a few other companies made. When the second tool by other people came into our facility and the customer was like, I hate this, I spent a lot of money on it, it doesn't work very well, what do I do? Being an engineer and, you know, being the hot rod shop for the industry like we are, we found ways to make, you know, the original version better. But really, the best thing for me to do, make my own, okay? This one is a vacuuming surface cleaner that is efficient enough that against your 5 to 8 gallon a minute pressure washer, hooked up to my big electric vacuum, we call it the PEV2. It's one of the most powerful vacuums you can plug into 120 volts. You can run this surface cleaner at up to 150 feet and have 97% reclaim. If you want to bring a tool like that up into a warehouse and have a dry floor in 5 minutes, and with the vacuum outside, not even have any humidity in the room, boy, there's a compelling demonstration. Okay, 4,000 PSI, blasting the hell out of a surface, clean and dry in a few minutes with no overspray and no rinsing. Okay, compelling demonstration. All right, tool for the job.
How much is that though?
These, my dealers sell them between $1,600 and $1,900. Okay.
Very good price.
Okay. The vacuum that runs it is about $2,500, including the hose and a vacuum berm and some sandbags and crazy performance. I have competition that wants almost twice that much money for a system that can barely go the same distance. They didn't hit the nail on the head like I did with efficiency. I have a knack for hitting the nail on the head for efficiency. And I don't like overcharging people for things by abusing your, you know, my rights of materials. I'm not gonna make this out of stainless steel or gold or platinum or anything else that is not economical. It's a piece of plastic for crying out loud, all right? It works really, really well. This is actually a very engineered item. It's not just, you know, a drain grate with a hose bar punched into it. It actually has a strategically placed air bleeder hole that frosts up the water that you're sucking up so that it's easier to get that wash water up into the back of your truck. Oh, yeah. Okay, it works really, really well. This, with my electric vacuum, is capable of picking up about 50 gallons a minute from about 25 feet. That's crazy performance. And to be able to allow you to lift that water up into the back of the truck so that you don't have to offload the vacuum onto the ground. Wow. That's performance. But that's also fine tuning, and that's what the hot wash shop does, okay? They give you more performance for your dollar than just dragging something out of a department store, okay? I mentioned sandbags
So you're in El Cajon, California?
Oklahoma, yep. That's just inland of San Diego.
Yeah, well, you're in our neck of the woods.
Right on, where you at?
We're based out of Coronado, and I'm about to open up Temecula, so. All of San Diego and running into the Inland Empire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, stop by sometime. This is a customized, this is a hot rod sandbag in effect. This actually is a flow-through filter that has special media in it that filters nasty stuff like oil and things out of the water, soap out of the water. So if you use this as your secondary containment after your puddle sucker or vacuum berm, if the water goes through here before it gets to the storm drain, you have a compelling demonstration of secondary containment. You know what I mean? So, boy, it would be hard for a judge, you know, if you're standing in front of a judge, you know, let's say the gas engine generator ran out of gas, that your pump out didn't pump out, and some of the water went to the storm drain, but it went through this. The judge is going to go, geez, well, you tried so hard to control your wash water. We're not going to levy a fine. We're going to just, you know, we're going to write this one off. Okay. That display of character and what tools you use makes a big difference. Standard sandbags for this industry are typically longer and skinnier. There's lots of sandbags available. We call them sand snakes.
That one's shaped like a fish.
That one's shaped like a fish. It has the filtration built into it, but it's also, you know, 2950. It's not 1495, and it's only 18 inches long, and it's not 48 inches long. So, you know, there's a tool for every job, and there's many ways to get sandbags and storm drain covers and things like this. There's many manufacturers out there of these kinds of products. I try to have the best performing, lowest cost tools, or why would I build them? I like to be really competitive and have people come back and say, I want another one just like this. Okay, that's my style. I haven't sold anything in a long time. I let people buy things from me that makes sense. But
You have reclaim, you make reclaim systems also?
okay, I need to plug in this other presentation here. How do I get back to my thumb drive here?
I'll see you next one.
Yeah.
Okay, stuff, be careful. You're welcome. All right. Yeah, to answer those questions, there's the vacuuming surface cleaner. This is the vacuum berm with a sandbag on its back to push it down against the surface. The vacuum berm is a tool that has a whole bunch of holes on the bottom side, and as you push the sandbag against this thing down on the ground, it allows it to suck up wash water off of a rough, torn up asphalt surface. It works really, really well with a minimal vacuum. It's a highly engineered product. This is what we call a silk filter laying in front of it. If you're washing windows and the parking lot's really dirty, but you don't want to have to clean the parking lot, you just put the silk filter in front of the vacuum berm and it won't get plugged up. Okay. The sandbags help to guide the water in if it's running down the water, the driveway in a sheet. So, you know, the job site tells you what it needs, right? The vacuum berm was originally designed to work with a regular shop vac. A regular shop vac doesn't have automatic pump out, but if you want to suck up 4 or 5 gallons a minute,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you want to suck up, 4 or 5 gallons from washing a couple of windows or front door of the entry of a building, and you don't need auto pump out, you're just going to dump the water over on the landscaping. Okay, it'll work with the regular shop vac. It won't lift the water up into the back of your truck in that shop vac because the water lift capability of the vacuum is only about 50 or 60 inches. But if you had one of the more powerful vacuums with more suction lift, then you would be able to lift that water up higher. Okay. We make gas engine vacuums that are capable of running crazy long hoses. We got gas engine vacuums that are capable of running 3 of 4 21-inch surface cleaners at 500 feet in opposite directions and still have performance left over to run a couple of vacuum berms and puddle suckers or whatever. Performance is available. It's a hot rod shop, right? The waste tanks that we use are DOT approved waste hauling drums. So if a highway patrolman was to pull you over and say, your truck stinks, what's that drum? What's in the drums? Do you have a permit to haul waste water in drums? You can say, well, first of all, it's a DOT approved, a UN drum. It's been, and the way we protect them from rusting is they're sandblasted, they're zinc chromate primed, and then high temp powder coated. Another seal goes on the inside of the seam so water can't even get down into the seam. Okay, and all the hardware that goes through the wall of the drum is not only stainless steel, but it has rubber-backed washers so water can't even get to the hole. Okay, the outcome of all that effort is we're getting 8 to 10 years out of these drums before they rust out. That's pretty amazing for a steel drum that's going to get beat up on your trailer, bouncing down the road every day with water. I'm happy with the results of that. But if you want stainless steel drums are available. Okay, they have a high performance pump out that's capable of a lot of suction. It's not just a high volume pump out. It's one that can pump out against the vacuum. It has to produce pressure to push the water out against the vacuum. Because remember, we're building some gas engine vacuums and electric vacuums with crazy lift. Okay, a lot of suction. You got to pump that water out against the vacuum. The pump out is the hardest working component in the system. So it's a hell of a pump that we use on these big vacuums. And they are still capable under full load of pumping as much as 40 gallons a minute. So you can really capture some wash flow.
So that setup is, you have it set up on your truck, you're working, the water's being pumped in, going through that, and you have a hose going in where you want that water to be released. So that's pretty much.
That's a basic reclaim system. Thank you very much. That is exactly that's exactly what you get. Okay. So this guy's using the vacuuming surface cleaner, happens to be with a PEB2, our big electric vacuum. So he can be 100, 150 feet away from his truck. The vacuum is up in the back of his truck, and it's pulling that water right up into that vacuum, and the pump out is pumping the water out to the landscaping. And while we're on this, you see how dry that is? We're good. We are good. Anyway, yeah, there's the PEB2. It's got 2 of the most powerful vacuum motors made for 120 volts. This is a crazy powerful shop vac. Okay, and with the automatic pump out, the same pump out that we use in our big gas engine and diesel engine vacuums, that's a hell of a system. It's a hell of a pump out. You know, it is $2,500, but you are really getting a hot rod for your money.
Excuse me, for $2,500, you get, what do you get?
The vacuum with the first 50 feet of hose, dual inlets, vacuum berms, some sandbags.
And the drum.
Yeah, and with automatic pump out.
Okay.
And the cart frame. If you don't need the cart frame, whatever. If you don't need the vacuum berm, whatever. Have it your way, like McDonald's. Okay. Or is it Burger King?
That's Burger King.
Yeah. So yeah, but you know,
I'm sorry. I did a job. I did 6 parking lots. I was using a regular pressure washer, and we didn't talk about any of that. But the money I spent to rent the burner, and I had to rent that, and it was, I spent a lot of money, but the job was like 10 grand. So that's only, $2,500. You could probably just run one man on that. It was a bunch of guys.
I sell a lot of machines that are being paid for by the first job the guy does. I sell a lot of machines that are paid on the first job.
Most of my jobs that I do are small, like a dry waste most of the time, and I don't have none of that, and I don't know that I need to have that. I mean, something to reclaim.
Thanks for saying that. We can help you with that.
I need somebody to do that.
But if it is what it is, if that is your customer base and that's your market and it is what it is, then okay, if all you need is the shop vac, all right, vacuum burn works fine with that. All right. If you need the bigger version, something with automatic pump out, then we have what we call a PEV1, which is one of the most powerful vacuum motors made. Still a heck of a lot more powerful than what you buy at Home Depot or Sears. Okay, and it's capable of running my 12-inch vacuuming surface cleaner in a kitchen, with compelling results. Or it can still run that vacuum burn or a puddle sucker and pick up 20 or 30 gallons and run off the ground in a low spot if that's what it needs to be, because it's going to have the same waste tank and automatic pump out that we use on all the bigger stuff. So even the PEV1 is capable of doing what you want it to do, and it's less expensive. And if you don't need the cart frame and you don't need the surface cleaner, all you need is a puddle sucker.
20-inch surface cleaner without the vacuums.
Okay.
Well, most of our guys that are using his stuff are getting the PEV1, and then just, when it hits the curve, it's going a certain direction. They're just putting out sandbags and puddle sucker and using the regular flat surface cleaner to run down the driveway.
That's enough to get by with
the
cops, without.
Absolutely. But
most of the time they're going to see you're all set up, and they're going to go, oh, that guy knows what he's doing. They're just going to drive right by.
There's another dynamic that I want to draw your attention to in a vacuuming surface cleaner. For you guys that aren't interested in doing flat work, okay, when you loosen it up with a regular surface cleaner and you do your production style rinse off, then you have to go back and rinse what you loosened up because it didn't suck it up, right? Okay, well this one does suck it up, so you don't have to rinse. If that's 30% more work speed, then aren't you making more money on the job site if you're out of there sooner?
Exactly.
Okay, well all of a sudden the automatic pump out pays for itself pretty quickly, like on the first job. So if all I need to do is get you a waste tank with automatic pump out to hook up to your vacuum, I don't care. We're at a hot rod shop. You can buy, the fancy wheels or the whole car. That's fine. Okay, but this one, not only does it suck up the water so you don't have to rinse, but you see how it has the suction area around the perimeter? Okay, it's not trying to make a suction cup out of the whole device. We don't want to make a suction cup out of the whole device because what's it going to do? Hold water and suck down to the surface, making it difficult to move. If we're only sucking water around the perimeter, where the spinning, right next to where the spinning bar is spraying, then we're actually sucking water out from under the spray surface, which gives you a better quality clean. If that's only 10% more work speed or 10% better quality of clean, and it gets you one more job that you might not have gotten per month, isn't that worthwhile?
Another question, does that one work on hot water also?
Mm-hmm. Hot water, cold water, everything up to 250 degrees. This one is capable of up to 6,000 PSI. We have a 7,500 PSI version available. Okay, but how fast you want your hot rod to go?
So when you suck up that water from like a parking lot, the oil, it gets filtered. It gets filtered in the canister there, like whatever debris, dirt.
Yes.
Before it gets put out wherever you're draining the water.
Yes. Let's see where that picture was. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. In the waste tank, we have a slide-in filter. It slides in right between the inlet and the pump out. So the inlet drops into what we call the dirty water side, and we've got a slide-in screen that keeps anything bigger than medium-sized sand from getting over to the automatic pump out. Okay, so yes, it's a pre-filter. It's also made from oil-attractive components. So if there's anything sticky or oily in the water, not only does oil want to float on water, but it wants to get stuck to the filter. It's a pre-filter in a couple of different ways. It's going to filter that water good enough that you can put that water in the landscaping as long as you didn't use any harsh soaps or chemicals, stuff like that. Okay, if you just rinsing off, even the islands at a gas station, if the oil wants to float, it's going to float in here, and the pump out doesn't pump out that last 6 inches of water. So, it's a filter. Now we can also add what we call sand traps and other filtration before the auto pump out tank. So if you're doing a parking lot down at the beach and there's a lot of sand on that lot, and you don't want to have to clean 20 pounds of sand out of your auto pump out tank, then you want to use a sand trap that's easier to manage. Okay, the guys that clean rain gutters on the east of Mississippi, where they've got a lot of mud and sticks and leaves coming out of the rain gutters. Okay, we make what we call a leaf trap with a mud bucket and a bag for the leaves and the whole thing. So all the leaves and mud and everything get trapped in this one tank, and then when you're done, you just grab a hold of the drawstring on the mesh bag and handle the bucket and take it to a dumpster. And none of that goes into the auto pump out tank. So one of the nice things about filtration is you can always add another step of filtration before or after or whatever. We can filter, tell me what the job site is, and the job site tells us what it needs. We'll figure it out. There's so many layers of filtration we can do between sucking up and the holding tank or whatever. It's no big deal, okay? And some of it's really inexpensive. And it'll certainly be economical, or we wouldn't build it. Because we want a sustainable relationship at your cost level, okay? It's got to be manageable and affordable and therefore sustainable, okay? This is a system that incorporates the vacuuming surface cleaner, a sand trap, the auto pump out tank. The automatic pump out pumps water into an oil water separator, which also catches more sediment as well as any oily sticky stuff. Then it puts the water through polishing filters and then back into the holding tank so they can reuse the wash water for cleaning sidewalks and parking lots and things like this.
It's like self-contained, but
Closed
no more
loop
water.
system.
Huh?
It's called a closed loop system.
Closed loop system, recycle for reuse, okay? You have a hot water pressure washer, gas engine vacuum. There's also a gas engine generator that you can't see on the other side. Yeah, totally self-contained, totally portable. One of the first systems that we ever set up was for cleaning bus stops. The guy was going to go from bus stop to bus stop to bus stop, 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, and the 7th day, they clean out the system. They run it, all those job sites, all that, and we had enough filtration, dirt load capacity built into it that you could do all of that and not have to babysit filters all week long. Okay?
But most of the time I see it, they're washing, but they're just washing into the drain. Of course, it evaporates before it gets to the drain.
Take a picture of that, but what doesn't evaporate.
Hollywood Boulevard, yeah.
I see that. I live in Linwood and Compton and all that.
Thanks for bringing that up.
I see a lot of those.
Thanks for bringing that up, because that's illegal, okay? Because they're still leaving the debris in the storm conveyance system that's going to go into the storm drain the next time it rains. Just because it hits the ground and the water dries doesn't mean that your relocation of the pollution isn't still headed to the storm drain, and you will be fined. So take pictures of those people, especially if they have municipality emblems on the sides of their.
Some country I call, I think Woods, something like that. They all they do is pressure wash the whole block long, cities, block after block after block.
And to also be clear,
The city hires them?
I think that's
Yeah.
the city hires them.
if you ever were to ask a municipality about, hey, why do you have this guy doing, hands-free cleaning with no responsibility of the reclaim. And if they ever tell you, oh, we write ourselves an exemption when we do this, once a year or twice a year, wrong answer. It's a lie.
Yeah.
Straight up lie.
We picked the lowest bidder, so we didn't want to spend the money, and we turned a blind eye to it.
Right.
That's what they do.
That's what they did.
No, I'm just saying because I do that. And they say, like,
You filed a bid protest.
And you had pictures of that. If you got harassed, if you were in front of a judge, the judge would say, well, we can't enforce these laws on you because we didn't behave and you have proof. So he turns the citation.
Contractor, a contract, a city, and then they hire a company to do it, and they're not complying, that can help me.
Here's one better. If you lose a job to a company and the city allows them to do the job non-compliance and they pick them under the lowest and best laws, and they say, well, they were the lowest but the best, so we picked them, and basically they were the lowest, not necessarily the best. They give them the job, and then you can get pictures and documentation of them not complying. You can actually turn around and you can sue the city for loss of that job, and you can, if you can show that you make a 25% profit margin, they have to turn around and pay you the profit margin on the job.
That's easy. That's a slam dunk.
Yeah.
That doesn't even require a lawyer. Not really. That's a slam dunk.
And if they know that you know that, they'll start picking you and giving you the jobs because they don't want to deal with the headaches of getting sued.
It is shocking to me that after all these years of all these discussions around the countryside, California and everywhere else included, there has not been a class action lawsuit of contract cleaners against any municipality. And as badly as you guys have been treated in certain areas, I mean, I know one guy that not only is he a contract cleaner that has the latest environmentally friendly equipment, but he sells equipment to other contractors, and he explains to them how to use it, and he teaches people environmental cleaning and the whole deal. And the local municipality harasses him, follows him around all the time. At least once a month, they show up on a job site and say, that water you're hauling down the street, we want to test that. We want to prove that, and where's it going? Show us where it's going. He showed them last month the same. They're just harassing him. He can't keep them off their back. I'm not sure what he's going to do about it, but it's a small town, and they're all in cahoots between the judges and the lawyers, and they have their own sustainable relationship going on. Well, but if this guy manages to get a lawyer from out of town to bring it into federal court, they're all in deep doo-doo because they're enforcing laws very illegally in those circumstances.
You have to treat everybody the same.
That's in Waco, Texas. I call it Waco. What the heck? Anyway, there's many tools for these kinds of work. And if you're using suction reclaim tools and you have instant capture with no overspray, it doesn't matter what pressure you use it if it's not going anywhere outside of the deck. If it's just getting sucked up, then people could be walking by. Picture doing, let's say you've got a great contract with a couple of big shopping centers, all right? Wouldn't it be nice to have them on an emergency call basis, and for $175, you could come out and clean an ice cream spill storm for them so that their tenants don't have to worry about that or hassle with that. They just call you and you go out there and spend like 10 minutes with a vacuuming surface cleaner and you're done for $175. Would that be a nice contract to have?
I thought they were crazy.
And that you didn't have to come out in the middle of the night and do it.
Yeah, they came up, they said, can you come inside of our area and pressure wash? I said, we don't pressure wash inside. What are you talking about?
Yes,
crazy.
do.
Hey
I know that
guys, this
existed.
floor last time, I don't know if y'all saw on Facebook, but we posted, we pressure washed this floor last night with a reclaimed pressure washer.
Last night?
Yeah, we pressure washed this tile floor.
This gal right here,
I can do that.
you guys will
Well, you should have seen this floor. It needed pressure wash.
You guys will like this story. This gal was mop bucketing the two 20,000 square foot commissaries for Jack in the Box in San Diego. It was taking her 6 hours a night, 6 nights a week. She didn't have any other customers. The maintenance manager for the facility happens to find me, and he liked her enough that he said, you know what? We're going to buy the equipment and we want you to use it, because we don't want you to be putting the soap on the floor and leaving residues anymore. FDA is finding too many germs left behind and stuff like this. We want you to sanitize the floor without using any chemicals and have no overspray and be out of here faster. We're gonna hook you up. So they bought the equipment for her to use. Now she does this in 2 4-hour nights, and she's not using any chemicals, and she has a life, and she can like go after other customers. She's in heaven.
Do you know why they bought for that equipment? It's built into the MB&E laws. If you're a minority or woman-owned business and you're awarded a contract, especially government stuff, they can award you the contract even if you don't have the equipment, and then they're actually obligated by law to help you purchase the equipment, give you the ability to fulfill the terms of the contract.
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, woman only?
Yeah, there was a woman-owned company that got the landscaping contract, the lawn maintenance contract at the Orlando International Airport. They didn't have the equipment to do it. So because it was an MB&E awarded contract, the airport was obligated to buy them all the equipment to fulfill the contract.
Right on.
Wow.
Now, there are other sized,
It's our government, God bless them, you know?
there are other sized tools, okay? There's a small device for doing, that is what it is, but there's a smaller head wand assembly that you can clean, right up against the baseboards and right into the corners. Those are available now. Testing's been done. They can handle up to 4,000 PSI, and they work really good. Very happy about that. So if you really want to go after kitchens, warehouses, stuff like that, the smaller tools are available. This is available in a 12-inch version and also a little 8-inch version. So if you want to spray out a couple gallons a minute at 220 degrees and steam clean countertops and sanitize as fast as you can move with no overspray, no wipe down when you're done, and no chemical residue left behind. Is that compelling? Okay. Okay. You want to make money, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, there's so many tools available, and the big box companies, they don't want you to use your pressure washer any other way than just for pressure washing, so they can get out of the warranty period. But isn't it a pump system with a heater? Well, a pump system with a heater can be used like a carpet cleaning machine, tile and grout cleaning machine, with adjustable controls for flow and pressure and heat. You can actually use a pressure washer for cleaning tile and grout. You can use a pressure washer for cleaning carpet if it's set up correctly. Information like that is available at places like hot rod shops for the industry. Oh, that's neat. Okay, don't be afraid to ask questions. The information is free. Okay. One of the very first, actually the very first engine-driven vacuum system that we built almost 28 years ago was actually a combination pressure washer, tile and grout cleaning, carpet cleaning machine, and it's still in service. Those first 2 units, they're both still in service today. Long-term low cost is my middle name. Okay? If you want to use it for all kinds of other stuff, just by putting, the right controls and safeties on whatever the machine is, multifunctionality is available. San Diego Trolley bought some reclaim systems from me to control their wash water to be, environmentally friendly and all that. And the guy comes back to me one day and he goes, "Hey, can I suck the sand out of these rails, for the trolley with your vacuum?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, paint the picture. What's the job site?" He goes, "Well, no. When these trolleys stop at the trolley stations, if they're going a little bit too fast or somebody steps out in front of them or something like that, they got to really hit the brakes. Well, they have a system on the wheel carriage that drops sand in front of the wheels, so it bites into the metal and can stop faster. So they leave sand building up at the trolley stations, and they need to be able to suck the stuff up once in a while." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Of course my vacuums can suck up sand. What do you need?" And so we devised the bulk pickup tool to go on their vacuum, and they can go in there and suck up the stuff into a sand trap, so it's not going into the bucket where the auto pump out is. we put one of these on a hand truck style configuration. So they set it down on the ground, they suck up the sand, they wheel it over to where they can dump it, put it back in the truck and on to the next area.
Does your company make gutter cleaning stuff too? Sucks out gutters?
Yeah.
Yes. What a hot rod check, man.
That's how much you want, they'll make it.
Whatever you can imagine, they'll make for you.
I have built more custom devices for this industry than probably anybody else in any aspect of this industry. I have built, my catalog is this thick, okay? I have built tools for specialty applications that you wouldn't believe. Actually, one of the first vacuum systems that I ever built was for a robotic arm to pick up a tool and clean the joints between wing segments of the new the B1 stealth bomber.
Oh.
Okay, and just as I pushed the last page through the fax machine back so many years ago, I realized that I had no agreement with this guy to not steal my idea. But I can tell you that the design of that vacuum using that tool is exactly what became the foundation of the PEV2 vacuum refilling system that works so good. This tool that I designed for him and he stole from me worked perfectly, I guarantee you. Anyway, I don't know who that is, but you know. And
hair was a lot shorter there, do you?
You know, this is old guys rule. So, you know, sometimes, you know, people think that, you know, that all those hoses are going to be a pain to I got to deal with all those hoses. Well, if you take your high pressure hose and the vacuum hose and put it on a leash and attach it to your belt, instead of, if you've used a wand before, your shoulders get tired after a while pulling the hose with your shoulders and your arms, right? Well, if you have this hose attached to your belt, then your legs are towing the hose and your arms can work freely. It's less fatigue if you have a hose leash. Hose leashes are available. They're only $7.95. Okay, they usually bring some with you. Started from me. Yeah. Okay. The factory called me up and said, you know, we need a portable engine-driven vacuum. We got open ceilings or high ceilings or whatever. Airflow is no big deal. I just want an engine-driven system that I can push along and suck up some stuff and pump it out. I can plug in the pump out to, you know, any one of the 1,000 outlets in the facility, but I need a portable thing that can just suck up and pump out like crazy. Okay, so portable version, that's fine. Any way you like it. Any way you like it. I mean, there's a compelling demonstration. No water going into the waterway. Clean, almost dry behind them, you know.
You know the awning on the naval base right here in Wait. Okay, I have to go and give a bid to clean that. You know, it's like 90 feet up in the air. It's oval. You know where they have the Camp Pendleton and the across the Navy. They have a white, when you go on the freeway, it's like a tarp, you know, like a tent. White. I got that, but they don't have no water there. They don't have no water, and nothing could go on because it goes into the sea. So I was gonna bid it, but I wasn't because I was not prepared. I wish I would have known you then I could have done something about that because we're real close. I'm just saying, we had a what do you call it, a water truck that had pressure. But I need something to get up in there and clean, and that it's awning, like an awning kind of thing. I wish I could have talked to you, could have got that bed for the military. You know, and that would have been on because it would have been, what, every 2 years, something like that, you know?
Information's free. Information's free. We're glad to help. You know, the vacuum and surface cleaner can do a hell of a job cleaning and having the water sucked away from the water spray, so that the spray can actually be more efficient. It really does a great job. And, you know, there's so many ways that a system can be built, configured. It doesn't matter whether you're going to put it on a trailer or the back of the truck, or if you need filtration for reuse or filtration for discharge or whatever. These tools can be very affordable. I like making things simple so they can be affordable. I make them beefy so they can last. And I won't even bring it off the drawing board unless I think that it's sustainable. If I think that you'll call me back and say, I want another one just like this, then that's the one that we're gonna build. If it's not gonna be affordable, I'm not building it. If it's not gonna be easy to maintain, I don't want to have anything to do with it, okay? And the components that we use, if your vacuum system goes down in the middle of the night and you have an account with Grainger, you can call Grainger at any hour of the night, Christmas night, New Year's Eve, whatever, 365 days a year, and for $50 they'll open the store and sell you V-belts, a new pump out, some absorbent pads, a high pressure hose. They'll sell you anything you need to get you back online because they want to take care of people anytime, day or night. Did you know you can open up a Grainger store in the middle of the night?
No.
No, I didn't know.
That's pretty important now, isn't it?
Yes, it
Because
is.
if somebody calls you up and says, hey, you got that instant capture reclaim system, I need you to clean up the spill right now, and it's midnight. And you're like, well, I don't have any absorbent pads, and I want to just use absorbent pads and be done with it. Because you're saying it's only about 3 feet across and about 10 feet. Yeah, but it's running down the street. If you get here in the next hour or so, it's going to be 30 feet. But yeah, it's not huge. And you're thinking, man, I'll call the Grainger store, pick a box of absorbent pads for $50. I'll go up there, spend like 5 minutes, and make my $475 minimum charge for a hazmat spill cleanup. Yes. You want that job? Get an open account with Grainger so that you have the ability to call them up and say, yes, I have an account with you. I need you to open up a store. I need to buy some V-belts for my pressure washer to get my pressure washer back up on online. Because I bought a pressure washer from Jerry that makes it easy for you to change belts in the middle of the night. It's not one of those difficult ones to service like other people. Right? We build pressure washers too. That's where we started in this business. There is the bus stop cleaning system. It doesn't even take up the whole back of the bed, and he recycles for reuse all week long. Okay, what time is it?
It's gotta be after 4 o'clock.
4:50.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4:15.
So, he's true, there's a car, Jerry's on you.
Okay.
I'll go online and check out more things.
He's got more toys than y'all can imagine. He's got-
No, I wanted to make me
Well,
one.
this was a thought in my head before I actually saw, like, I didn't even know this existed.
Absolutely.
I did a parking lot. And I
Only if.
He's got some washing.
this was.
Something to pump out, listen, 2 gallons, 1 gallon per minute maybe. I give you 200-300 PSI. That's all I need. So
Yeah, close to you for sure.
Send me an email,
Yeah.
or you give me
And
your.
then I'll send you a place on YouTube so you can look at what that bill. It's the
Or you
battery
guys
operate.
see, I have
Good stuff.
a glass polisher.
Oh, okay. Small room.
Oh,
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
chances are high.
So you're-
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's gotta be done like one person.
Yeah, 2 person.
Um,
I want something to do.
You got a copy of the wash control handbook,
Jeff Clint.
and you have the. Those electronic nuisance, I'm like.
Has like little bag and stuff. Glass heaters,
Wow.
stuff heaters. So this is where like.
You gotta look around, see what we look at, look like, right?
I'll just do it.
This one was way dirtier
Hey,
than
she
that.
didn't win nothing.
Yeah.
And so I sprayed it down with a.
She got more in here?
Yeah. She does.
So you guys are responsible.
You guys have business cards on me?
Actually, I don't. Yeah, just from the
Hey, y'all gotta get better carrying those business cards.
No, actually, I came in my car, I had to come in the truck.
I don't have my email. Do you want to
What do we do with the second president?
You know, what are you doing?
You didn't even know we were having a seminar today. See how this worked out for you, huh?
No, actually, I gave the license.
Yeah. Worked out good.
You don't know the room watch.
Sure.
Down the street. You should see in Paramount, we do Long Beach.
You were talking about Hamilton, I'm like, that's.
We took, she took a video in for me last night.
No, but you know, every so often
On my
we
phone.
get
You took that video on my phone, right?
I'm down in San Diego.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, sometimes. No, because we have well, actually, they're not
That's what he wants to hear.
But what it is, sometimes they have properties. Yeah, so I turn places down, but you know.
That'd be great. That's on high. You have to talk to your team better.
You gonna use a card that I give you?
Yeah.
Can I give it to, I'll get it back after work. No, but you know what? I went to it.
Over here.
I'll give you my card. Yeah.
So I just burst a little water there. Yes. I'm gonna pull back our handle, but I'll go back a second. Just go back a second.
Yeah.
You lose the seal. Yeah, you can't burp it. Burp out a little bit.
Ready?
Yeah, I've already gone back and seconded that.
Oh, that's.
Marcus.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, nothing.
You're over there.
That was in here last night. Cleaning up the floor.
Can I get my card back? I just, yeah. Yeah.
A lot easier to look.
Yeah. You know what, I can put my email.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, I know.
And have the water go to the right place.